The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 10th year of the Grand Chess Tour could not have started off any better at the Superbet Rapid & Blitz Poland in Warsaw. Elite grandmasters from around the world showcased their Rapid & Blitz skills in the historic capital city. Reigning GCT champ and pre-tournament favorite Alireza Firouzja was poised for a run in a three-way tie for first with Indian powerhouse Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu and tour newcomer Vladimir Fedosiev after the rapid section. But the knot at the top of the standings quickly unraveled with Fedosiev channeling his inner Magnus Carlsen, scoring 8 of 9 to build an impressive 3.5-point lead going into the final day. Former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave rallied from the bottom of the standings to finish in clear second, collecting 10 tour points for his Herculean effort. Still, it paled in comparison to the brilliant performance of wildcard Vladimir Fedosiev, who continued to dominate the Blitz section, running away with the event to become the winner of the 2025 Superbet Rapid & Blitz Poland. With the tour officially underway, all tour players move on to a new country, a longer time control, and another incredible event, the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania.
Welcome chess fans to day one of the Superbet Chess Classic held here in beautiful and sunny Bucharest, Romania. We are in front of the Triumphal Arch here, one of the best landmarks here in Bucharest, waiting for the players to arrive and start day one. The action is about to begin. Let's go to the studio.
The Grand Chess Tour moves on to Romania with some of the top chess players in the world fighting for the title. Classical chess takes center stage as our live coverage from Bucharest starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts, Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Brilliant, Nazi.
Welcome back, everyone.
Nazi, delighted to be with you. Delighted to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. It's Bucharest, and it's classical chess. That means all nine of our tour participants will be playing in this event. Do the honors.
Let's take a
look at the roster.
Roster by URS rating. Look at all these superstars. We
Wow.
start with Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Wesley Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Levon Aronian, MVL, Prague, and world champion Gukesh, and wildcard goes to Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Welcome, welcome to each and every one of you. Tell us about the format for this event.
It's going to be a 10-player round-robin event. Time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves,
Right.
30 minutes for rest of the game. 30-second increment from move 1, and the players are not allowed to offer draws. It's a regular scoring system, 1 point for a win.
And the schedule, Nasi, for this tournament?
They're going to play a total of 9 rounds, 1 game per day. There'll be a rest day after round 5, and we may see playoffs after the last game if necessary.
Looking at that one rest day for 9 rounds. Okay, thank you. And Peter, this year's tour is featuring a lot of new faces.
Well, the faces are definitely new comparing to the field in Warsaw. You will notice a lot of similarities to the previous tours. But yeah, let's talk about the people who weren't in Warsaw, but who are regular tour participants, and try to figure out the way they're sorted on your screen. They are sorted in a very specific order. And we begin, of course, with the world champion, Gukesh. Won the title last year, the youngest world champion by far. Since then, he tied for first with Prague in Vachier-Lagrave and has been playing a lot of freestyle chess. So his most recent 2 events, I believe, were all with the pieces being put on the board incorrectly. Very, very strong player, doesn't need any kind of introduction, really. Following him is Uzbekistan's #1, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, only 20. Very, very highly rated, very strong in all 3 formats. 2021 World Rapid Chess Champion. Just a fantastic player, really exciting to watch. And then we come to the two stalwarts of the tour, two American players. Wesley, 31 years of age, rated 2772 URS, world number 11, won the tour in 2021. I believe played in every single edition of the tour.
Right.
Just a very, very familiar face and extremely good at specifically this. I think he is just an absolute beast in the classical format, where he does his thing of just winning a couple of games seemingly out of nowhere and kind of never losing.
Right.
And then we come to the face everybody wants to see, Fabiano Caruana, 32, world ranking number 5, currently won the tour in 2023, and has really been a dominant force, I feel, in the chess world for the last few years. The one thing that hasn't really happened for him yet is success in a world championship match. But apart from that, he's won everything under the sun, and this is his first event of the tour. Very, very exciting lineup. And on the topic of exciting lineups, we pass it over to our studio in Bucharest with Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you for the introduction, Peter, and welcome chess fans to Bucharest, Romania for the start of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic. Finally, we have classical chess after the absolute incredible tournament in Poland that you were there as well, Anastasiya. You had a lot of fun with the players, with Maurice as well. But tell us a bit about the introduction to this tournament. Yesterday, we had an incredible opening ceremony attended by so many celebrities.
Yes, we actually had really good time in Poland, but I'm also happy to be here in Romania with you, Cristian, this time. And you know, you're absolutely right. Yesterday was such a nice opening ceremony and such a friendly atmosphere also. Players came in a very good mood. We had two former world champions present, Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave, where with players talking, chatting, you know, during the simultaneous exhibition as well. They were solving puzzles which Levon was given them, and they were laughing. I really enjoyed time, you know, they spent together. I was around making lots of videos, photos, and all these you can find in our social media accounts. And during this simultaneous exhibition, 21 players took part in this one, and good result for the local chess fans. They won one game and 2 draws, so not so bad.
And I have to say, it's so good to see young players seeing all these former world champions. It's a bit strange for me to see both Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave, who was active just a couple of years ago, playing in candidates and in this event as well. It's so strange to see him behind the board, not at the board. But right now, we have the best chess players on the planet ready to start day one. And I cannot wait. Take a look at that. That's Levon Aronian going to meet his round 1 opponent. We're going to have a lot of fantastic clashes, and we'll be here in Bucharest to give you all the updates. For the moment, back to you in studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. Speaking of clashes, tell us about the pairings for this round 1, Nazi.
Let's have a look. We start with an exciting round 1. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is playing Fabiano Caruana. 2 Frenchmen, Alireza, Firouzja playing MVL. Wesley against Bogdan-Daniel Deac. Levon Aronian against Nodirbek. You could say that's Clash of the Generations.
Right.
And then 2 superstars from India, Gukesh against Pragg.
Nice. And while the players are going to be fighting hard, what are they fighting for?
Well, they're fighting for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner gets $100,000, second place $65,000, third $48,000. Just great prizes for everybody.
You take clear first, you get 13 Grand Chess Tour points. Otherwise, you're splitting 12 as we go to the Grand Hotel in Bucharest. The players getting ready. We're going to have some celebs
making ceremonial first moves.
Exactly. We don't know who. It always is a surprise for us. But I'm sure they're looking forward to it. And in looking at that video, I saw so many young players at the Simul. I was like, dang.
It's always fun to see little kids come and enjoy playing the superstars.
Exactly. They looked excited
and Anastasiya said some of them, there's one game that they won.
2 draws and a win.
Prima rundă Superbet Chess Classic România 2025.
They're making announcements.
Yeah.
Un pic emoțiile primei zile, dar și invitații primei zile. Avem mai multe personalități care vor face o primă mutare festivă astăzi.
He's saying welcome to our tournament. It's nice of you all to join us. Just a second. And furthermore,
we have a few special guests to make this
one special guest.
ceremony of first move today. And I said yesterday we have 3 chess
That's Alexander Onyshuk there on.
around us these days. One at the tables, one Garry Kasparov, and one Vachier-Lagrave. So for the first move, we have game against 2 Indians. I guess Vachier-Lagrave is the most appropriate to make the first move. Welcome, Mr. Anand.
Vichy. He is an ambassador for Superbet, the sponsor of the Romanian Grand Chess Tour.
Este unul din cei 3 campioni.
He goes right over to the Indian voice and says, okay, guys, what do you want?
Gukesh told him do whatever you like. Yeah.
Vichy always liked his knights, by the way.
Mulțumim, thank you, Mr. Anand.
And immediately he takes it back. What are you
For
doing?
the second move, we have another special guest who is from the start with the Grand Chess Tour, is the executive director of Grand Chess Tour, Mr. Michael Khodorkovsky, of course, a chess player too, so he will be at the first table, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Fabiano Caruana. Domnul Michael Khodorkovsky este director executiv al Grand Chess Tour, încă de la începuturi, alături de Garry Kasparov, și va face prima mutare la masa Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Fabiano Caruana.
Don't let go of the pawn,
Thank you.
Michael.
Mulțumim. Iar din rândul marilor sportivi români vine astăzi alături de noi golgheterul României la Cupa Mondială. Cred că asta e cea mai bună prezentare. He's the top goal scorer for Romania at the World Cups in football or soccer, how Americans call it, because he scored especially at the World Cup in United States. Florin Răducioiu. La masa lui Bogdan Deac, sigur, el este cu piesele negre, deci va trebui pentru Wesley să facem această mutare.
Very big star.
He's going to make a move for Wesley, so.
Choosing Deac's board to make the move.
Mulțumim, Florin Răducioiu. Vom avea sportivi alături de noi și nu doar sportivi, ci invitați din multe alte categorii de personalități ale României. Inclusiv astăzi alături de noi este producător de filme acum, este actor, în acest moment este însă un mare filantrop din punctul meu de vedere. Veți vedea și pe tricoul lui scris spitale publice din bani privați. Codin Maticiuc, în mijlocul unui eveniment care are și o conotație caritabilă. Eu zic să alegem masa a doua între Alireza Firouzja și Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay, you take a crack at his last name.
Codin Maticiuc is a well-known philanthropist at this moment, helping.
Oh, look, he's excited. He's anxious. What's a good move? Come on, Alireza, you tell me.
It's appropriate for him to be here.
Is a good move?
Tournament that has
Does it get
a big
to E5?
charitable component.
He did it good.
Mulțumim, Codin. Mulțumim tuturor oaspeților de astăzi, le mulțumim jucătorilor. Thank you all the players for understanding these few minutes we take of your time.
I'm just
we are ready to start the round. I will give the microphone to the referee.
Why? Because Fabi, he's the defending champion. I mean, he's done super well in this event in 2023 and 2024. He was the champion of both those years. And he's still, for me, the man to beat. Peter, sure. Yeah.
And I believe he hasn't played a classical event since the American Cup in March.
Right. Yeah, he's been playing like Gukesh, the Fischer, and freestyle. It looks to me like he's got the St. Louis Chess Club blazer on, doesn't he? Yeah. It's, You see the head-to-head, Nazi?
In classical, they haven't played too many games, 6 draws, but 4 wins for Fabi, only 1 for Duda. That's a +3 score for Fabi.
Yeah.
And even though he's starting with black, we know Fabi, he will still try to.
Both of these players are maximalists. They like good hard fights. I'm expecting a good clash. In fact, you know, just across all the boards, it's funny that you have the French and the Indian players play against each other, but don't expect that those players like to make draws with each other. No. They've got an internal rivalry going on, both in France and India. Looking forward to great clashes.
In the first round, players sometimes start maybe a little bit slow with draws, you know, start slowly to see what kind of form you're in.
Precisely. That's exactly it.
They're making some more announcements for the players.
That's what it sounds like to me too. See a lot of photographers, our own Manardos, on the stage. But it's nice to see all of these photographers. Means that the local media is out of force.
And I look forward
nice to see.
Getting the games going. I will pass it on to the chief arbiter to start the ring.
The chief arbiter is Chris Bird for this event, just like he was in Poland.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Start the game.
And then start the game. I mean, at least they didn't shoot off a gun. And here we do have already an indication that Fabi is in a mindset of a big fight. Sicilian. And it's not a Rossolimo either. No invitation with knight c6 to a Rossolino, but a Taimanov.
Have we seen Fabi play this in classical chess?
He switches up his Sicilians. Peter, jump in on that one. When he is playing the Sicilian, is Fabi a Najdorf player, or is he a classical player? I mean, I saw him against Sergei Karyakin, right? He lost that.
No, but that was a very specific case where he needed to play sharply for a win. I think. Right. I don't really associate him with the Sicilian as much as with other openings.
Right.
And yeah, I was going to say it probably is the Sveshnikov, or at least an invitation to a Sveshnikov, because these days the pure Taimanovs are considered to be quite risky. I think as Sicilians go, it's not unplayable. Nothing is really unplayable, but it's about as risky as Sicilians get these days. You do give White a lot of leeway, and this is pretty solid. I think it stands quite well these days.
What is the?
I think it's supposed to be okay. I think there's a lot of really long lines here. You have an important turning point. You can go in this position. You can go bishop b7 and go for a slightly safer play, or you can play. Yeah, if we switch to my board, let me get to this.
Because this is a key alternative for Duda.
To this game. Yeah, hang on. So if we speak about this line.
Yeah.
Which I think is sort of the most principled reply to this particular move order. The choice for black is either this, which leads to positions which are slightly worse for black, but I think are supposed to be holdable, although not very many people enjoy it these days, I don't think. Or, and I think this is more likely and much more in character for Fabi, lines which begin with black provoking f4 and then playing queen b6, which lead to extremely strange positions where the white king is very often on f3 by move 12 and is doing quite safe there. Actually, it's unbothered, moisturized. But if you don't expect it from your opponent, people, and this is what I thought might happen. This move a2, a3 has become very, very topical, just stopping bishop b4 and passing the move order to black. And Fabi very quickly plays d6, which is interesting to me because I thought people more or less came to a consensus opinion that bishop b7 is fine. I had this against Arvind recently in the Bundesliga on the white side. Leads to huge messes potentially. This is very, very sharp. Not exactly right. It could either be completely equal or very, very sharp.
Very messy.
I chose very, very sharp and had reason to regret it later. I struggled to make a draw in that game. d6 is supposedly giving white slightly more leeway. And we might see transpositions into some kind of normal-looking Sicilians with bishop b3, f4, or queen g2. And it might seem as if black is playing a kind of a normal Scheveningen and white played a3 for no particular reason. But if white is planning to castle queenside, which I think you're kind of supposed to having played a3, a3 is going to be very useful in a lot of positions because black counterplay will still be connected with b5, b4 eventually in many cases, and we've stopped that kind of well in advance. You can also maybe make an argument for switching to some kind of Sozins, but this is not really the way to play the Sozin, I don't think. It's interesting to me that Fabi goes d6, but Fabi is generally like so much better prepared than I am that I'm willing to defer to his opinion on this topic.
He's probably going to transpose with bishop b7 to lines that Peter was showing us.
Well, no, there's a difference because the way to meet bishop b7 is specifically this.
Right.
So there will be, like, this is the critical position which has now been discussed at, like, very top grandmaster level. I don't mean my game, some other games. And these are very messy.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Nazi, you have the floor. Tell us where you'd like
Let's go to the world champ, Gukesh against Pragg. They've only made 3 moves, but I'm guessing Gukesh was surprised by this Pragg's prep.
Okay, so we have a Queen's Gambit accepted and an old move order that I love to play as black, which was c5. A lot of my opponents like playing the move d5 here. And I went into, I had a lot of tussles with a lot of great players from a very unusual middle game where I gave up 2 bishops. I would play like this.
I thought you were going to say I gave up 2 pawns. And I was in this
no. I would give up 2 bishops like this. And it was like a very confused position. Because if you stop just for a moment, this was the tabia. This was actually the starting position of which I had many tournament games. White has nothing. White has no development. Everything is on its original square. Meanwhile, black has developed a knight, a rook, a king, and a pawn. And yet white is considered by the computer to be slightly better. And
so they develop everything very quickly and with tempi.
Exactly. And this was how so many of my games continued like this. And we got this very unusual imbalance of a queenside majority versus a kingside majority, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. But I do have a very nice central outpost, either on the d4 square, or if my opponent plays e2, e3, on the d3 square. It's rare for me to see this popping up these days because so many players prefer the old move order of knight f6.
Or e6.
Or e6.
Right.
And after c5, well...
White could also just play e3 and transpose to just classical
lines. Exactly, e2, e3. Although I must say, in these classical lines, you do see people like Wesley like Gukesh for that matter, handling black pieces very, very well and making comfy draws.
There is an additional, I don't know if this is what Pragg is intending because it's somewhat risky, but if we're talking about a specific reason to go c5 and not a6, because if you want to play the normal Queen's Gambit accepted, you might as well start with knight f6.
Right.
There is this move.
Okay.
If white recaptures with a knight, you can maybe even play 5. If you do this, bishop e6 very much exists.
Right.
So the one remaining choice is bishop takes c4. And now, of course, the idea is not to blunder a queen, on d8 with d3, queen e7. But black does have this move, not queen d7, that also loses on the spot, queen c7. And now white has moves like bishop b3. My screen says queen c2 is playable, which is something I was unaware of, to be honest. But this becomes its own line very quickly, because bishop b3 is an actual pawn sacrifice. You will have to prove you have enough for a pawn. You currently have very nice development advantage. But black has no weaknesses. Give me 2 moves to play bishop b7 and castles, and I am a healthy pawn up, so it needs to be very quick.
Right.
And if you play queen b3, yes, you will win the pawn back, but now you have your queen on b3 for no particular reason, so arguably black has achieved something here as well. So I'm very curious, because it's very possible Pragg will just like steal 10 minutes on the clock, and after e3 we'll just very happily play knight f6 and d6 and say, yeah, I'm very happy with this outcome. Right. You know, you give me some time odds, please. Right. Or he might mean to take on d4. Yeah. And as for d5, e6, the line you showed is very topical, but you also have these types of positions, right, where you play e4 and you recapture with the pawn, and you get positions like this, which are actually very interesting to play and surprisingly good for black very often. Yeah. Because if you get to play, let's say, I don't know, you want to play a7, a6, you perhaps want to move the bishop to g4, then you develop the knight, you go rook e8, the knight tries to come out to e5. If white doesn't do something quickly, it very often gets to be quite good for black. So yeah, a curious choice by Pragg today. And I think in practical terms already a bit of a success, because the reply is not forthcoming. Right. This has been a surprise.
And yet Gukesh himself is a Queen's Gambit, except this player.
Yeah, but this is not a very topical move order.
Exactly, true that. Nazi?
Let's check in with Levon. He's playing Nodirbek, and we have a very interesting opening.
Okay. We saw a lot of we saw a lot of this in the Poland
in Rapid and Blitz.
In the Rapid and Blitz, that just this whole B3, and I want to give Shakhriyar and Nepo credit, because they were playing these moves: Bishop B4, Queen C2, and G4. And G4 is a. Please, Peter.
I want to demur a little bit.
Sure.
Because I think white generally does it with the pawn on d5.
Okay, right.
I think with the pawn back on d7, this is much less threatening because of just how much more active the bishop on b7 is. I'm not sure g4 is coming today,
no.
to be honest. I have a feeling it's not. And I'm not altogether impressed by what white is doing. Levon might still show me why this is excellent, but so far, of all these like e3, b3 lines, which have become, as you correctly pointed out, people do this quite a bit, and people have been doing this quite a bit in Warsaw. Although, once again, I think people were actually starting with b3 in Warsaw.
Right.
Here it was knight f3, followed by c4, and only now b3. But yeah, it feels like it's likely that we will get this type of a position eventually. Let me just put something on the board. How were they? They kept on playing this structure in Warsaw, right? Specific structure with d takes c4, b takes c4.
Right.
And this, on air, you kept on making the argument you like this for white a tiny bit.
Yeah.
And people were sort of agreeing with you because they kept on going for it again and again and again with white. But yeah, it doesn't seem like we're setting the world on fire here, to be honest. Which is maybe, these days not a bad idea, not to set the world on fire, but what do I know?
I remember...
we're definitely not saying g4 because he just castled, by the way.
Right. Contemporary Arthur Yusupov, he loved to play, I want to say, the most tame positions like this. He would play e3. And you go, what are you doing, Arthur? And he would go, bishop d3. And he wouldn't play the move c4, but he would play this positions. And he was a wrecking ball. He would just destroy people with the most easy kind of game.
This is extremely old school, right? This is Zuckertor. This dates back to the late 19th century. But
exactly.
If black takes it a bit too easy, you can absolutely see how it might lead to problems. Whereas this position, it feels like you probably are supposed to go back to normal structures. But then you're playing a very toothless, at least at first glance, a very toothless version of I don't know exactly what.
Where's my advantage? Why is bishop e2 better?
This is like, I don't know, the closest comparison I can get to is maybe the semi-Slav in which black were not obliged to play c6.
Right.
So we're just a full tempo up because we will be playing c5.
Yeah.
So this can't be right.
Right.
I'm not sure I know what Levon is aiming for here.
Well, we'll leave it up to Levon. I'm going to go to the French Derby match between Alireza and MVL. These two players, not only are they France's best players, when they get together, they have some of their games decide the outcome of the event. I know it's early, but their rivalry is such.
It started the same way as Fabi's opening, e4, c5, and pawn e6, but Alireza didn't play d4.
d2, d3, an invitation to play a French defense. Two French players playing. Sorry, it's early, I know. Bishop g2, bishop e7.
Yeah, now this
Okay,
move.
this is, I don't know what this is, Peter.
It's a novelty.
Well, probably not, because people have played, 20 games from there, yeah. But
wow.
Not entirely clear to me why this is so great. You can maybe explain it by saying that if eventually you are planning to get into these structures, Black does very much want to play b7, b5 later, so maybe you're kind of putting a stopper
Right.
on the board as early as possible. But I have some personal history with this structure, not a very happy personal history, but some personal history. And I was very curious to see that Alireza is not interested in ideas of doing this, perhaps, because a bit of a historical excursion into how people view the King's Indian attack. So what you get normally, this is the tabi of the King's Indian attack.
Yeah,
you can absolutely, if you want, play e5, knight d7, rook e1 here. But Black goes b5, and you get these types of positions, which obviously Bobby Fischer popularized from the white side, giving mate to a lot of people in very spectacular fashion. But these days, people, I think, figured out how to not get mated on the king's side.
Right.
In particular, since this is a classical event and we can nerd out a little bit, right? We can talk about this for a second. So these days, what they do is often you will see people play, let's say, bishop b7, h5, h6, and then after knight h2, the rook goes somewhere, and knight g4 is met by bishop f8. And this setup turned out to be well-nigh unbreakable, surprisingly. Yes, you can spend some time playing like bishop f4, and then queen g2, and then sacrificing on h6, but it turns out that it doesn't even create enough of a threat. You can more or less ignore those types of ideas. Or you can play king h7 and say,
Stop the sacrifice.
Yeah, even that is not going to happen today.
Right.
And then you can start thinking about ways of perhaps avoiding these types of positions and playing something else. And when I saw queen e2 by Alireza here, and in particular when I saw queen e2 and Black being kind of obliging and making all the same moves, what you can try, as I mentioned, is something like this, where you're claiming that you've preserved the option of playing knight c3,
Right.
which might very easily come in handy later. And you also have the option of putting the bishop on f4 much earlier without all the prep needed when I need to play knight d2 and then knight f1 just to free up the bishop to go somewhere. I'm not saying white is better here. White is not really better in the King's Indian attack.
Right.
But I thought this is what he meant, and then he goes a4, and now I'm confused. But, I mean, if we just view this as a King's Indian defense with colors reversed, people have begun playing a7, a5 in all kinds of very normal King's Indian positions in which, you're supposed to develop pieces, but instead you just invest a tempo in a7, a5. And this is an inversion of this with white doing sort of the same. And Alireza is doing this very quickly, so he clearly
had something good
on board with this.
Thank you for nerding out there, Peter, and letting us know some history about the King's Indian attack. This man, MVL, he was second in the Polish Rapid and Blitz because our wild card went wild. And
Vladimir Fedosev absolutely dominated that field.
Exactly.
And took 13 points away from these Grandchester players.
Maxime picked up 10 points for his clear second place, and
Now
this is where we stand in the GCT.
After one event, MVL
Hold on,
is
can we
leading.
see that graphic again? I didn't even get a chance to mention it. So there, at the top of the show, Peter was explaining that the new faces, Fabi, Gukesh, Nodirbek, and Wesley are now joining the tour for the first time, and the top 5 players there got some points. Duda, most especially, will feel sore that he didn't get more points from playing on home tour turf. Levon has reason to be excited as well.
And that's MVL.
And of course, because 9 Grand Chess Tour participants, we only have a single wild card, Deac, Daniel Deac.
That's the local player,
Exactly.
#1 Romanian player, Deac. And let's check in with Wesley.
Yes.
He's the tour participant, and this is his first Grandchester event in 2025.
Right. And he is playing against the wild card.
At the English opening.
And this for me, I remember when they played this, I think Alexei Shirov, amongst other players, was kind of trailblazing. I thought it was absurd. This move, bishop b4 on move 2. I was like, what are you doing? You're encouraging me to occupy the center with the move knight to d5 with the tempo against the bishop. The bishop voluntarily retreats itself into the attack. I thought, like, well, at the very least, you would want to play bishop e7 and, try to provoke b4. I don't know. But bishop e7, and I thought, and then it became, Peter, a go-to. A lot of players played this as a way of creating a big fight, I will put it like that. White gets the 2 bishops, and this move actually for me, b4.
Why not?
It should be, it should be perfectly legit, but I thought that they would be playing for d4.
There's no games in my database, so b4 might just be a novelty in this move order.
Yeah. And how about this next move, f7, f6? Then Feingold will recoil in horror. Don't play f6. Okay.
In these structures, f6 is actually quite normal because you do want to play d6, d5 as early as possible and supporting the pawn on e5 this way. Also, we no longer have a dark square bishop, so we're not restricting our pieces all that much by playing f6. So this is pretty normal here. As for the choice between b4 and d4, if you play d4, you are allowing black a very nice grip in the center. So you probably want to try to prepare it somewhat, maybe try to play it in a situation where black can't reply to it with e5, e4. That's not easy to organize in this structure, to be honest. So I actually quite like this. And in fact, if we talk about structure changes in the center, I'd much rather play d3 and e4, although that runs into f7, f5. What I like about this position for white is the 2 bishops. What I like about this position for black is everything else. It's surprisingly comfortable to develop your pieces. You can play bishop b6. This knight might come out via this square or this square. You do want to play d6, d5, have a very nice central control. I think both of them will be happy with this. Deac gets to play a comfortable position with some space in the center. He clearly prepared for this. And for Wesley, these days, I think, when with the white pieces, you get a position in which your opponent is not trying to make a forced draw. You're just already very happy with getting to play a game of chess. But I want to go back to our first game of the day, the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabi, because Fabi is showing some very nice prep here. And Duda, look, this is a face of a man who realizes he
walked into something.
Yeah, he walked into something. He's not worse, but he is not going to be better, and also he is not going to get to have any fun today.
Well, he doesn't look like he's having fun.
Okay, so essentially you were right. Bishop e2, queen d2, and intimating at least that white is looking to castle long, play the move g4, g5, and in Kara's attack-like fashion, go after black's king. E5.
E5.
Puts it in kibosh.
Yeah, and with a very specific follow-up in particular. This is very... You could make an argument for knight f3, but...
Right. The alternatives. Knight f5 is surprisingly easy for black to play.
Yeah, this is not great for white. Yeah.
No. Whereas knight f3 kind of encouraged.
Knight g4, right?
Knight g4, yeah.
Yeah. I think black is just fine. I think knight f3 is slightly better, or maybe even it makes what Fabi is doing impossible. I think the reason to play knight f3 is specifically not to allow what happened on the board. Knight b3 was met with the instant temporary pawn piece sacrifice with knight e4, and g5. And now, wherever the knight goes, we will play g5, g4, and the bishop on e3 has no squares. So you have to choose a way to return the piece. Perhaps the best way is to play bishop f3, just to get the bishop to a nice central square. But these types of endgames are just very comfortable for black. Knight takes d2, we will play bishop b6. We are ready to play f7, f5 next move. It's difficult for white, considering the Jan-Krzysztof hasn't really done very much wrong in the opening. You're not supposed to be worse.
Right.
But I think most people will pick black in this position. It's just a very comfortable endgame.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. And as our team in Bucharest intimated, they had a very nice opening ceremony, which we have some footage of. Take a look.
Hello chess fans and welcome to the opening ceremony of Superbet Classic in Romania, the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. We have world champion here, we have the former world champion Garry Kasparov here, as well as all players and chess fans. And it's time to start the opening ceremony.
It went amazing. I saw again Garry. It was a very nice talk we had, and looking forward to see more.
I think that the Grand Chess Tour proved its the validity of the concept, and I can proudly say that we are guardians of tradition. There are very few classical chess tournaments left, but none of them could boast about such a quality of organization and such an attention from the media and the public.
It was an amazing opening ceremony, and now it's time to go back to the games.
Guardians of the tradition, 10th year of the Grand Chess Tour. It's going strong. D7, D6, D5, and Peter, I didn't get a chance to ask you, novelty, or are we in standard theory?
We're still in theory. I don't know about standard theory, but there's still 5 games up to here. So Fabi hasn't even produced anything that is, strictly speaking, new, and he clearly is sort of ahead in his knowledge of this line because first of all, Jan-Krzysztof doesn't look like somebody who's seen this before.
He's very happy.
Yeah, and secondly, it's just not great for white, so it's very difficult for me to imagine going for this on purpose for the Polish player.
Especially if you're not prepared. And Peter, if you don't mind, just looking in this position, and I'm sitting there saying to myself, oh my gosh, I've got to return the piece.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do something that's really, really bad. I'm going to return the piece, trying to get a kingside attack. Knight G3, D4. I'm going to lose the piece. I'm going to go bishop H6.
Very tempting.
Takes, queen takes H6. And now I'm sitting there going, okay, I've lost the 2 bishops. I've lost control of the center.
Haven't castled yet.
I haven't castled.
You don't have very many attackers, right? You're also not castling queenside.
And I don't, I don't
you can play H4, but the
D3.
bishop will find a very nice perch on F4. If 5e4 is coming. This is borderline lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think this, with long castle and king already on B1, would be fantastic for white. But
would be playable. I don't know about fantastic, but would definitely be playable. Yeah. This version isn't.
So, okay, so bishop H6, you take my bishop, I probably don't take the pawn. Is there any way, where should my knight be? If my knight was on C5.
This one has no squares, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If this one was somewhere on the king side, we would maybe be slightly more interested in this.
Okay.
F3 would be a good square, actually, once again.
Right.
F3 would be a good square, much better square anyway.
So if I start this position with H4, queen D6.
we don't even get the H6 pawn anymore.
Yeah.
So
It swings over to G6, but I'm obviously reading off the screen, but I think even if I play F7, F5, I think I'm much better. Queen takes H6, I can play Queen D6 now or Rook F6. There's not going to be any mating attack on the king side, and this center is about to start rolling, and then it will become quite painful.
Yeah, even though I get bishop C4 with checks and some.
No, I don't.
Okay, so what is the?
I think bishop F3 is the way to go. Bishop D3 is similar, but bishop D3 actually doesn't force black to even take. My screen says, why not start with A7, A5, trying to attack more of our pieces. And of course, it's just a transposition. So if you choose one of those 2 moves, you are pretty much always choosing bishop F3, with some ideas of Queen D5, Knight F6 or something. Right. The other option would be something like this, maybe. To pretend that you have some control over some central squares. This unfortunately loses to bishop G5. Honestly, if not for bishop G5, this maybe would have been playable. If you imagine the same position with the king on B1,
what you want,
we're attacking the queen on D8. We want to play knight D5 next move. I think
not terrible.
I think that would have been very playable for white. Would have been an instant choice for most people, but unfortunately, it doesn't work at all. So you have to play F takes E3, and this is just a very different position.
And not what you wanted at all.
Bishop E6, bishop G5, you pick black.
You know, it's funny, in this position, if I play bishop D3, and you play d4, we get those same positions that I just was talking about, with at least my bishop on d3.
Yeah, but d4 not happening.
Not happening,
Not
yeah.
happening, no.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, by the way, we reached that stage of our show where we better make our picks for who's going to win the tournament before somebody wins a game unexpectedly. And Nasi, you're the lady.
Well,
go
I'm going to
first.
make a very easy choice. I'm going to go with the world champ. Can't go wrong.
I'm going to go make a very easy choice. I'm going to go with the guy who's won this event 2 times in a row. He's going for a three-peat. I'm speaking of Fabiano. And you, Peter.
I'm wondering if I should stick to the bit and continue picking Prague in every single tournament. It's honestly not a bad. Let's just continue doing this. I don't think I'm jinxing the young man. So let's take Prague.
Gukesh, Fabi, Prague,
and we'll
get VAR
hand it over to the studio.
And also we'll get VAR is a very clever man. He's insightful, smart, and he's with me.
He's listening to you.
He's with Fabia.
Anastasia has picked Nodirbek.
Okay, interesting choice.
And Cristian has also picked Fabi.
So
that's probably contractually
obligated. By the way, we do have moves, and a very unexpected one for me. We saw knight c3. Obviously, Fabi wants to win his piece back. So once again, d5. We had been looking at bishop f3. We even had a glance at bishop h6, which we rejected. Knight c3, d4. No
Importantly,
castles.
rook d1, to be able to take on e3 with a queen.
Exactly. If our king had been on c1, then as Peter nicely pointed out, bishop g5
would win an exchange.
But now you were saying this is a default mechanism.
You're now we don't take on
knight
e3.
d5.
Now we don't take on e3.
Black doesn't have to rush either, right? We can make
Very
a
good
developing
point.
move.
Very good point.
Oh, I'm gonna. Well, am I a pawn grubber? Am I trying to sacrifice the 2 bishops?
I could go bishop f5. So.
At the end of that line, c2 will be hanging, or even bishop e6, because there will be such tremendous compensation if you actually go for the pawn grab.
Let's see. And just a second. So just to suggest that if I do go for the pawn grab in this whole variation, the move bishop f6, maybe even preface with rook c8, is, definitely, I agree. Statistically speaking, Ben Underwood has run some tournament simulations, and statistics tell us the following.
See who is pre-tournament favorite. My pick, Gukesh, at 17%.
Anastasia's pick.
Wow, that's a bit surprising for
Second.
me. Abdusattorov is in second with 12.6%. Fabi in third with 11. But look how close they are.
No, yeah, they are very close. Look
Fabi
at that.
in third, Firouzja in fourth, but there's very small difference between them and Wesley and Prague and Levon. The only difference is really between the last 2 places.
Right.
Deac is at 3 and MVL at less than 6. That's also surprising.
For me, that's a big surprise. How could MVL only be at 5.8%? Weigh in on that, Peter. I mean, MVL is number 2 on the Grand Chess Tour, and he's dangerous, I don't care, in any kind of format. Blitz, rapid, or classic.
I guess the way to explain it would be to say that of the 2 disciplines that are present in the tour, he is probably skewed somewhat
to the faster,
towards doing well in the faster time controls. But yeah, 5% is low. But then again, it's a very, very strong field, and you do have to give the bigger numbers to somebody. And MVL maybe is not the obvious option for winning classical tournaments anymore, regrettably. I very much like the man and remember him winning events in the GCT. Including here, very dramatic tournament here.
Absolutely. Again, I'm just staying for a moment with the game of Duda and Fabi, because rook d1, this has to be in Fabi's prep still, because he's played knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d5, d4.
This is the first time he's thinking now. The first time in the game, he spent 6 minutes already after rook d1.
And jump in on this, Peter. Is rook d1 novel?
Still not a novelty. There's still one game that followed this path.
How does the top engine moves go after rook d1, or how?
Yeah, in the game Black took 23 anyway, which I don't quite like, because as I mentioned, giving White this very easy development with knight d5, you probably have to play queen e8, White can play knight d5, bishop d8, castles. This knight might go to c5, you might start trying to push something on the queen side. It's still fine for Black, it's not horrible, but I don't think there's any call for this. Even this, I think, is in a way maybe slightly better than d takes e3, because we have very easy development here with Black. You want to play bishop e6, you want to put one rook on d8, one rook on c8.
Right.
The one question is whether we are going to care about knight c5, but once you play knight c5, you reintroduce the idea of knight d4 in every single position, so yeah, the engine is entirely unbothered by this. But the one I like the most is either bishop e6 or bishop f5. I mean,
just ignoring everything.
Just continuing to develop. Like if you play bishop f5 and White castles, you're still not obliged to take. You can continue making improving moves.
That's
and
hilarious.
saying to White, do something about the fork. And only once White does something like this, you have to maybe invest the tempo in making sure you can still win this piece next move. But yeah, I think Fabi is just choosing. I think he knows he has a bunch of comfortable options here, and maybe he doesn't remember exactly which one is supposed to be preferred, and he has plenty of time. He doesn't need to rush the decision. And
so you talk about bishop e6, bishop f5, taking on c3,
I think c3
taking on e3. Finally, I just want to go back to this taking on e3 for just a moment. And you mentioned queen e8 and maybe a little discomfort after knight d5, bishop d8. How about queen b6? Is this absolutely verboten?
I wouldn't, but I don't think it's that bad. Knight d5, bishop d8, because we don't really have pieces with White to attack the pawn on b6. Yeah,
I mean,
might also be completely very much playable.
Yeah.
The other question, though, if queen b6, maybe I go knight d5 immediately, and we go for this endgame. Yeah.
Queen b6, pardon me, knight d5.
Knight d5, queen e3, knight e7, but that's also fine for Black.
Because we have to retake back with the pawn on e3, which is not ideal.
But we do have control over the one open file and some prospects of maybe doing something on the queen side. But you play bishop f5, I guess. Attack the pawn on c2. It's already quite awkward to meet, actually.
Oops.
No, this is completely fine for Black.
This looks okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, we think of Fabiano as being such an extraordinarily well prepared in the opening. He's actually, he was ahead 10 minutes on the clock. He's given a lot of that time on the clock back to his opponent. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Let's check in with Gukesh, see what he has chosen, because last time we saw it was only 3 moves, and he was making a big decision what kind of middle game to play.
Ooh.
He went with the d5 move that you like.
d5, knight f6, knight c3, e6. E4 takes. Now, in this position, I thought, and I thought this 30 years ago, that the move e4 takes d5 was bad. Just bad for White. I like Black's position after bishop d6. And I focused all of my energy on the move e5. And there, trust me when I say there are a lot of piece sacrifices. Like, imagine I played this, just as, for an example, bishop e6 takes. And I just say, look, I've got 3 pawns. It's not good. It's not good for a very specific reason, which I analyzed g2, g3, which isn't an obvious move. You might think to yourself, I'm ready to play bishop e2 until you start to realize after d4, d3, you might be going backwards in position. But I was looking at a lot of lines like this, including after knight e4 and piece sacrifices. But I always thought that the move e takes d5, as played in the game, bishop d6, and as Peter mentioned, if you give Black castles, bishop g4, a7, a6. The bishop is actually a very good blockader.
Yes, it is. It's like the Benoni. In some Benoni positions, you get that. And
But Queen E2 check. Now this is a very curious move. Bishop E7.
And a very good one.
And a very solid
decision.
Black doesn't have Queen E7 because of Knight.
Knight B5 is strong, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can play it, but you're not going to like it, yeah. It suddenly becomes very, very awkward.
Yeah.
So the choice was between Bishop E7, which is what Pragg chose, and shockingly King F8 wasn't unplayable.
Exactly. Because this is not exactly the dream
if you take on C4, I guess I play A6, B5 very quickly. I go A6, you can't actually stop B5 from happening, because if you play A4, I play B5 anyway. This is a very well-known motif from some Russian system Grunfelds, where B5 is just unstoppable in these types of positions.
Right.
So my plan is to play B5. Let's say you play Bishop B2. I go B5. You play, I guess, Queen H4.
Whoop. Yeah.
But I still want to play Bishop B7, Knight D7, Queen C7, Rook E8. Yes, my king is on F8, but we're going to have very good central play.
And the D5 pawn.
And the D5 pawn is very vulnerable.
Yes.
And it becomes a mess. So it wasn't unplayable, but Bishop B7, of course, is going to be your default setting, trying to castle normally. And Pragg is still playing quickly. He took some time to play Bishop B7, but he is almost half an hour ahead on the clock. Gukesh has burned through almost half an hour on his. The position is probably quite good for white, but you do need to make some very committal decisions now. Maybe not surprisingly, but interestingly, the only move here that doesn't lose
is because D6 is a clear...
Apologies. Because, you cannot allow D5, D6.
Right.
And then a position like this, the engine starts having a lot of fun here.
That's a fun position to play.
Yeah. And
what?
This is the first time I see it. I don't really have a set opinion about this.
Right.
But it seems like black needs to make only moves almost every single move here, not to be completely busted. But also for white, if you're not sure, and he doesn't, apologies, and he doesn't look sure.
Right.
This is going to be a tricky position.
By the way, we do have a move. Gukesh chose Bishop F4 instead of Bishop G5, but I'm guessing he's still planning to castle alongside, of course, and he just wants to play D6 as soon as possible. Does black still have to play Bishop D6? Yeah.
Wow.
But this is an improvement compared to Bishop G5. This is now easier to control.
Okay, because that's a big commitment to put your king in C1. Now, these two gentlemen, I mean, Gukesh, 18 years young, world champion. How do they match up against each other?
Let's have a look. I'm sure they've played a lot of games behind the scenes.
Yes, they know. I was talking with Frederick Friedel yesterday, and he was explaining to me that there was a training camp in Chennai, India, a number of years ago, and Frederick was there at the training camp. Vichy was courting, if you will, and the journalist had asked him, Frederick, about Indian chess prodigies, and he says, well, one of those guys is going to be the world champion of the future. And the journalist said, who? The guy's playing football out there in the field, and it was Arjun and Pragg. We're three of the members of the training camp. Now, so even though that score said very few number of games, I bet you they've probably played, I'm just going to guess, 50 hours of Blitz, if not more.
Sure.
Yeah, over the years, for sure.
Over the years against one another.
And that 3-2 score in favor of Gukesh is, as someone who observed from reasonably up close their matchups throughout the 2024, I think it became a bit of a source of frustration there for Pragg, because he kept on having
great positions
against Gukesh and not converting them, and he would like to put that right at some point.
But they had a big playoff this year in Paikidze.
Right, between Gukesh and Pragg was the one who walked away with the trophy. Botvinnik was very famous for having stated that he was first among equals as a world champion. And I see Gukesh in that as first amongst equals, and I'm thinking about Pragg and Arjun, his Indian rivals.
Well, I mean, he pulled slightly ahead by winning the world championship. I think in those particular sweepstakes, I think he is currently a bit ahead.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, they're going to be competing for years and years, and Arjun is not in the tour, but could have been in the tour very, very easily. Obviously,
it's just that comfortably.
The breadth of talent these days is such that, and the number of spots is such that you do end up missing out on some extremely talented players.
I'm thinking of a Vincent.
Vincent and Arjun in particular, who is extremely high rated these days, and
Way on the current position. What do you got for us?
After Bishop d6, Queen d6, I'm looking. It's interesting to me that knight e5 is a move on my screen and queen e5 isn't. And turns out you can actually keep the pawn. You will enjoy this, yes. Just queen a6 followed by b5. That actually explains a lot of things. Right. Yeah, the main line here should be probably knight e5.
Okay.
Because rook e8 doesn't stop knight takes e4 anyway.
I was thinking queen f4 check and queen d2. It doesn't cost
and these
you
endgames,
the game.
These endgames are okay for black, I guess, but they're a bit risky because the d-pawn, for the time being, is an asset and not really a weakness. You probably end up being able to securely stop it on d6. It will get to d6 at any point, obviously. Right. You can't really stop that. But it gets blockaded on d6. It's somewhat related to the Grunfeld positions I've been playing all my life. You feel like it's okay for black, but you also feel like you probably will have to play quite precisely because you don't want to be too relaxed around this passer. And also after knight e5, I think the more interesting way to play is to play a6 here, knight c4, queen d8, and say, I am willing to take some more risks, I'm willing to keep the queens on, but I do want to remind you that you have a king on c1.
Right.
With a queenside structure, that doesn't really rule out black actually developing a very strong initiative if something goes wrong. And in particular against somebody who is burning time on every single move. I think of these two choices, and Pragg is clearly still in his prep, I think he'd be more interested in keeping all three results in play, which is truer about a6 than
we looked at queen e5 and knight e5. Why not just take on c4 right away? What's the downside?
I think maybe a major downside is we get to get rid of this bishop very, very easily. I would have maybe wanted to include a6 as well.
Here I wanted to go queen h4 to then focus on the king side.
Yeah, I guess now we probably play, because bishop d3, knight g5, those ideas are quite strong, but if I play bishop f5 and we get to a position like this, of course the engine will still say it's around equal, but this feels kind of faster than whatever is happening on the king side. You can pull the plug at any point, but yeah, this feels okay to me.
g4, g5.
This feels okay to me. Interestingly, bishop takes 6 hasn't been played yet. The other option would be to take on c4 straight away, and black probably then does play a7, a6, because we're definitely not developing the queen to f4 on our own dime. On our own dime, we're forcing white to take on d6. So. And really only those two moves are playable. Now bishop g5, the same position we were discussing with the tempo down, will be excitingly good for black. Really, like you start licking your chops and thinking what is happening here. So those are the choices, and yeah, he is down to below an hour, whereas Pragg has spent 3 minutes on his clock, probably walking, I'm guessing.
Nice, thank you, Peter. I want to check in on Levon, Aronian, to see, because he had developed his game very softly, with bishop e2 and d3. And what did he come up with to get an imbalance? Okay, d4, d5, he captured on d5, knight takes d5, bishop e2, knight d7, and just as Peter was saying, you're not playing c7, c6, you're playing for c7, c5.
Without spending a tempo on c6.
Exactly, saving a tempo. And the bishop...
No, I was going to say, what did he do to achieve an imbalance? This assumes facts not in evidence.
No, exactly. There's nothing evident.
I do not think he has done very much to create an imbalance here. Black has, I think, a number of very comfortable choices.
Levon does have a big time advantage, yet he has only spent 5 minutes. Nodirbek has spent half an hour, but like both of you said, black looks completely fine here.
Exactly. I played Queen's Gambit accepted my whole life, and this looks quite comfortable in terms of equalizing.
Would you consider even taking on f3 here for black and then on d4? Just to simplify.
Yes. Because if I get these positions, just putting some bad moves on the board, forgive me for just a moment. If I get these positions where I deny you the two bishops, like I'm just going to put rook d1, I feel like I have no problems, whether it be queen
whatsoever.
e7, exactly. So yes, that would definitely cross my mind. I would also be thinking, what's my problem? I'll play knight f6, and I'll invite trades either on the c5 square or
the interesting option here, if we are looking for a way to make this at least a little bit interesting, bishop takes c4, weirdly, with the intention of meeting rook takes by b5 and c4.
Whoa. Okay.
Probably wouldn't have occurred to me. I will, put my cards on the table. This was suggested to me by my screen.
Right.
You generally, I think, shirk away from creating such isolani pawns for yourself, especially when your position is so safe you really don't have to.
Right.
But maybe this is playable. Maybe I play queen a5 here, even prior to knight b6, rook c4, queen a2. No, this doesn't quite. It does work. I have queen takes a1 there. Let's show this on the board.
Yes. So if you were in this mindset of like, haha, you fell for my trick, I've got your queen or I've got a pawn, this might kind of rock your world a little bit,
Yeah.
And now
I'm not sure white has. I mean, you can play queen f1 here because knight e1, bishop b4. I think you lost, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bishop b4.
Because I will take on a1 first. Yeah, if you play king f1 there, I will take the bishop first, and then I will take the knight.
Yeah.
So you have to play queen f1, but then black is completely comfortable, of course. It's probably still equal, but like if you pick a side, you definitely pick black with the outside passer.
Exactly. That's actually a...
So this is an option, and if white goes b takes c4, this should be a very comfortable hanging pawn structure, right? So this is a way to suddenly get a game out of a position which appears to be fizzling.
Right.
For now.
And we see the close-up there of Nodirbek as he's thinking about the situation, and bishop takes c4, b5, bishop takes f3.
Too many good options. Just
Yeah.
Knight f6.
Absolutely. And let me just go back to
Should we check in with all the all Frenchmen matchup?
Of course.
I see Alireza has played h4 as well, so now he has two corner pawns.
Yeah.
a4, h4 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a response to a4, MVL decided, okay, I like my bishop going to the long diagonal, bishop to b6, castles, bishop b7. Again, Alireza is delaying e5 and...
Yeah, he is not committing to anything in the center just yet.
I just put, I know that, Peter, you were advocating for c4, but just in case, white makes some other, there is...
g5 idea.
Absolutely.
These moves g5 do exist. So again, Alireza's being very cagey here, not committing himself to e5, not allowing g5 type of responses.
Especially after h6.
h6, h4, and we've caught up with the players.
He's going to play knight a3 next, maybe develop the rooks on e1.
But there ought to be a way. I mean, white is, look, I was taught as a kid, choose your sandbox. You're going to play g4, g5 and kill me on the king side, go for it. I get it. You're going to play b4, b5 and kill me on the queen side. I get it. Go for it. You can't beat me everywhere. And h4, a4 feels, Peter, like it deserves a punishment. Is there a punishment?
No, it's completely fine. In fact, the engine quite likes what he's doing, and the engine is playing it very slowly. I think e5 is sort of off the menu for the time being because with the black king in the center and the white king on g1, if I don't know which move to make here for black, I don't know, a6.
Yeah.
e5, knight d7. g5 is coming next move. Yes, you can play h5.
But then doesn't necessarily stop G5 either.
Yeah, Bishop G5 becomes a topic. And also, as you mentioned, plans of playing Queen C7, castling queenside, going with G8 and going G5 anyway are very much in play in these types of positions. So what you're probably going to be doing is exactly as you said. You put the knight on A3, you go C3, rook F, E1, and you continue waiting for black to commit to something. And this is a kind of a surprising concept. I think, this is one of those cases where these are extremely strong players, so they're allowed to break the rules.
Right.
Because the rules are absolutely as you said. You're not supposed to touch your pawns on A and H files with your hands in the opening at all.
Right.
To be frank, and definitely not both of them at the same.
One, yes.
Yeah, but you learn the rules to become good enough to unlearn them later, and this is one of those examples where. These guys are strong enough to understand that rules are not exactly rules, they're guidelines.
Right. One of the great quotes of all time was Viktor Korchnoi. He had a training camp with chess grandmaster John Vanderbilt. And John did something like A4 in this position. And Viktor looked at John and said, before you violate the rules of strategy, you should first know them.
And that is a guy he chose to work with, right?
Yes. Thank you for the inspiration, Viktor. You should first know them. It feels like he's breaking the rules, but he's not. I mean, I don't.
Show us the first line, because while we're talking, I caught this line: knight G4, knight C3, D4, knight D5. I mean, engine finds a way to
justify.
And black, of course, says,
please
play knight C7 check.
Do your worst.
Yeah, well, no longer says it's any good, actually says you should do something else. But this is just strong for white, because obviously the point being that if you take, I have knight H2, I will recapture on G4, and then we have some play in the center.
Where's Najmedinov when you need him? I mean, he would make
But unfortunately, you don't get
knight D4
any kind of control over the long diagonal.
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, H4. But that was a crazy line. Just a second. Let's do that again. Knight G4. So the idea is like, I want to play G5. And because you've played H4, you can't just play H3 and kick me away. And maybe on a good day, I start to think about the move G5. And then you went knight C3, attacking me in the center. And I went, oh, thank you very much.
Free tempo.
I've got the tempo. By the way, with my knight on G4, I might even be interested in E5.
Yeah.
Go somewhere with your knight. Knight B5, I might play E5. Knight D5? Oy, oy, oy.
It's an incredible move, and black doesn't have to take, because we're looking at some other moves, but knight C7 looks very scary.
Okay.
So let's take a look at E takes D.
E takes D.
Takes back, queen D5.
Now, I understand that if
you don't take, D6 is coming.
Exactly. So queen takes D5. And now the ultra knight H2, not knight E5 when I might sacrifice for 3 pieces, but knight H2 uncovers an attack against the queen, and
so queen drops back. Let's say queen D7.
Okay.
Knight G4.
Knight takes
and can
G4.
black castle.
Let's have a look. See.
Worried about the H6 pawn, but.
Me too. I just walked into an uppercut kind of a blow. Bishop H6. I might have to calculate F5. My brain hurts.
It does win, though. Yeah, Bishop H6 doesn't work.
Oh, because of F5, yeah.
Because of F5. Thank goodness. But this final position that we achieved, Peter, after all of the beautiful machinations, knight C3, knight D5, did white achieve anything?
Not a lot. It's a bit better for white, and maybe you can make an argument, regrettably, that you have to offer a queen trade, because if you do the same, I think you allow knight e5. Rook f1 is also very strong, but the point that the bishop on b7 is now hanging in every single position is going to be very relevant.
Right.
And black doesn't even take on g4 here. The best move is g7, g5,
Of
which
course.
might not be the most natural and the easiest move to find, but it does appear to be coming close to equality, even though the engine still prefers white here a little bit. I think we're getting very carried away with this line, though. I don't think knight g4 is coming, and I don't think
knight c3, knight d5 is coming.
The reply is necessarily coming either, yeah. But
knight c3 does have those ideas of g5, and looks like
very interestingly, we have the endgame that we were discussing in the game between Duda and Fabi, because Fabi did choose bishop e6 in the position we spent quite a bit of time talking about.
That was after rook d1, bishop e6.
And here, castles was a move that you could choose, but Duda thought, I mean, why not just be a pawn up? And this is now the position that they're playing. I think starting with rook c8 is more flexible, because if you go bishop f6, the rook, I'm pretty sure it goes to b4 in pretty much every single case. Trying to, first of all, it's a tempo, and secondly, you want to be able to maybe control the queen side a little bit. And nobody's going to take away bishop f6 from you.
Right.
But you also introduce the idea of bishop takes a3, which could really come in handy
Very
in all
useful,
of these positions.
Yes, yes.
And I think black is just completely comfortable.
Yeah, it feels
in fact, I would start looking for a way to make a fourth stroke here with white. I really would like to for this game to end soon.
Yeah,
because I'm not comfortable here.
You were mentioning, Peter, that after bishop f6, there's the move rook b4. After rook c8, is there a move rook a4?
There is, and it's probably the best move.
Just
after a6, let's say castles, we go rook fd8. It's just. Your pieces are.
I don't feel like I'm a pawn up, and I'm not enjoying.
Your pieces are on extremely strange squares now, right? Like
I don't.
It's white who has to be careful.
Right.
I really feel like that. Yeah. I mean, the engine isn't worried at all. It says I will play h3. I'm completely fine. I mean, it says it's equal.
Rook d2.
Rook d2, king f1. It doesn't. It's really unbothered. But yeah, I mean.
It is strange.
Subjectively, I think I would look for a way to equalize here with white, even though maybe there's no real reason to panic.
Thank you, Peter. We reached that time in our broadcast where we get ready for our first break. And before we go on our break, we love to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and find out what their specials are today. Well, take a look. We have an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. And it is available at qboutiquestl.com. And for all your chess shopping needs, in fact, check out our store.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with the number 5 in the world, Fabiano Caruana. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, Fabiano, to Bucharest. In the previous 2 years, you managed to win these events. So tell a little bit about it and how did it go for you?
Yeah, I think, even though I won the last 2 years, last year was so difficult and ended on like a really bittersweet note. I mean, I lost the classical game in the last round, but then the rapid ended very well for me and I won. And then you're not too upset when you win a tournament, but you're also thinking, why couldn't I have just made my life easier and not lost the game in the first place? And the year before, I was very happy, and the whole Grand Chess Tour the year before that was great for me. I mean, everything went pretty much perfectly. So I'm hoping that I can also continue my success, but I think that +1 will not suffice this year. That would be my bet. Like last year, +1, I think it was very rare that actually managed to win the tournament. So I'll probably have to play better if I want to try to fight for the first place.
Yeah, and it's your first tournament in this season Grand Chess Tour, and how do you approach it? What are your goals, let's say, and like hopes?
Yeah, it's still a bit early in terms of like what you want to aim for, because many players haven't played any event, and we've only had the one event so far, which was dominated by one player who's not even participating in the entire Grand Chess Tour. So we have some information on how some players are doing, like Prague and Maxime had a pretty good event, even though they weren't able to win. And maybe they're hoping to build on that. But for the rest of us, it's still like a blank slate, and I will, of course, try to fight for the first place.
After playing so many freestyle chess events, like, are you happy to have the classical set of the pieces now in Bucharest?
Well, I enjoy both. I maybe would prefer to start on some rapid and blitz first to get warmed up. Going straight into classical, sometimes you can have a violent start. You know, last time it was violent in my favor because I played this game against Alireza where he was much better at the opening, more or less winning, and then somehow I managed to win the game. And that kind of decided our fate in the tournament because he had a great rest of the tournament and I didn't, but still we shared the first place and I won in the tiebreak. So that first game was super important for both of us. And also in the Sinquefield Cup, it was the same thing, but the opposite. So, I had this classical game against him. I was much better. I lost. It was exactly the same story, but reversed. And then that was one of the main reasons that he won the tournament. I got second place behind him, one half point behind. So this kind of first game can be very meaningful.
Yes, exactly. And before you said also about how many points you need to win this event. And I was wondering if it's still possible these days in classical chess to show this kind of domination as you showed in 2014, winning so many games in one tournament. It seems like not the story these days.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, if ever. I mean, at least in these very stable fields where everyone is kind of a contender. If you have a mixed field, then sometimes it happens. You have one player who's really dominating. We kind of saw it with Magnus in his last event, although it's, of course, a different story. It's not the usual standard setup where I think things are a bit more stable and people play more solidly. But we don't see that too often. So I used to have some performances like that every once in a while, like Sinquefield Cup or the event in Paikidze in 2020, I scored +7. But it hasn't happened for many years. Now it's +3, you just win, or you just win an event with +3. I think the last time I scored +3 was the Sinquefield Cup in 2023. And I was super happy with that performance. I beat Wesley,
last round, yes.
Richard in the last round, Wesley, and I think Alireza, with black, and that was enough for clear first. And also Alireza in the Sinquefield Cup last year, +3, enough for clear first. So that's usually my kind of the eye is towards +3, and that's going to win you the tournament. And if it doesn't, then that's just bad luck.
You've been in the Grand Chess Tour from the very beginning. You said you played all of them, and I was wondering, it was changing over the years. And how do you feel you have changed over the years together with Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, my chess has definitely changed. I think all the players have changed, and we also see a slightly different field. The first time in 2015, the events were also different. There was a lot of different locations. We played in Norway. We played it in Belgium and we played in France. And 2015, a lot of the guys who I used to compete with very, very often, slightly older generation, like Vachier-Lagrave, Vladimir Kramnik, Veselin Topalov, those guys are not very active these days. I mean, Veselin did play in the last one, so he had a small comeback. But those guys that I've played so many times, and of course they're legends of the game, all of them world champions, I don't really play against them too often. So a lot of the players have changed. But I do feel like my chess has definitely changed. I was one of the youngest players back then. Now I'm, okay, maybe not one of the oldest, but I'm one of the perhaps older guys in the tournament. Thankfully, I've not been the oldest yet in any tournament I've ever played in. So I'm waiting for that day, but it hasn't come yet.
Yeah, and I was wondering who was the toughest opponent for you all these years playing in Grand Chess Tour, starting from the beginning?
I mean, the normal answer is Magnus, but everyone has been tough. And especially in Rapid and Blitz, I very often found it difficult to play against Wesley. And at some point, I think I managed to get a bit more of in the last few years, upper hand against him, because he was a difficult opponent for me for quite a long period of time. And also, Anish was a difficult opponent for me for a long time. These were very solid guys. And then more recently, I won a game against him and managed to get a small measure of revenge, which felt very nice.
Yeah. Are you happy that Anish is not playing this year? I mean, especially remembering the stories from the past.
No, not really. It also became so familiar to play alongside him. I mean, we're very close in age. I'm a bit older, but for so many years, it became very normal to play alongside him. So I just remember playing against him in every Bucharest Superbet Chess Classic. So this is I think the first time that I won't be playing against him here.
Yeah, and my last question, do you have some places, coming so many times to Romania, do you have some places you would like to visit again? Some special food you like?
I'll probably visit the Old Town again. I thought it was very nice. It's a charming area. Besides that, I don't have too many plans. Most of my plans are connected to chess, and we only have one rest day, so there's not so much sightseeing you can do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fabi, and all the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round one. Let's take a look at our current pairings. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja playing MVL, Wesley against Bogdan-Daniel, Levon facing Nodirbek, and Gukesh against Pragg.
All great matchups, and as you said, we're just into the opening first round. I wanted to take a look at the game of Wesley and Bogdan. When we left it, you were actually saying that I love the two bishops for white, everything else about the position I like for black. We'd seen this move f7, f6, castles, queen d7, and this move, a5, I think this is very nicely timed by black. It's not comfortable. You can't play a3. You can't play b5. You don't want to play bishop
I'm
to
not
d2.
entirely sold on this, but
okay,
yeah,
because
I think maybe it makes white's life slightly easier because now we can play for some kind of bishop d2, a4, a5, or alternatively I can do similar things by going knight d2, knight b3, and then a4, a5. But it's entirely playable. My bigger issue was I thought, and Bogdan sort of very consciously, he began by playing queen bishop b6 and queen d7 prior to anything.
Right.
And I thought it seemed very logical to just
play bishop
get
h3.
it to its logical conclusion, play bishop h3, we want to take on g2, we want to play d6, d5. In those types of positions, yes, white probably plays e2, e4 here, because this is a kind of a very normal reaction once these bishops comes off the board. But even leaving aside the fact that you can, if you want, play c6, c5 and try to get this knight to c6, or if white plays b5, then we do this, we put the knight on d7 and we play for the f6, f5 break. Even if you play sort of naive chess here and you play d6, d5, although the engine thinks white with a4, b5 and bishop a3 might actually have a pull. But a5, returning to the conversation we had about the Alireza game, it feels like Bogdan is doing a little bit of everything here.
Right. Maybe
I'm not sure black needs to play on the queen side. I thought queen side is kind of white's preserve. But on the other hand, breaking the structure is pretty much always useful. The question you probably have to ask is whether this pawn sacrifice is anything. But I think we can take. I don't see any immediate refutation. Yes, you can play knight g2, but it will come back. Yeah. I want to play knight bc6, I want to play d6, d5. I mean, I can definitely make an argument for this being playable for white. Right. We have two very nice looking bishops. We have a bit of a target on d6, like if you once again, naive chess probably leads to some trouble.
Right.
Yeah, it's still okay for black, but you see the outlines of some initiative
where
for
it
white here, right?
Starts going wrong, yeah.
So I guess after bishop a3 you can pen it in on d2 by playing d6, d5, and once again I want to play knight c6, I want to play castles. If you play knight b3, I will pretty much always play b7, b6 because allowing knight c5 is unattractive. It could actually become very interesting. It could become a very sharp game depending on what Wesley opts for.
Wesley is one of the most solid players on the tour, and he's not notorious, that's wrong, but he's known for his solidity. He doesn't lose many games. When he gets some wins, he's a hard man to beat. Yeah. Lots of draws. We prepared our audience, some openings and the drawish tendencies. Explain
there we have
what they're about to see.
This is a, once again, on the topic of nerding out.
Yes, let's nerd out.
This is a very nerdy graphic. This is a draw percentage in specific, not even specific openings, in specific variations inside some openings. And the record breaker there on the far left is the Rogozin, which
the most number of draws percentage-wise occur in that specific.
Almost no decisive games. Their second best is specifically Queen C2 Nimzo Indian. This is not any Queen Nimzo Indian, it's the classical Queen C2 Nimzo Indian. Then we get the QGA, the Queen's Gambit Accepted, which is probably not a surprise, all the way down to the classical Catalan on the far right, but the draw percentage, not a shocker. Right. In these solid openings, and these are all very solid openings, you will get high draw percentages.
So if I'm the audience member and I'm looking at this, I go, okay, whenever I play a top grandmaster like yourself, Peter, I'm going to play the Rogozin and the Nimzo Indian. I'm going to make a draw with you.
Well, first of all, this very much depends on me playing 1d4. And you will note that we have, 10 openings here?
Right.
Only one of them is a 1e4 opening, and that's the one in the middle on 75%. There's a Taimanov as well, sorry.
Sicilian and the Rui Lopez.
Taimanov actually is a bit surprising to me.
Yeah, me
because
too.
That is not, and B45 I think is the 4 knights. This is those very long lines after knight takes c6. But the Berlin there on 75%, slap bang in the middle, is not a shocker.
No.
But these are mostly closed openings. These are not 1e4s, and all the 1e4s we will see in the second graphic, which is much more heartwarming.
Yeah, let's say the most decisive openings.
Okay, so now we've gotten the draws out of the way. We're going to go for the most. I want action.
Yeah, and these are not decisive games. These are draw rates. So these are all openings in which decisive games far outweigh the draws. And the most decisive opening is sidelines of the French, not even the main French. C000 is sidelines of the French, with only 7% of draws. French advance 15, Reti on 16, some close Sicilians there on 18.
There's very few d4s here.
Yeah, and there's d4s only at the far right of your screen, where King's Indian makes an appearance on 21.4, which means that almost 80% of the games are decisive in the King's Indian. And a specific subline of the Queen's Gambit declined is on 23. So today should be a good day, because we do have some e4 games.
We have the French.
Yeah, we have the French. And even the games that we have that are starting with d4, they led to some very unbalanced positions. In particular, I think we should at some point get back to the Prague game, because that one is... But we have Cristian from Budapest with some local news.
And I think you guys hit the nail on its head. It is becoming quite a critical moment right now in a lot of the games. And I do want to mention this one specifically, the one between Alireza and MVL, and the one that you just mentioned as well, the Battle of the Indians, Gukesh versus Praggnanandhaa. And I'm sure you will give us a lot of insights because you know Prague so well, Peter. But let's start with this one. After this move, Rook to E1, I feel right now it's decision time for Black, for MVL, because if you don't play d4, now my rook is not on f1. I'm ready to play d4 as white. So for example, if you try to continue with the simple moves, rook f to d8 or rook a to c8, I feel I'm ready to go this move, d4, close the position then, and then just transfer my knight, knight to d2, knight to f1, maybe knight h2, knight to g4, go on the other side and launch my attack on the king side. If Black wants to combat that, well, he should probably think about moves such as d4, but this is such a difficult decision. I understand you're opening up the bishop on b7, you're getting a nice position, but you're also softening up those very critical squares, e4 in the center as well as c4. So for example, I can try ideas of knight to a3, jump with the knight on c4, and then you have to assess all of the positions that are going to come after. Let's say you play rook to c8, knight to c4. I'm going to land the knight on d6, and that's going to force your hand. You're going to have to give the bishop on e7, accept that trade, allow that pawn on d6, and then you will have to assess all of those very different positions than what we have right now. So it's a critical moment in this game, and Alireza, I'm feeling that he's putting a lot of pressure on his countryman in this one. And of course, I want to say this is probably just as critical, this game between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, because after this move, bishop to d3, it does seem like Gukesh, well, he's putting some pressure on the king side. You cannot allow me to go rook to e1, maybe even knight to e4 to start looking at that square h7. So what you have to do, it seems to be bishop to g4. Start looking at potentially transferring this bishop to g6 to defend the king's side and take control of that critical square e4 in the center before you get the knight out via knight bd7. It's a very critical position. I have to say the tension in the playing hall is quite high as well. And the game, well, of the defending champion, back-to-back defending champion, Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, surprised Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and that one seems to be petering out into a draw, but definitely still Fabi with a little bit of pressure. Definitely a success of the opening for the young American. That's it for the moment from Bucharest. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian. Delighted to hear about the young American Fabiano, because when I see Gukesh at 18,
I was about to say for a given value of young, well, not for us, for us to judge.
No. As wily old veterans, he was mentioning the game of the world champion Gukesh, bishop d3, and he's saying
very interesting position.
Careful, knight e4, go, Peter.
Yeah, I think specifically allowing queen h4 is very dangerous. Just to see how bad it is, I asked my screen what it thinks about b5, queen h4, and it said, yeah, that should not be played. It really is now, after c4, simply bishop c2, and then ideas of knight g5, of maybe knight e4 in some positions. even g4, g5, maybe in some positions.
I'm not signing up.
Yeah, this is not fast enough.
No.
You do have to play bishop g4, and I want to... we figured something out in the break, and it turned out to be correct.
Really?
If you play h3, black should take on f3, and the position is actually very, very playable for black. The line we were discussing in the studio while the break was in progress was this line after b7, b5, and we were wondering if bishop h7 works. And yes, it does. Wow. Obviously, you cannot take, well, you can, but this is bad.
Right, that's a problem.
As is quite obviously, king takes h7, hg, and you're completely lost.
Check.
Our question was, can't you play queen h8?
King h8, yeah.
Yeah, this works. This is actually very strong, because you have more pieces coming into the attack, and this setup with the king on h8 and with the bishop on h7 and rook on h1 still, you know, creating threats. I don't quite know how we're supposed to give mate here.
And we are down, d7.
Yeah, and we are down some material. Let's say after knight d7, it plays it very, very slowly. It just does, well, not very slowly, but it does something like this. No, not king b1 actually. It's very important to play knight fd2 here, because otherwise g7, g6 would attack the knight on e4. But now your knight on d7 is hanging. I suspect g2, g3 is a massive threat. And this is just very, very dangerous for black.
Double on h5, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a very strong attack with quiet moves.
I always have perpetual, so I'm not risking anything.
Well, once they play rook fd8, you know.
Now I'm risking.
Yeah, you no longer have a perpetual, but we can just do something like this, or well, not this, but maybe slightly more restrained. Yeah, with rook dh1 coming, and yeah, this is ill-advised for black. After h3, though, as I mentioned, you can and should do something like this. And once you've established, we are probably playing g7, g6 once any rook appears on the g file.
Right.
And then we do have our own counterplay on the queen side. So my guess is the best move in reply is knight e4, to which you absolutely should give this check. And now, yes, you have knight ed2, but that kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, defeats the purpose. So king b1, and now the choice is between this, which leads to a much more full-blooded game where absolutely you can see white still launching some kind of an attack on the king side, but structurally black is extremely healthy. And my temptation would be to pick black here because it feels like this is such a dream position to get out of the opening. It's sharp. It seems like you're okay. The temptation to start playing for a win, I think, is quite strong. Or a more restrained choice for black would be to take on e4 and then start swapping down. With bishop f5, let's say rook h1, knight d7, and eventually I want to start trading pieces. Maybe I will throw in rook f8 somewhere. This equalizes, but I think it leads to positions which are much harder to play for a win for black. So a choice once we get there. So far, I think Pragg hasn't played bishop g4 even. He's still thinking after bishop d3, which is really the first important choice in the game.
Oh, I think we have
he played knight d7.
He allowed queen h4.
Yeah, that's better than b5, but still not that
ideal.
Not ideal, no.
I saw that the engines like rook h1, e1, but here queen h4 looks very tempting.
Queen h4 as well.
Because I don't think you're doing g7, g6 like you did a moment ago.
No, it does something very strange here. It goes c5, c4 on my screen, yeah. I don't
say what?
Yeah.
Didn't we just come from there?
Well, it badly needs a square for the knight on d7 to do something. So the point being, if you take on c4 with anything, and the engine actually says bishop c2 is the strongest move, just ignoring it for now. Let's say if you do this, there's no mating attack on the queen side, but we do get the square on c5, which allows us to win some tempi, and then we want to play b5, b4, and launch some sort of a push on the queen side. But yeah, knight d7, I wonder what he disliked about bishop g4, because I think bishop g4 was a more natural, so not just stronger, but I felt it was very, very natural to try to develop what normally is your worst piece on the board.
If you don't mind, knight d7, queen h4.
Hang on. Wait.
Oh, sorry. Are we
I think mine hasn't uploaded yet. The last moves.
What I do have...
he's gone b5, queen h4, knight d7, actually.
b5.
No, this is trouble.
What was the move?
This is actually the position, and I think it is...
b5, queen
this is
h4,
trouble, because after knight g5, h6, knight g4, your blockade gets removed, and the pawn gets to d6, and
So Gukesh is already actually much better.
Yeah.
Sorry, h6, knight
g4.
e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4. Yeah?
Yeah. And yeah, this is extremely dangerous now for black. Including knight e4, knight e4 is probably wrong because this is by far the best square for the white knight. So
queen
b8, I guess, or queen b6.
Yeah.
Or one of those two squares. I guess queen b6 is a much more human move, but rook h1 is strong here. g4 is very playable. The machine keeps on including bishop c2 because it suspects that c5, c4 is coming anyway. All of these moves. It's not absolutely a disaster for black, but compared to the positions we were discussing, a position like this, I think it's very easy to see why you should probably prefer the ones we had on the screen earlier.
White's getting an attack for free.
Yeah, well, you still have some counterplay here. You can play b4 and then perhaps queen d8, and maybe your counterplay in the center on d5 might be hanging. You're also trying to get the queens off the board by trading on e4, but...
I like queen g3 and just h4, g5, right?
Yeah.
And also, kind of sadly,
no,
you can even make a very understandable claim that
take the pawn.
This is maybe a bit worse. Although you probably do make a draw of the bishop f3.
Whoa.
So I like your suggestion of just not there.
Yeah, just queen g3.
Just queen g3 and play on, because you have threats, and this counterplay still doesn't feel like it's fast enough.
Right.
So if you continue the line like this, these are, I kind of threw something together very quickly. Maybe we could improve along the way. Like the one I have on my screen right now is probably playable for black. It's not as bad as I suspected when we began discussing it, but yeah, this is not a choice, I think, that is really particularly great. Yeah, I like bishop g4 much more.
And they're close on the clock as well. Remember, in the beginning, Gukesh was really down. Now it's only less than 10-minute difference. They're both around 50 minutes.
Nice. We'll keep a close, watchful eye on this one. We just wanted to say that the game between Duda and Fabi is really petering out at this point. I mean, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2.
So is Levon and Nodirbek. They are also in a very equal endgame, if you want to show it.
Sure. When we had left that was like one of those very typical Queen's Gambit accepted positions of 4 versus 4 on the king side, 2 versus 2 on the queen side, and the players have got this. This is what I mean when I say 4 versus 4. 4 pawns for white, 4 pawns for black.
On the same
very nice. I mean, if you shift the knight over to d5, it really looks like we have a symmetrical position. Is this Levon playing for saying, look, I respect your middle game ability really a lot. I'd like to see how the young man does in an endgame, or does he?
He's playing on very, very narrow margins here.
Right.
F4 currently runs into knight g4. If I play h3, but I guess if I play h3, you play g5, right? Because if you imagine me shifting this knight away from e5, maybe something can happen.
Yeah, if white gets rook c7 or knight c6, there might be something. Yeah.
Well, my first question then is, why don't I play rook to c7?
Really don't know. Maybe g5 anyway.
Okay.
Rook a7.
Okay, because obviously the desired rook d7 is an awkward answer, and you're saying you have knight c6, yeah?
Yep.
I was hoping to make knight c6 work.
If you go rook a4, I have e5, right?
Oh. My threats are much stronger than I suspected. I honestly did not see that. Yeah.
That is a very
So you have to play rook c7, I guess.
And then,
but then it's just a draw.
Just a draw. So after g5, excuse me, g5, I have another question for you. h4.
h6.
Ah, but now I don't have the back rank knight.
Yeah, now we gave up on a7 for that.
These young whippersnappers.
And he did play rook c7, so we'll see what Nodirbek thinks about this.
Right, because g5, if after h4 you capture, then, well, I've managed to sneak in.
So what's wrong if black just plays a5? Do you play rook b7?
From the current position, he has, by the way, played g5. You just asked the question, after a5. No, I was thinking I would now play king f1, king e2, and in my mind's eye, I have a path. If we ever trade rooks, right, we get into a knight ending.
True.
So it feels a little comfy. g5 on the board. Again,
I think I have maybe not one, but even two potential solutions to g5, h4.
Please.
We can take, right?
First off, I can take rook a7, rook c8, I thought. So rook a7, I'm not sure if it's any good at all, because after rook c8, it suddenly becomes a bit awkward. I want to, like, knight g4, rook c1, in some order.
Yes.
But also, even more directly, maybe I can meet h4 with knight g4.
Oh,
and e5 threat again.
And
yeah, but then maybe king f1 is strong, though. King f1, and maybe this is not fast enough.
A recurring, but you did mention that king f1 kind of sidesteps, reintroduces rook c. Maybe on a good day, king e2, knight c6.
I don't love the knight on g4. If it's not checkmating, it feels like it's out of the game.
But you did make a good case here. Takes. I don't see anything better than captures. Again, you were mentioning f4, knight g4. That's not exactly a dream scenario.
I mean, you can play king f1, but then it's unclear why you gave me a pawn for nothing. So.
Exactly. Rook c8. Now, I really can't exploit this. I find that hard to believe. So I play f3. I take your threats of knight g4 seriously. Are you playing rook c1 check?
On king f2, I didn't have a follow-up.
I thought maybe knight d3, knight f2 in some way, but...
Knight d3...
But king h... Yeah. No, maybe throw in the check.
Sorry, what moment, Peter?
Rook c1?
Immediately. Rook c1, king e2, king f2.
Oh, you wanted to go by f2?
Yes.
Okay. Can I queen the h pawn somehow? Probably not. No, not that one.
I mean, you could try rook h1, h3, but...
No, I wanted to go knight d3, rook g1 and claim this as a queen, but it's not.
Yeah.
Knight d3, rook g1.
Yeah, it's a little bit too fancy. There's no way this is... Rook c7, rook c1 comes quick enough.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's the only... No, rook a5, rook h5 as well. No, this is way too fancy.
There's no rook a5.
There's no rook a5, but there is rook a4, rook a3, rook h4.
It's close.
It's close. I mean, the h pawn nearly made it to coronation. Nice.
Yeah, Levon did not play h4 though. He's already played king f1.
King f1, very reasonable. And again, I think it was Vladimir in Poland who was playing what I thought was very quiet endings, but was winning them.
Yeah, time trouble helped though.
Yes, of course. And classical chess, you don't get the time troubles. But here, again, very, very much, and I remember talking with Victor Korchnoi about this very specifically, and we were getting these positions, and he said, you know, Yasser, it's the strangest thing. The C file is better than the D file. Go, what? You've got an open D file for your rook. I've got an open C file for my rook. And the idea is that the king can often cover the business squares along the D file, and your king on G8 doesn't stop me from playing rook C7. So even in this position, for example, if you play a move like this, and I go here, and you go here, your king is there, my king is here, where I'm covering the business squares, meaning D3,
My
D2.
rook is free to roam the C file.
Exactly. Not that it's instant threat, but b4, b5, you can imagine that I get knight c6.
It keeps a little bit of an advantage.
It's something. It's something. By the way, we do have the move a6 by Nodirbek just now.
He wants to play b5?
No, I think he wants the rook away from the c file mainly, and then decide on the structure. But rook b7, b5, I'm beginning to dislike, honestly. I'm beginning to wonder if he is doing this. Maybe
I just wanted to ask you too, Peter. Imagining king e2, this is very, very unlikely to happen. But imagine I got this. This is not comfy.
Oof.
This is not comfy.
This is very, very oof, yeah.
You know,
I want to play rook b8.
yeah, who wants to play rook b8 and seize the defensive? I will get an a4, b4, and the king is a little bit still there. Well, I mean, you know, these old foxes, Levon.
He will torture him for a while.
Yeah, I remember Anatoly Karpov. You didn't want to have that guy in a clearly better ending against you. Peter, what have you got for us?
Developments everywhere. I want to start perhaps with the all-French affair.
Okay.
Where MVL, after e5,
went
knight
rook
h7,
e8.
Yeah, MVL kind of telegraphed what he's going to do and then did it. He plays queen d7. Rook e1, rook a8, knight bd2, and as promised, I mean, rook a8 is pretty much only played with the intention of moving the f-pawn, so he did play f5, en passant, bishop takes f6, bishop h3. e6 is hanging, so you either step out of the way, you can maybe imagine some move like queen d8 being playable, because bishop takes e6, king h8, you've kind of pinned your pieces a little bit, and g7, g5 is coming. So my guess is white pretty much always goes knight e5 anyway. White is less interested in winning the pawn on e6, as in putting pressure on it and perhaps, you know, giving some work to the bishop on h3. It wasn't really doing very much on g2.
Mm-hmm.
Or alternatively, you can play something like bishop c8, to which white's response is going to be a standard one. It's not very pleasant for black. I'm not entirely sure why MVL felt he absolutely needed to bail this much, although, as I think Cristian, and I apologize for calling Bucharest Budapest in the previous segment, by the way, as Cristian was saying, you probably should go for these types of positions, but they are, I think people are understandably reluctant to give this knight both the c4 and the e4 square. This is not what people do very easily, but you do develop counterplay. You immediately get some targets in the center. And with the knight on h7, you're going to get married.
Mated.
Yeah, mated.
Marinated, very...
Exactly, yeah. Let's, this is a very unclear position. And honestly, I think this would have been much more up MVL street. This is sharp. If you want to play 5, you can play 5 now that, you know, you have a bishop that has operating freedom on the long diagonal. So a little bit surprised that he felt he absolutely needed to go for this very early f5 break. And he might have to suffer unless he wants to play something like g5 straight away, hg, I don't know, hg, bishop e5, perhaps something like queen g7, my screen says. Which does become very sharp, because we are now introducing the idea of g5, g4, shifting the entire blockading setup from the best squares. But yeah, this is very much fraught with danger for black. This is not comfortable at all. Might be okay eventually, but not comfortable at all. And the big development in the old, not old, but all Indian game, where knight g5 was not played. Gukesh preferred rook he1, and now after c4, knight, bishop c2, knight c5, which is really the only way to play, but also the only way you will play seemingly, because what else are you supposed to do in this position? Your pieces don't really have very many squares. You can go bishop b7, but continuing to flirt with knight g5 feels strange. And also, I think importantly, the reason we're doing this is I suspect we're supposed to play knight d3 check here, and yes, the screen confirms it. We don't really care about this pawn as much as we do care about removing the bishop from c2, putting ours on f5, opening the c file for counterplay.
Right.
This is, I mean,
a dream.
White does have this option which secures the important diagonals, and white is probably, yeah, actually, no. This is wait. Okay, nobody does this, yeah. King d1 apparently is a touch better for white, but not a single person on planet Earth is ever going to go for this position with the white pieces. So yeah, this gives black a very important tempo to get the knight over to d3. I think the difference between rook e1 and knight g5 is specifically that you can do this instantly with black, and it relieves a lot of pressure you were under.
Thank you, Peter. Nazi, I'm looking at the game between Alireza and MVL, and all French matchup. It's a French defense.
Started as Sicilian, but
and it became an en passant. You know? I mean, you got every French motif. What's left on guard? You know, Bishop H3, and that was a really shocking line.
He did play G5. It's on the board.
I think it's almost forced because otherwise, it's play on one goal. It feels like, you know, who puts their bishop back on C8 here? You know, that just feels wrong. But I wanted to say G5, takes.
Bishop E5.
Bishop E5. That line that Peter was showing, what did you think of that? That's just, I mean, I feel like white is the one who is dictating, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so if I take bishop f6, are you taking with the rook? Otherwise, I take the pawn, right?
Well, there you go. If I do,
sacrificing the pawn.
Well, Peter was saying I kind of gummied myself up walking into.
But here I have the H file. There's
right. Yes.
I want to play King G2 so badly.
I know. So,
but I am also walking into the
diagonal. And there is the potential of knight to d8 when that diagonal would get opened up, right? So, and then the other question you just posed as well is, what if I did defend the pawn by recapturing with the rook?
Knight h2 is very annoying here. Just knight h2, getting it over to g4. g4 is such a perfect square for this knight.
And sidestepping at the same time, g5.
And the other one might go to f3 so that we reestablish control over the e5 square. The engine does sacrifice that pawn that you were discussing just a moment ago with knight f6 and king h8. I guess queen f1 is the strongest here, because if you play king g2, just briefly, if you play king g2, rook h1 check looks like a deadly threat, but it actually isn't. You can play bishop c8, rook h1, knight h7.
Yeah.
And the pin is going to cost you a bit. This is playable for black. In fact, might even be good for black. But you can unpin yourself immediately with queen f1.
Looks right.
And
kind
now,
of ambitiously.
Machine goes queen h6, but once you have to start making moves like queen g7, h6, my belief in this sacrifice kind of wanes,
Yeah.
It's so slow.
Yeah, I thought black wanted to play g4 here after queen f1. But
so you're suggesting rook takes f6?
It's still stronger than rook f6. It really dislikes rook f6, knight h2. It still says you're supposed to sacrifice this pawn and go for it.
By the way, we do have bishop e5 on the board. Queen g7 only move, Peter?
You know, pretty much.
That was what I was waiting for. You know? He was still hesitating, but pretty much.
It's because it doesn't like it. My hesitation was to do with the fact that it says queen g7 is stronger than everything else, but it's kind of bad for black.
Right. Why aren't we taking the two bishops? Why aren't we including knight e5, queen g7?
I mean, it even throws in a5, a6 and says you're kind of worse everywhere.
Worse.
You really don't have any play on the king side to speak of. Your knight on h7 is a bit of an abomination before God. But we have some more reports from Bucharest, so let's check in with Cristian.
Well, guys, one of the big surprises for me in this first round was Levon Aronian. And I'm not talking about necessarily the game, but the style of play that he's been employing in this one. We know Levon as being one of the more creative players. In this game, he chose a completely different strategy. He pretty much liquidated a lot of the pieces on the board, and he's just trying to squeeze this very minimal advantage in the endgame. And I have to say, this must be the influence of what I do believe is his new second, or perhaps somebody that he has worked with only recently, and that is Grandmaster Aram Hakobian from Armenia as well. He was a student at Webster University in the United States. I'm sure they spent some time together in St. Louis and probably prepared this type of positions. And this is what I mean by influence. I'm sure Aram has been looking at this type of endgames for a very long time. And when they started working together, he proposed this type of plan, this type of strategy that Levon would employ in this game. And right now, maybe not the last move, knight to c6, which seems to be simplifying the position quite a lot. But if he wouldn't have played that, if he would have stayed put with, let's say, king to e2, just slowly improve the position instead of exchanging the knights, well, maybe he could have squeezed an advantage in this game. Right now, still some pressure on Nodirbek, but once again, what surprised me was the strategy that Levon Aronian employed in this game one. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. That's exactly our thoughts as well, that Levon was just going deeper, deeper, deeper. Just let's play an ending. Let's take all of the exciting tactics out of the position. Back over to you, Peter, because we do have Queen G7 on the board.
We do, yeah. All of this happened, and if white doesn't accept the pawn sacrifice...
For example, Bishop G4.
Yeah, Bishop G4 is very logical, but now we can... Once again, the biggest problem isn't really the fight for the two bishops, it's the knight on H7. So trading the bishops this way to have knight F6 on tap is very, very important. And this gets to be quite playable for black. It feels to me that you do develop some counterplay if you have to continue jumping around.
Help me here. I take the pawn on E6 check. Knight takes. Bishop takes.
We have the intermezzo.
The intermezzo.
This is still playable for white, of course, but rook E6 runs into Bishop D7. If you play knight F3, you have to contend with the engine just goes E6, E5.
What about D4, just to not let black play E5?
Yeah, hoping
D4
to play
we
rook
take,
E5.
now we try not to allow knight F3 at all. And we also do want to push E6, E5. What we're doing with the king on G8 and no pawns in front of it might look a bit odd.
Right.
But it is bishop against knight, and if we manage to actually free our position up significantly while still preventing this from happening, it might be okay. Here I think the engine F3, we might have to play E5 very soon, but once we do, it kind of stops worrying. It says, yes, this is not very safe, but neither is this. And we finally enjoy a position in which you can start believing the bishop is better than the knight, you know. Things are opening up more and more. So yeah, I think it's critical to accept the pawn sacrifice here. I mean, you could be tempted to play something like Bishop G2. I think Bishop G2 currently is stronger than Bishop G4, probably because knight F6 doesn't hit with a temper.
Okay.
And play becomes very abstract because the main move on my screen currently is A7, A5, which I do not believe is playable, simply because it will not occur to you to switch to the queen side here. But I guess there is some point in stopping A4, A5, because we've seen some positions, like in these types of positions in particular, allowing A4, A5 might be very, very annoying, because if black has to start thinking about the queen side as well, he will not enjoy this in the slightest.
Robert Hübner would say too deep.
Yeah, but even if you play G4, takes, knight H4, let's say queen G5, this is not that bad. Yeah, Levon apparently is on his way to making a draw, so let's switch to that.
Well, the crazy part is, just at the time that he was building up, as Cristian was saying, such a nice advantage, he just immediately played knight C6. You recall King E2, the inclusion of King E2, King G7, knight C6, I thought was serious. That would be, but it was the knight C6. It was too soon. It was mistimed. And this allowed...
I have a feeling, I think he blundered rook b1. I really think he blundered rook b1. Because he thought rook a1, a4, and he's winning a pawn.
Sure. And why not?
Yeah, but rook b1 immediately simplifies into the type of a position we see on our screen where the game will end in a moment. And yeah, knight c6 was not necessary.
Right. And they'll figure out a 3-move repetition and a handshake. But the strategy of just going down and playing a simplified endgame position, rook and knight versus rook and knight, was paying dividends until the bad move knight c6. You're right. He missed rook b1.
Yeah,
it was just a blind spot.
He was not trying to draw that position.
No.
He was clearly the only side playing for a win there.
And look at
he was even pointing to the b1 square. Yeah, it was very clear what happened there.
Yeah. Shall I translate? The hand-to-brain signal as he...
Yeah, it's an easy move to miss rook b check and then rook b1, because rook a1 is what comes to mind.
It is, and again, I'll just bring that, because exactly at this position, you picture in your mind, okay, if b5 takes, if rook b8, king e2, I'm better.
Look at rook d2, you're happy with a4.
Yes, rook d2, I go a4, and I'm winning a pawn. And of course, you look at rook check, king e2, and you go, okay, the rook is hanging. You'll go after my pawn, but I'm not going to take your pawn. I'm going to play a4. And then when you play b5, I'm going to be a pawn up, and let's hope I can win. No. Rook b1. Very, very nice move. Easy to move.
Forces a draw.
And we get the ending position.
Should go back
Please.
to Gukesh and Pragg. There have been some developments as well. So after rook e1, Pragg played h6.
Yeah, he did not play c4. He played a move which would be quite good if not for specifically the reply that Gukesh has now played onto the board just a moment ago. Yeah,
Knight
and
d2.
This now transposes to the positions we were discussing in the lines after
with knight g5.
Yeah. So rook e1 gave Pragg an out, basically gave Pragg a way not to play these positions.
c4.
And he didn't take it, and now once again we're absolutely back to the same territory where queen b6, bishop c2. We had this on the board.
Right.
It's not, I think it's potentially not as bad as
feared.
You fear, but yeah, these positions are massively dangerous.
H6 pawn is a hook, right?
Yeah.
Before d5 comes in with tempi and.
If you're a computer, you might hold a position like this, or you might not. I don't know. This is not very deep. This is depth 18. We can't really trust what it says explicitly, but as a human player, you know this is very dangerous. You know you're in trouble. The question is how much trouble you're in.
Right.
I think having gotten a chance to kind of bail with c4, knight c5, he probably should have taken it. Knight d2 by far the best move in the position. So Gukesh, after letting a bit of his advantage slip with rook h1, is back on form by finding knight d2.
Looks very confident drinking the water and be like, I'm very happy with this last move, knight
right,
d2.
Knight d2. Yeah.
I can't remember. There was this discussion about drinking of the water as a signal that you're completely fine with how things are going. I can't remember who it was in connection with. It was definitely a chess discussion at the top level.
Right.
Where somebody had this as a tell, that once he reaches for the bottle of water, you know you're in trouble.
Right. There was one particular opponent for me, Boris Gelfand. He would bring a thermos of tea, this very, very large thermos. And, periodically, he'd go for the tea. And you were thinking to yourself, well, he's needing the tea now. Is it because it's a critical position? Does he feel like he's got the advantage? And you were looking for these tells. Obviously, in this position, after the move knight d2 from Gukesh, he's clearly preparing to play knight e4 to try to bounce this queen away.
His next moves are pretty
easy to play,
yeah.
right? Easy to play. You want to play knight d2. You want to force the queen away from d6 on a good day. You want to play g4.
This is the sharpest position we have in this round, and probably the one that will be in big time trouble because we're on move 16 only, and Gukesh is at minute 37. And Pragg also catching up, only 43 minutes left.
Right.
So they will definitely end up in time trouble.
We do have a second time control. Once the players reach move 40, they will get an added 30 minutes to their clock. A game I wanted to pick up on, and that's Deac and Wesley So. A little controversy early. Was a7, a5 good? Was it necessary? It damages the pawn structure a little bit, but on the other hand, White has the two bishops. It opens up the position a little bit, and maybe on a good day, White starts to think, look, there is a pawn on b7 that I can attack. And Wesley went for it right away with rook b1, queen d2, and saying, okay, defend your pawn.
Well, maybe Black wants to trade b7 for a2 and not defend b7.
Something like castles, for example. Let's just pause our analysis and toss it to Bucharest as Cristian is with Levon.
First result of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic is in. It's a draw between Levon Aronian and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Levon, you sort of surprised us with your style of play. We know you as such a creative player. In this one, you took a completely different approach. Tell us a bit about this one.
Well, I mean, most of chess amateurs and people who watch chess are familiar with me playing badly in the first round with blundering things. So I used to be in denial at first. Then I had the moments of when I was angry about it and I was trying to change it. Now I am on the stage of acceptance, you know, so I try not to expose myself to huge risks in the first round.
Is there somebody influencing this type of thoughts and this type of, you know, change of pace?
Mostly
in your
myself.
mindset?
Mostly myself.
Yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
But with all of this, suddenly I got a slightly better position.
You did?
And just when I got a slightly position, I blundered. Yeah, I really forgot that there is rook b1. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, I think
towards the end.
Yeah, because it's a tiny bit of a pressure here. Yeah,
I do want to ask you about this sort of endgame, not this particular one, but this sort of transitions. Have you seen them in your preparation? Have you analyzed this type of transitions, and were you comfortable with the pressure that you got?
No, of course there's zero pressure from what I've got. Well, I think in the opening I mixed up something. I will ask my coach. This position has totally nothing, and if you want to get slightly more than nothing, which is nothing and a plus, then you need to play very precisely, which I didn't. And then, but here I think, you know, this g5, king f1, yeah, this is all okay. But I should play king e2, of course.
Yeah.
King e2, I was thinking, you know, I still maintain some. I thought rook d6, I still maintain something. I mean, it's a draw, obviously, but at least you can pretend for many moves.
It's only white that has some ideas in the position,
yes,
right? You can go f3. You were mentioning at some point that you missed this move rook to b1 after knight to c6.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, yes.
But also before we kind of went in, you also said that probably rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1,
well.
a4, g4. I was just thinking, I actually thought that this is what he's going for. And I was thinking, oh, okay, this is very close to a draw as well. But maybe I'll you know, I was thinking like g3, then let's say g3. He'll give me 2 checks. And then,
you hide.
Yeah, I hide. But then, you know, with this king, most likely, you know, this like, I don't know, rook b1, rook a3, yeah, rook a3, and rook comes to b1. It's still
something like this.
Yeah,
b1.
Yeah.
The king
just
stays
a draw.
close.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, yeah, so maybe after g4, I thought maybe I can play some e4 and, okay, king on e3. It's still a dead draw.
Yeah.
But then, then he played rook b1. I was like, oh my god, this is ridiculous.
Obviously, it could be too early to tell, but how are you feeling about your play, your calculation, your concentration over the board in the first round?
The first round, as I told you, this is expected.
Yes.
So we'll see how it goes in the next round. So I'm not too worried. I enjoy playing chess and I enjoy being in Bucharest. So it's 2 pluses.
Well, welcome back to Bucharest, Levon, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Avoiding the first round blunders, jitters, didn't lose the game, and that's the good news. But
never
maybe
was at risk of losing.
Never was at risk. Yeah, Levon Aronian. I'm jumping to the game of Alireza because Alireza kind of followed our advice. Bishop takes, rook takes, very nicely. Knight h2, and he wants to plant his rook on the g4 square. Right now, even though it seems like the players are avoiding it, the fight actually is over the e5 square. And with the move knight h2, what white wants to do is play knight to g4, knight to f3, and plant a knight firmly on e5. And as you'll see, the fight over the e5 square flares. Knight takes, queen takes, and I think we've caught up with the players. And again, if Alireza just gets to play knight f3, doubles the rooks, he's fine.
Yeah, for a moment, MVL can put the knight on e5 first.
He can be the first, yes?
But again, it gets kicked away immediately after queen e2.
Yeah.
You can't keep it there.
Exactly.
Well, this is massively unpleasant for black. The engine goes for some emergency measures because currently the pawn on d5 is hanging. the best engine move as I see it right now is bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
Seemingly improving the threat, but now after bishop takes d5, we can go knight e5.
Oh, d3.
The difference being that I no longer have rook takes e5 followed by bishop takes b7. There's nobody on b7 for the bishop on d5 to take. But still, this exchange sacrifice is quite strong. You can go rook e5, queen e5, bishop e4. Next move, knight f3. Only white can be better, of that I am absolutely certain. The question is how much better. Maybe it's manageable for black, but it's not fun.
Right.
And bishop takes d5 is not forced either.
No.
I think there are other ways to play as well. Knight f3 immediately is quite strong.
I don't think bishop a6 is a human move.
I mean, that was a very, very surprising move. But then again, I'm seeing from white's perspective, positional threat.
Tactical threat.
Tactical threat.
Yeah.
And you've got to deal with both of them, and bishop a6.
Well, the choices are,
Please.
Well, bishop a6, bishop c8, or you can go knight e5, knight c6. Maybe the one human choice is the one where you kick the queen away from g4, you put the knight back on c6, and you say, yes, I understand I burned two tempi, but you also made a move you perhaps did not particularly want to make. Bishop takes d5, now we'll run into knight d4. This is a very beautiful motif. But the issue is, after knight f3, the position is just massively unpleasant. All the endgames are bad, so I can, if I want, I can just go knight e5 next move, because g5 will be weak, e6 will be weak, e4, e5 is a constant threat of irritation. In fact, in many positions here, white actually goes a5, if allowed.
Yeah.
We also have this, by the way, re-establishing a very,
knight went from d2 to g4.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Can I try something for black? Let's say
Please.
d4, right here.
a5 is strong. Queen d2
I was hoping
is
you would
very
go
annoying.
knight e5.
No, knight e5 I think takes too many things off
Yeah.
the board. Knight h2 is very strong actually. We don't have to
C3
care.
is
Don't worry.
Yeah,
about
we don't have to
C3.
care about this all that much because we have.
That
we
hurts.
care.
We care.
Yeah.
But that's hurtful if we don't have to care.
Yeah, even this is good for white, but at least, you know, my personal kind of preference in these types of positions, if I can find a way to at least win a pawn somewhere, so that, you know, we're suffering for something now.
Exactly.
We can you know, return it at some point and trade some pieces off the board, and the endgames are no longer so. And by the way, knight e5, queen e2 is on the board. As I was saying, knight e5, queen e2, knight c6 is not fun, but is the way humans, I think, approach this type of opposition, and hope that white doesn't have a particularly strong improvement after you do that. But yeah, this is very, very nice for white.
I teased Viktor Korchnoi that he would walk barefoot through the Gobi Desert for a pawn. And he goes, yes, Yasser, but at least I have a pawn.
Precisely.
You're not happy. You play d4, d takes c3. You suffer for a pawn. But by the way, go back to knight c6 for just a moment here, Peter. Knight f3, yes. And that move d4, if you don't mind.
Well, we don't have to give up anything. If
I'm not.
Queen d2 provokes rook h5. Apparently everything else is much worse. g4, knight h2 is, now that we also have the e4 square for the rook to attack this weakness, is borderline unplayable.
On one hand, black achieved a lot. You don't control e5 anymore.
Yeah.
But
first of all, you're not going to be able to force yourself to make this move, and even if you do, it continues being massively unpleasant. This knight comes over. I want to play rook e2, rook e1. It's just not good.
A lot of happy and easy moves for white.
Exactly.
And black has to figure out how to cover weaknesses on g5, weaknesses on e6.
Yeah.
For Alireza, he's going to be very, very happy.
46 against 31.
Took the words right out of my mouth. How was the times? Also on the clock, very, very nice for
Alireza is definitely very comfortable in this game. He just needs to keep putting pressure.
Just looking at the chess set on the screen.
Oh,
isn't it sharp?
I'm sorry, but we have to jump to Gukesh's game. Look at this last move that Pragg made. Knight takes d5. Can black take that pawn?
That I thought was unplayable, right? No, I don't.
Maybe it's not that bad. I do see a question mark, but...
Okay. Yeah, it's bad, but it's bad for a very specific reason.
So if we
take on d5, queen takes d5, we go bishop b4.
Right.
A clear rook is hanging.
Yeah, and now I wonder if he's done it to gamble, because
queen.
This is bad, but it changes the direction of the game completely.
Right.
And in fact, it's only bad because of two moves, knight e4 and knight b1, which are kind of the similar theme of lifting this knight away to give yourself some squares and trying to, I guess, get it over to c3 to drive the queen away. Because if the bishop moves somewhere, let's say if you play bishop f3, you've lost to knight a4. You just straight up lost to knight a4. The reason I'm asking if this is the intention, because you do have the queen with the move queen d4,
right,
which doesn't lose any material straight away, but it leads to positions like this where you will probably get mated.
This looks fantastic for
because
white.
rook takes h6 is probably a threat in most cases, and this is just bad.
Right.
This is actually much, much worse than the rook down position.
Yeah.
And also, you're not really discombobulating Gukesh in any way. Gukesh will very happily give this pawn for this amount of initiative. So I think the intention has to be to play bishop queen a2 and knight b6, and then after knight e4, let's try to figure out why knight c4 isn't great. Okay, no, this is a good bluff, because this is the only thing that works after knight c4. White loses if not for rook d8.
Rook e2.
Yeah, you actually have to give all these things with check. Unfortunately for black, this is completely lost, because the checks will run out. The king actually just runs to f1 very comfortably, and there is a threat of takes on queen d8 mate on the other side, which is kind of strong. So it doesn't work, but it requires white to find this move. And also, you're not obliged to play knight c4. You can give a check, and then another check, and then play bishop b6. No, not bishop b6, because rook d8 once again. Yeah, actually, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. You just lose to rook d8 eventually. Whatever you do, you can't stop rook d8 comfortably, even in this position. The absolute same thing happens again. And you can give the same checks, but they once again run out because the king runs towards the king's side. Yeah, this is going to be...
Can we check the knight b1 lines? Because it looks safer, which we might see on the board. You still want rook d8.
Yeah, actually here with the knight on b1, rook d8 is, still good. But there's an additional idea of rook d2.
Yeah, that's why...
Interestingly, something happened along the way, because the engine now says knight e4 might be the way to go. But this is very unclear. Like, I can believe the engine when it says it's good for white, but nobody knows it's good for white when you get here.
Absolutely.
You can guess. But, but this is a lot less forcing.
Right.
And you don't have an extra rook.
Yeah, and you no longer have an extra rook. Yeah, we are at knight d5, queen d5 in the game, and this is an important turning point. I mean, I think in terms of refutation, you have to look at bishop b4. And then the big question is whether Pragg realizes just how bad this position is. Maybe he thinks this is okay. Maybe he missed rook d6 from afar, because if black gets to play knight d7, f6 next move, black is completely fine instantly. There is not a shred of a problem. So it's specifically the move rook d6 that is so painful here. But I mean, it's very easily findable once you get here. But maybe it's missable when you're calculating knight takes d5, is my point.
Peter, this position, and I understand the desirable knight f6, and I have to pay attention to rook h6. Do I have rook e8? Is that just bad? Oops, I saw the bar say, yes, it is. It
loses to two things which are kind of similar in nature. It goes b3, queen b4, and now for some reason bishop h7 is much stronger. Whoa, this is so beautiful.
Oh, checkmate.
We've driven away the queen from c4, and now you get checkmated.
No, that is very, very pretty.
That is very beautiful, but...
rook e6.
Yeah, or alternatively, you can go knight g2.
Similar idea.
Queen b4, and now rook takes h6 simply crashes through, because we've protected the bishop on e4. It was hanging in this position.
That was why I played rook e8.
Yeah, and this is just winning as well.
Wow.
You can throw in queen a4 to have queen d1 mate in the end of that variation somewhere, but we safely play b3 in all of these positions. We don't really care. This doesn't really give black any kind of additional counterplay.
Beautiful lines, thank you.
Yeah, no, this looks bad.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, all of White's pieces are beautifully and harmoniously place. Knight takes d5, a very big moment, and we do have this moment that Gukesh is absolutely laser focused on bishop e4 and calculating all of these variations.
We'll see what happens in this position after the break.
Yeah, but we had an episode that we had from Poland where we stumped the commentators with some interesting statistical questions. Almost impossible to stump ourselves. Here we come.
The Sao Paulo finals will introduce a new continent to the GCT. The GCT has yet to hold an event in South America.
Right.
After 2025, how many world continents have been included in GCT tournaments?
Oh, we had Africa.
We did.
Europe.
Okay, we'll know the answer after the break. I'm going to go with 5.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
All right, something to stump the commentators with. And what are we going to leave the audience with?
As we go to break, Anastasiya asked the players their thoughts about this being the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
10 years.
How does it feel to be a part of the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour?
Feels good. I think I've played every Grand Chess Tour starting from 2015, and it's always been great. It's always been one of my favorite things I'm looking forward to in the chess calendar. So I'm glad to be a small part of the history of the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, it feels great. It's the biggest tour in the world, so I'm happy to be playing it in the last couple of years also, so it's special.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, I guess. Okay, the real heat will start tomorrow when the first rounds will be played, but I'm also used to playing, big guys, and I'm just happy to be here for the second time in my life in Bucharest, and it's an interesting city and interesting opponents as well, obviously.
Well, it's a privilege. And, since I've been in many of them, it feels kind of special. And I generally like, anniversaries. It's always very interesting and memorable to win the anniversary editions. I'm excited for it.
It's something special for Grand Chess Tour, and it's also something special for me to take part at this anniversary event.
It feels great. Obviously, Grand Chess Tour is one of the most established tours in chess, and it involves all the great players, and it's a privilege to be part of this tour in the 10th month anniversary, 10th year anniversary.
Yeah, it feels great. It feels wonderful. I'm very happy to be part of it, and a big congratulations to the Grand Chess Tour for the 10th edition. It's an event that every professional chess player wants to be part of, and I'm very thrilled and grateful to be part of it because I didn't qualify. Actually, like last year, I finished 4th when I was very close to 3rd, but due to some bad luck, I finished 4th. But I'm still very grateful that they invited me anyway. So I'm hoping this year will be much better than the last year. Last year has been kind of sleepy for me, so I'm hoping bounce back this year.
I'm very happy to be part of the Grand Chess Tour because it's the strongest tournament in the world. You have Bucharest Classic and Incr Cup, which is as hard as candidates. So I'm very excited, and I'm really looking forward to improve my results.
Yeah, it feels great. Someone growing up looked up to Grand Chess Tour as a fun event to follow, and being here to be able to play as a full tour participant, yeah, it feels great.
It feels as great as before because I've been part of Grand Chess Tour since its inception. Also, I finished many times on the podium in GCT Tour, so the only thing is now I want to win once the Grand Chess Tour standings.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique. at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still in the middle of round one, but we've had one result already. Let's take a look. There was a draw between Levon Aronian and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Levon tried to press in the end game, but he missed a rook b1, this nice tactic, and ended in a peaceful draw. The rest of the players are still fighting hard.
The game of Gukesh, our world champion, has taken quite the turn. The moment Pragg grabbed this pawn on d5 and said, I challenge you to play the move bishop e4, skewering my rook. And we have been looking at the move queen takes a2. Now, after queen takes a2, well, having said A, you say B. And now we look at knight b6. Now, after the move knight b6, you instantly understand, well, wait a minute. Knight a4 is very challenging.
White king is in more trouble.
There's a bishop hanging as well. But there's this very, very clever idea of knight e4. And then after knight e4, yes, you could capture the bishop, or you could play knight a4.
Or knight c4 also.
Or knight c4. And there's suddenly this move, rook d8, inviting you to capture pawns with check and king. And we have been looking at this position also during the break, and it just feels like, well, we're running away.
An extra rook.
Yeah, which was our meme in Poland, where it was like, sir, yes, you're right, but I'm a rook ahead. Peter, he's a rook ahead.
Yeah, he is, well, not
likely.
Yet, because there is the other option, and this is why queen takes a2 hasn't been played yet. There is the other option of queen d4, queen c4, and then you can save your rook by playing rook b8 or rook a7. And regrettably, as we pointed out, how interesting. I'm trying to work out what, whoa, this is very beautiful. There's also this option.
Is the queen
trapping.
Yes, trapping the queen on a square on which it normally isn't trapped. It's very difficult to trap a queen on the square as central as c4 with such a free, uncluttered position, but it is trapped. But this is actually much weaker than rook d6. This is kind of playable for black. It's not enjoyable.
Rook
queen
and
e7.
minor and pawn.
But if we somehow unpin ourselves, we're not doing as poorly. In fact, in terms of actually winning the game, rook d6 is much more on point. In fact, the position is so bad for black that the engine says you have to go here. Rook e1 and rook takes d7, which you don't really have a realistic chance of saving. It will just take a long while, but white will eventually convert this into a full point. So, yeah, rook d6 is stronger, but as I realized this was possible, I wanted to show it on the screen.
Oh, no, it's a beautiful
because of how beautiful this diagram is.
Yeah. I have trapped a lot of queens in my life, and I have to say that c4 is not not the usual snare.
Not at all. Not at all, no.
b2, yes. Even a1, yes. Bishop e4. Okay, so, but take us back to this whole queen takes a2 for just a moment.
Queen a2, bishop a8, knight b6, really the only way to continue here. Otherwise, we're not really creating any threats. Knight a4 is a much stronger threat than knight takes a8, but regrettably, specifically I think after knight e4, knight b1 is a strange move, and I think if you realize how strong rook d8 is, you stop caring about covering some squares around your king.
Right.
Knight e4, it creates a basically unstoppable threat of rook d8, which lands eventually. You can, as mentioned, you can start giving some checks. We looked at this line, throwing in bishop b6, seemingly improving our attacking chances. And once again, apart from rook d8, nothing really wins. You can get queens off the board by doing this, but then after, in particular, b takes a4, and this is, I think, a teachable moment. because we are completely ruining our queenside structure just to not let white play bishop d5. You want to preserve as many pieces on the board as possible. Knight takes a4, bishop d5, you're instantly in a lot of trouble because white is about to create open files and space for the rooks. Whereas after ba4, let's say bishop f3, we can play rook b8. This is kind of playable for black. You're still not having fun as such, but it's kind of playable for black. But regrettably, the big issue remains.
We have a move on the board.
Queen c4 check.
No, yeah, he's gone for the other line.
No, he's got the queen before. Yeah.
He's gone for the other line, and now he'll play rook a7, and white will have a choice. And as we've established, both of those moves are quite
What would you
strong.
do if you saw this bishop h7, rook e4? Would you be too tempted to go for that, or still choose rook d6? Because we don't have an engine during the board when you play. You don't know that rook d6 is that winning.
That's a very good. I would think that the attack after rook d6 is overwhelming. And
We're only one pawn down.
Yeah.
I think I'm with Yasser on this. I think you don't need to know. It just feels like black has zero moves. If we, once again, if we put this on the board and we just start thinking about
what's your move?
Yeah, things black can do potentially. Knight has you can play knight f6, speeding up my attack significantly.
Bishop b7?
Well, we looked at this. Well, it's a full
that's
knight.
down.
It's a full knight. Nobody's going to be happy about having to play bishop b7. Rook c7 does absolutely nothing, and we can continue improving our attack on the king side somehow.
Rook h6 might,
rook h6 might work, or we can throw in b3 at any point. Rook e8 loses to a bunch of things. Nothing moves.
Yeah, nothing
And
moves.
just giving up a piece, going knight b6.
That's an indication something's wrong, right?
The best two moves in this position are giving up a piece and giving up a piece. So this is really not great.
By the way, rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah. Doesn't really change.
Well, it does in this case,
does, yeah,
because
we have
knight d6.
Yeah, but,
knight
now,
b6,
but now queen e7 is completely winning. Because
queen e7.
If knight f6, we have rook d8.
Oh, no.
Once again, kind of a similar theme. We just kill
freezing.
We just kill off the entire play. We say make a move. We're not even threatening rook takes d7. We're absolutely not willing to trade one of our rooks for those two non-playing pieces.
We might even have a puzzle rush bishop d5 tactic.
Next move maybe is rook d6 actually. Then bishop d5 and no, this is incredibly ugly for black.
Just out of curiosity, the queen is still trapped, right? If we played
a bishop.
But same compensation for black.
But this is an improvement to a slight degree because queen e7 no longer pins the knight along the 7th. So,
it's still good for white, but
it still costs us the c5 pawn, but we get some jumps. And
wow,
this is trouble.
You can see Prag's not at the board. He knows he's in trouble. And Gukesh has 29 minutes to figure out this critical position.
But queen e7 is so compelling. You see this move and you just say, okay, you're frozen. And in particular, knight f6, rook d8 just puts the kibosh on the position. You just go, oh my gosh, I can't touch the rook. I'd actually have to go back with knight d7, and I don't doubt for a moment that there's a simple win in that moment. So queen e7 freezes any activity by black's pieces, and it just looks like Gukesh is in the driver's seat on this one.
Instead of queen e7, if we still go immediately rook d6.
That allows rook b6, I guess. Yeah, the big difference is...
That's the idea.
The rook was once on a7. Now we do have this is an option that didn't exist a moment ago.
Here the attack can fizzle very quickly.
Yes. But that move, queen e7, is a real star. How about the French matchup, Alireza? When we left it, we really liked what white was doing, and so much so that MVL said the best I've got is knight e7 and returning with the knight to c6.
Chosen knight f1, which is a fine move. Black played g4, and Alireza is thinking here.
Yeah, we pretty much always throw in knight h2. I'm pretty sure he's trying to figure out a way maybe to win material immediately by something like knight e3, knight takes d5. But letting black put the knight back on e5 probably is not ideal. So we go knight h2, rook g6. And in that position, the engine constantly finds it very useful to go a4, a5, which I think we can all relate to. Just kind of opening up a second front there. If it costs you a pawn, it costs you a pawn. a5, knight takes a5, you could... No, it doesn't cost you anything. Rook a4 is the point. It's a rook lift. It's not a pawn sacrifice. We're going after this one. I didn't even realize originally, yeah. This is just very beautiful. Very, very nice geometry.
Never found that.
Rook a4, not a normal rook lift in the difference, Peter?
c4, d takes c4, yeah.
D takes c4.
I'm pretty sure that's the point, yeah, and you will start shedding material.
Knight takes, I just despise rook a7, so I have to take with this pawn.
Yeah, let's take on b7, take on g4.
That's the ugliest pawn structure, and that's a...
In a while,
yeah. That's going to be a naked king. This is not a pretty look for MVL here.
No, but even if you don't see a5, even if you play... a5 is by far the strongest, but other moves are also very, very decent. I also, in terms of... Speaking of geometrical ideas, perhaps we mentioned it a bit, but maybe some of our viewers weren't here when we were talking about this. You wonder why this isn't a move. Always because of the existence of the move knight g4, so why not force black to put a different piece on that square and then take d5.
That's very attractive.
Yeah, and if d takes c3, we're not going to blunder knight d4 next move. We go rook a d1, and this is huge trouble, despite us giving up so many pawns.
Just gave up 3 pawns.
Yeah, but we're about to start collecting all of them back. Knight a5 is forced, we take, we go rook d7.
Ooh.
And the collection is...
that was nasty.
Collection is about to begin, because sadly for black you cannot play queen g7 here, because the rook is hanging, you have to play king f8, and now knight takes g4, queen f6 check, all of these moves are very, very powerful. Yeah, Alireza is still choosing, as I mentioned, like you might be tempted to go knight e5 until you realize this allows knight e3, but it allows knight e5 back, and black will, of course, very happily give up this pawn to be able to create a strong bishop on b7. So I think knight e3 is kind of unplayable.
Sorry, Peter, because I'm thinking in my mind the dark square blockade. Knight e3, knight e5, d4.
Best move and really the only move left for us, but still.
Check, check, check. Take it.
And now we go rook f8.
You don't let me get knight g4.
No, and we start chasing. And in fact, you have to kind of take this draw instantly, otherwise you might be in some trouble here.
Gotcha.
If you imagine this position not playing queen g4 straight away, it starts looking iffy.
This is not what we signed up for.
It starts looking a bit iffy. So there are still, of course, ways for white to misplay it quite grievously, but I'm not expecting any of this to happen.
I like knight h2. I like the knight h2 and a5 business.
So impressed by that a5 rook a4 ideas.
I know.
Available even here.
Yeah.
If you want, you can start with it.
Right.
There's nothing preventing you from starting with it. And if knight takes a5, once again, no, here actually maybe this is why he hasn't played knight h2 yet. Because with the inclusion of a5, knight a5, you are of course much happier playing knight e3 because now both of these are hanging.
So rook g6.
Rook g6 we very happily take on d5.
Gotcha.
And then it
no, that is very, very powerful. That is very nice.
So starting with a5 here is maybe even stronger than the things that we were discussing. Yeah, he's gone a5. He's gone a5. This is a very good move.
Which is extraordinary to me because, again, we were talking critically of the h4, e4, a4. So e4, you're better in the center. h4, you're better on the king side. a4, you're better on the queen side. And now he's played a5. So it's like everything has worked out.
And he's also proving you wrong on a very kind of an important point you made earlier, that you said, you can't beat me everywhere.
Yeah,
but he kind of is.
He kind of is, yeah.
He kind of is. He's better all over the board.
Exactly.
He is now increasing pressure on the queen side. He is safer on the king side. And he definitely is safer in the center.
Outpost in the center, that e5 square, and the backward pawn on e6. So things looking very good for Alireza.
Yeah, we have 2 games where we're expecting white to win. I mean, maybe that's...
But yes.
Yeah.
Duda and Fabi is a tame affair, a 4-rook ending. Doesn't look like too much incident. And Wesley.
It's also equal, but they still have minor pieces on the board.
When we left it, we had actually saw Wesley surprisingly, or
He was
not
going
so
for the b7 pawn, and we saw the trade for the a2 pawn.
Exactly. And we are picking up.
I want to say this is sort of how Wesley wins games in the Grand Chess Tour. I'm not entirely sure Bogdan is completely safe. I want to play knight e4 here. You will probably have to play knight c8.
You don't?
I don't know. Although maybe it's a way to try to bail immediately. It's a bit risky.
Knight c8.
I was kind of planning to go knight c8, king e7, and then try to unpin myself that way. But now we go g3, g4.
Okay.
Securing the knight on e4, and we start kind of, e3, f4 on a good day.
Yeah,
I can imagine this becoming, slowly becoming a bit worse for black.
And h4, maybe on a good day, the king actually ends up going in the center. By the way, our Stump the Commentators, we posed the question and you had the answer.
Well,
you knew it
yeah,
from
we're still thinking. I'm going with B.
B5?
I'll go with C.
No, I'll go with A just because
I like Arctic, yeah.
I was right.
5. Europe, Asia, Africa, South America. And of course, our finals for this Grand Chess Tour, we used to have the finals, then they kind of faded. But we're bringing them back. So the top 4 qualifiers from the GCT Tour, the 4 players who have the most GCT points, will be going to Sao Paulo for the finals. That will be September 26th to October 4th. Brazilian fans celebrate coming of Grand Chess Tour.
And as you can see on the screen, there's so many other Grand Chess Tour events coming up.
Yep.
We will have an amazing wildcard, Magnus Carlsen joining the tour in Zagreb, Croatia for Rapid and Blitz.
I can see the Rapid and Blitz as being not so much fun for the tour players, but welcome Magnus.
Yeah.
Yes, and then St. Louis, of course, for the Blitz, Rapids,
so
and
two Rapid and Blitz events back to back after this one, but for now we're still watching the classical event in Bucharest. Gukesh still looking for a solution after rook b8. Queen e7 hasn't been played yet. Other options are available, as we mentioned. We mentioned bishop h7 check, and just to kind of showcase how helpless the black position is, something like this, which I am not expecting to happen. It's very strange to play like this, but we've introduced this idea of rook e4 once again.
Do something.
Yeah, and we're saying do something. If you go knight f6, now after knight e5, your queen is still in a lot of trouble, and like you can put it on a5 if you want, but you probably don't, and it's not a surprise that knight takes f7 works here with all of your pieces over there and all the game being over here.
Right.
Or you can play something like queen before queen a5 first, but once again, here it's less obvious. You have to find knight h4, knight f6, and queen c7. But we continue running into the same problem with black.
No development.
We have pieces which have no squares, and we are not really generating any counterplay, and we keep on losing to the threat of rook d8, which is, once again, I was wondering for a second there, why aren't we playing before? We would have been winning here.
Except
straight up winning for black, if not for the fact that rook d8
wins for white.
Come on.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it. Just wins just one move faster than the counterplay on the queen side. As I said, queen g3, bishop c2 is a very, very inhuman way to play. I'm not expecting it, but I just wanted the demonstration of just how discoordinated the black pieces are and how much trouble Prague is in here.
And just for those chess fans who may be joining us late, a very remarkable moment here in the game between Gukesh and Prague, in that Gukesh is going, I really enjoy my attacking chances, but it's so hard not to win material. Bishop h7 check.
Material, we're talking about the queen.
Yeah. The queen is trapped on a very unusual square. It's not usually ensnared when it's on the c4 square. And essentially, white is thinking I've got a queen for rook, bishop, and pawn, but I'm back. I'm much better.
Yeah, queen e7 especially.
Yeah, I'm much better, and I can even win a pawn back. And Peter says, yeah, but okay, knight e4. I've got to jump, and I can try to put up some resistance, heroic otherwise. Then you say, okay, I don't want to win the piece. I can just play Queen E7 and freeze you and say, you can't move. You can't allow me the opportunity of playing Rook D8. So grab the material, pat yourself on the back, or play for the initiative and the attack. And once you see the move Queen E7 and just say, okay, what are your next 3 moves as black?
Not an easy question.
All I need is like 1 or 2, and the game is done. Rook D6.
Gukesh is down to 17 minutes.
Okay, and that's another consideration.
Prague is also only 21 minutes left, so if Gukesh doesn't simplify by winning the queen material and he goes Queen E7, this is going to be a very sharp position with time trouble on the board.
Quick question for you, practically speaking, when you're in a situation like this and your clock is ticking, don't you go for the simple line, simplify, you know?
I do, but it's Gukesh we're talking.
Yeah, because you start to worry that with less time in a complicated position, you'll mess it up.
They still have to make 20 moves to reach the time control to get additional 30 minutes.
Wow. I remember the old days where the players would get in time trouble. They'd have 2 minutes each. I'm not joking. This really, really would happen. And they have to make the move 40. They'd be bang, 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 bang. One of the flag falls. And the arbiter would come and say, okay, gentlemen, fill in your score sheets. And they'd be shocked to find they were moved 70 or something. They played like 30 moves in a row, you know, within a minute.
You're overstating the case a little bit, but I have definitely seen like move 47.
Before, it's pretty hilarious. Yeah. Peter, you got to jump in and tell us developments of Alireza and MVL. A5 on the board.
I wanted to check what's happening here. MVL, realizing how strong the idea of Rook A4 is, has gone with B5. I think we're pretty much always including A6.
Why not?
The question is whether we want to do it immediately, or there's also an option of including D3, D4, because after C takes D4, once again, we've seen this earlier, this idea of, we're not playing D4 to take on B5, we don't much care about the B5 pawn. Right. We do care about the D5 pawn though. Right. This is very strong, and D takes C3. Although, I really am not sure how easy it is to just give up your entire queenside. Right. We are completely winning here. The game is pretty much over because of this pin on the long diagonal that will cost black a lot of material. So if you get here, if in your mind, you go past the mental block of allowing D takes C3, C takes B2.
Right.
You will instantly realize how good this is. But I think many people will kind of stop here and think, you know,
what am I doing?
Yeah, like if I restore material balance, I am once again allowing knight d4, which is like the one good idea black has,
right,
which you absolutely must not blunder.
Right.
And you might just stop after a6, bishop a8. Right. But if you continue after bishop takes d5, the white's advantage is kind of overwhelming. Which means that d4 kind of has to be met by c5, c4, and now we probably throw in this.
This looks like a terrible accident.
We can continue opening up a second front here. B2, B3 is very playable. We can also play so slowly with like rook d1, and then I guess the idea would be to maybe play queen c2. And I wonder why we're not doing that actually. Like some move like queen d2 with the idea of play rook e3, rook e1 would be my default, and it's not bad.
My question for black is what are you playing for here? I mean, as black, you pretty much can't even play e5.
No,
your g4 pawn.
No, you're just defending move by move, hoping white makes a mistake.
Exactly.
There's no counterplay. There's no counterplay, and there won't be for a while.
Right.
So you're just trying not to lose by force.
Grim.
And you are trying. Yeah. And the breaking news: the queen has been captured in the game between Gukesh and Prague, which objectively is actually a relief for Prague, because. I mean, maybe he doesn't realize it. Maybe he thinks, oh my God, this is very strong, I'm in trouble.
Right.
But strictly speaking, he would have been in much more trouble after queen e7. And also, importantly, it becomes a lot easier for black to play. You have to give it up, so you give it up. You have to play king g8. Then, regardless of whether queen e7 or queen c6, you have to give up on c5. And then you have to try to generate some play, like you play knight e4, you play bishop f5, force king a1, you play rook f8, all of these moves kind of make themselves.
Forced.
Yeah. And
Forcing.
yes, if white stabilizes, in particular if white trades a pair of rooks without allowing too much activity, you will probably end up losing this game. But for a while now, your moves are incredibly easy to understand. The king on a1 is not very comfortable. In particular, I think if I'm in time to include b5, b4, to make it much harder for white to make a luft, because b3 will allow knight c3 and a3 will open files in front of your king. Like if we, I don't know, if we add h4 and b4.
Right.
Actually, b4 is a massive mistake after h4, but yeah, these positions, I can definitely imagine black not losing.
Especially because of the extra pair of rooks. If you take one pair, otherwise the white king on a1 is not so vulnerable.
I think this is the one trade that white very much looks forward to. White is much less interested, for instance, in removing the knights off the board. That doesn't really do very much to improve your conversion. But getting one pair of rooks off the board would be a massive, massive boon for white.
There's no way to really force it, so.
Not for now, no.
Yeah.
Rook e4. You know, it's sort of like, you know, wait a minute. You work so hard to trap the queen.
Yeah.
you won the queen, and your reward is like you have to win a very hard technical game thereafter. I'm going to go back to the game of Wesley. So just checking in. Yeah, we have those petite little moves: bishop to d2, king f8,
Look at
e3.
Wesley, how unamused he looks, looking at his position.
In Poland, Bogdan was really getting into time trouble. You know, even in those positions where he emerged out of the opening with lots of time on his clock, he was eventually playing on
He would get down to 1 minute, then make the best moves for next 20 moves.
Yeah, and standing up in between them and playing with 10 seconds. It looks like he's going in that direction as well.
Right, but it's an end game, so. And what move are we on? Maybe he's still. Yeah, we're on move 24. In 16 moves, he will get additional 30 minutes. And he's not in a big time trouble. He still has 13 minutes on the clock.
We just saw.
He can play d5 right now and maybe just equalize completely.
You know, well, you know, that's the funny thing. It's sort of like, yes, I agree. You heard the interview with Levon, right? You know, yes, it's equal. It's equal. But then are you so enthusiastic about, I don't know, do you consider the c5 pawn weak or not?
I do, but so d3 is also technically weak.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. So even if I did play a move like rook a3, you could potentially target the pawn on d3. Yeah, somehow my king should be on e2. Wait a minute. What just happened? So d5. I think that's the right way to equalize.
Should we check with Fabi?
Please. Let's do it.
He's trying to get some tiny advantage in his game.
He does have, if we can put it that way, the superior pawn structure. That is to say, the pawns on c4 and a3 are split.
And it's only because there's two rooks on the board that black might have actually something. Because if we trade one pair, it would be very easy draw.
Guess what? He just...
He declined the trade, which...
as you were about to say, a very easy draw.
I think I know why. Because if he trades on e8, how do we get out of defending the a4 pawn? You want to free your rook.
Right.
If you play king b3, then your rook is kind of stuck, and you have to calculate the pawn endgame.
Which might not be fun.
Right.
Okay. But on the other hand, if I have to give up the e file, which he has done, by the way, he has, Duda has played rook.
Black can play rook e1 now, and I can go for the a pawn.
Yeah, I mean...
I was going e1 just so I can, if you go king b3, I'll still
It's
have
not
to pay
with a tempo. Rook e1.
He might actually have something.
Black is the one doing the tickling in this one. But is this one of those where the engine just says, oh, yeah, I laugh
Engine
at you.
is bored. we are not, though.
It's in black's up half a pawn after rook e1.
Is it? Is he?
Yeah, well, Nazi would not like to.
I see the bar evaluation. Definitely black's favor.
I just wanted to update us on one of the two exciting middle games of the round, where Pragg actually chose knight b6 instead of taking, and now after takes on b3, importantly creating safe spaces for the king straight away. The king will go to b2 if forced, and your pieces start getting kicked away. This is actually not as good. I think it's sort of understandable that he took with a pawn. That makes actually more sense, because this way b3 doesn't exist. We open the b file, have some knight a4 ideas. I'm guessing either king a1 or king c1 is going to come, but then you have dreams of maybe playing c4, c3, bishop b6, knight c4, some kind of setups like this. It's not great. I still think probably the other option was better, but I also can understand why Pragg didn't choose it, because we were just giving up the pawn on c5 for a little bit of activity and just claiming our position isn't that bad. Whereas what he's doing is he's aiming for some direct counterplay. He opened a file for his rook on b8, and he is trying to play against the king on b1. This is a very human decision. You don't want to just rely on defending a position which you might or might not defend in a long defense. This is way too many...
Defending.
Yes, that sentence could have been constructed better, frankly. I can relate. It's just objectively probably weaker than the other option.
Yes,
well said.
Here, would you go king a1 or king c1? Which
king c1.
King c1 looks natural.
Yeah, I think going towards the center is more comfortable.
I'm thinking in my mind's eye, I want to play rook d6 and knight e5 and centralize my pieces and try to diffuse the impacts of c3.
Yeah, that's true, because if you go king a1, you always have to worry about the first rank.
Especially after c3. I'm looking to play b3 as a reaction, but...
Yeah. The engine chooses a moment and then goes in with c3, bc3, knight a4, and says,
"Yeah, I don't want this."
No, I mean, white is still better, but it gets
really,
quite
white
tricky.
is still better.
Well, it just goes rook c1, says, "I do have knight takes g6 in my back pocket, so you're not actually giving me mate just
c3
yet."
is hanging, but or it's not knight g6.
We have knight g6, yeah. Right. So it goes like this and says, "Okay, we are re-establishing the threat of knight takes c3 and." Maybe you actually have to allow it, but then the queen comes back into the game.
Still looks winning for white, but...
Looks close to winning anyway, but you do have to play precisely.
Right. He has played king c1.
He has played king c1, yes.
Okay. And again, I do see Fabi as the one who's doing the tickling here, and I think...
This would be a long game.
Yeah, I think Duda's in... It's very easy for a human player to lose this. I mean, because from Black's perspective, you can see ways of improving. You know, rook a1, king g7, h6, g5. What's this rook doing on b4?
I mean, it's defending the pawns.
Yeah, and well, let's pause our analysis and throw it over to Bucharest and Cristian and Anastasiya.
And we do have a couple of things to talk about regarding those two games, specifically the one that you just left it off on, the game of Fabi versus Duda. At some point in the middle game, it just seemed like they were going to shake hands anytime soon. They were ready to go for that draw. But right now, both of them seems to be that they're easing into that understanding that this is going to be a long game. It's going to be Fabiano that's going to try to get a victory in this one. You just simply have the better structure, the better, more active rooks as well, and maybe even the white king could potentially become in danger as well. But Anastasiya, you were watching very closely, and yesterday as well, the dynamic between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I would like to mention that now that you were checking all the lines which could and potentially can happen on their game, I just remembered this interview I made with Gukesh just after the drawing of Lord's ceremony. I asked him your predictions about the game against Pragg, and he said, I think it's going to be an interesting game. We've played so many times before, and I will do my best. Of course, this is usual how players say that they will do their best. But the interesting thing that actually we got an interesting game. It's very unbalanced position. It's like both kings are on different sides of the board, and we don't know what will happen every move. Many different sharp lines also there. And I remember also their game from the previous Superbet Romania Classic last year. It was also such a mess, and until the very last moment we didn't know what the result will be. Actually, it was also very funny, Cristian, I don't know if you noticed, but during the opening ceremony, they were, when they got the drawing of lots, they were standing with such interesting faces. I thought that they were already on their prep at this moment. It felt like that, thinking what to play, because now they know the color. It was known already that Gukesh will have white pieces, so you could see already such a tension. And the last move, G4.
I'm wondering if this is something that Praggnanandhaa might have missed, because I'm struggling to find a place for the bishop right now. But looking at these two players and knowing Gukesh is only 18 years of age, the world champion, generally you are thinking about the world champion, especially at this age. He wants to stay active, right? But he hasn't played classical chess, if I'm not mistaken, since January. Since that still, he's played a lot of freestyle chess, and he's been struggling. And that placed a chip on his shoulder as well, because a lot of people, a lot of pundits are starting to say, hey, maybe, you know, he's struggling in freestyle chess. How is he going to do in classical chess? Is he the best chess player on the planet? And he definitely wants to prove that in this tournament. Guys, Anastasiya, you had something else to say?
I'm just like looking at this position with the G4 move. I feel that now this king also can be in danger, but I'm sure Peter Svidler will tell us what the computer also says in this position, and we'll find out more.
Take it away, Peter.
Take it away, Peter. And Peter says, I will.
Let's see what Cristian does when he's not on screen.
He's analyzing and eating and chewing and analyzing. Look, he loves
pretzels.
He loves the pretzels.
It does look good, though.
Yeah, it does. He's enjoying.
I'm very jelly about this. Yeah.
Me too.
He's enjoying. G4, Peter, take it away.
This is terrible, guys. This is terrible. You are giving me PTSD with this type of footage.
Hey, man, we're jealous. We're the ones
jealous. You guys
are
attacking me this year as well.
And I warned you. Remember, I told you,
you did warn me. You did warn me.
Don't do this.
I'm never going to eat in front of the camera again.
We're the ones who are jealous. Sorry. Bishop G6.
In entirely unrelated news, Bishop F5, Bishop G6 has been played. I think it's very easy to guess what the best move is. You have to attack this Bishop on G6, Knight E5, and you're also preparing to meet Knight A4, which would be completely fine immediately if not for the fact that Knight D7 exists. Whoa, this is very interesting.
Rook
this is an excellent bluff. For in practice. Oops, not Rook E3.
Rook E2.
Yeah.
Do you want to draw?
It does probably still lose to Rook D8, to which we
might.
We could throw in C3, even BC3, Knight C3, and now Rook D2 is. This is so beautiful. You can continue creating threats. We're a full piece for a queen.
Right.
And we're only losing to very specific things. Rook B1 check now is a mating threat. Well, it's not check, it's mate. So King B3, seemingly game over. Not so fast. Another mating threat.
Oh my gosh.
Now the only move that wins is Knight takes A6.
It's like a study.
Yeah, this is just
crazy.
Very, very study-like. And this somehow doesn't work out for Black because Queen G8 exists in the end. But this is a fantastic bluffing opportunity for Black, actually.
Wow.
I hope he goes for this. Not only because I'm enjoying
spectacular loss,
but I think it's objectively stronger than everything else, because your other options are, like, you can go Rook E8, Knight G6, F takes G, but then after Queen G3, you missed the boat to go C3. If you go Knight A4 here, simply B3, CB, and if it has to go back, eventually there will be an attack on the other side. I want to play G5, I want to play Rook D6, Queen D3, Queen takes G6. Once White starts playing, basically, Black has a window of opportunity where the Queen is on H4 and kind of not participating in the game. I think this is specifically this is why all of this counterplay is almost getting there. Not quite, but almost. Is because the Queen is currently completely cut off. So if he actually realizes how strong rook e8, rook e2 is, I think he should go for it. I don't know if he will, because I think it's psychologically very difficult to go for a position where you have one knight for a queen.
You have to convince yourself.
You have to sell it to yourself. I think the issue here is just to not to stop and to continue analyzing. And also, I think your mind originally, your mind goes here, knight d3 check, and then you realize that rook takes d3, c takes d3, and let's say knight d7. And now, once the counter threats begin, they kind of never end. And I think it's very easy to understand that you will lose here, and you will. So the point is, you also need to see this idea of c3 and then knight takes c3 and continuing to attack while trading pieces. This is not easy, but I think it's a fantastic practical choice.
Yeah, remarkably clever idea, no question about it. Rook e2.
And it's 10 minutes for Gukesh, 13 for Pragg. They still have 15 moves to make.
Yeah, Gukesh hasn't played knight e5 yet. He has another option.
Just g5?
Yeah, g5 is playable with the idea of meeting knight a4 with g takes h6 and saying I have my own attack. But this becomes quite unclear. Knight b2, you have to play check, potentially check, takes, knight e6 check.
What?
F takes, check. Rook d7 check.
Rook f7?
Rook f7 we can take, and then we give a check from one of those two squares, and we pick up a rook. So this is the
or f4 square. Take the rook.
And here the move is king c2. This is a very messy position. Yeah. If you play g5, it really does become anyone's game, because knight a4 exists, also c4, c3 exists. Trying to open the b file and then go knight somewhere. No, this is just very unclear.
Yeah, knight e5 seems better, because that way at least he wants.
He's gone g5.
Ooh, g5's on the board.
He's gone g5. This is going to be a very interesting fight. As long as black doesn't play h5. If you play h5 and allow knight e5, then your attack, it's the same lines, but the queen on h4 is playing.
Right.
So you need to gamble now. You need to go for either knight a4 or c3. You don't have time for h5.
I think after c3, white should not take it, right, and go b3.
Yeah, that was my intention when I played king
Actually,
c1.
c3 currently, once again, depth not really proper depth, but c3 currently on my screen equalizes completely.
c3 equalizes.
The only move that does, but it does equalize completely. c3, b3, rook b8.
Rook b8.
Trying to play rook e2, yeah.
Yeah, that rook e2 threat is deadly.
Rook e2, rook c2, right?
Or take on e2, yeah.
And we have been looking at these crazy lines.
It's like white pieces are not working together.
And if you play c3, b takes c3, you're worse.
Whoa.
This is
Anything
quite
can still
something.
happen in this game.
Yeah, no,
it's a three-result game for
It's
sure.
a three-result game now.
bc3, why am I
Rook
worse?
fe8, you're worse.
Rook fe8.
Because I think I'm threatening knight c4.
Say what?
So many checkmates.
I think gh6 will lose to knight c4. Let's try this. gh6, knight c4, hg7, king g7. You've run out of checks.
So I take a
And after
knight.
queen c4, I go b1, b2, c2, c3, c4, right?
b1.
That's nice.
b2, c2, c3, and c4.
Queen is gone.
b1, b2, c2, c3, c4.
Yeah.
You just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just add them all up.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very
nice.
They're both on 10 minutes. This is not an easy position to calculate, but if you spot, if you realize how strong c3 is.
You know, when we played king c1, we did it so king on a1 wouldn't have to worry about getting checkmated.
Precisely. We weren't. But I think the cause of the trouble is g5. I see that bishop eyeballing b1, c2, and I see a rook coming to e2. Thinking to myself, I've got to get rid of that bishop. And I would have been playing knight e5, either to play f4, f5, or just to take the darn thing off the board. g5, I think he's allowed c3, and he's underestimated the counterplay that Pragg has.
Yeah, because everything I talk about here is so heavily influenced by the screen, I wanted to kind of check myself and figure out, because c3 followed by rook fe8 is not obvious.
No.
And I was trying to understand, like, if you don't immediately see rook fe8, which moves will occur to you and how easy it is to understand this is what you should play. And yeah, I don't know. you are drawn to the idea of playing knight c4, but then
And
after
check.
takes, check,
Followed
check.
by that check.
White does have knight d4, but honestly, even this, I think we're actually kind of happy about this. Because we have tremendous counterplay here. If the pawn gets to d3, it really feels like it's anybody's game. If white goes c takes d4, there's these ideas. But even if I just take on g5,
We do have a move.
this is a very, very unsafe game.
Knight
Play
a4.
Knight a4 without.
Second
including
best
c3.
move, but this doesn't fully equalize as far as I can tell.
Because
GH is strong. GH is the only move here that makes any sense. We go
now
knight takes
c3 doesn't
b2.
work.
Yeah, and I think it's mostly specifically that line that I showed with knight g5, h7, and knight e6 check.
But can we check rook b2? Because that looks much better than knight b2. Why doesn't it work?
Rook b2, knight g5, king g8, and knight e4.
It must be like the only move.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you
Otherwise
lose.
black is mating.
Yeah, everything else loses. And here you have a bailout with these moves. Yeah, but black is completely fine instantly. Like black is no longer in any kind of trouble. You can simply take on h7. It's a bit of a miracle that white has a perpetual. Not
make your perpetual check and be happy. Yes.
Yeah. As for white, if you don't go GH, you're really not playing for any kind of advantage anymore.
Why did we?
Knight e5 does make a draw, but it really is playing for a draw, and everything else basically loses. So white also is now having to make very precise moves.
Okay, so
Fun
once
game
again,
to watch.
G takes h6, rook takes
b2.
b2.
Knight g5 check.
Knight g5 check. King obviously goes back to g8.
And cover on
knight
e4.
And now we have knight
stopped checks,
g4.
and we now
And
have.
I don't have time to double the rooks. There's always this rook d8 move.
It's so miserable.
Everywhere, yeah,
Yeah.
it's absolutely everywhere. In
Okay,
this line.
but pause for a moment here because, okay, we're threatening hg7. What is that? I'm trying to add up the threats and what I'm fearing most.
Does black have time for a rook e2, or you just take on g7 and?
Well, is rook d8 the big? What's
I mean, e4 is saying. So let's try rook e2 for black right now.
Okay.
I think one of the issues we have is that I can play f3. I can, let's say, maybe even
Just
immediately,
ignore.
I can throw in f3 and just support it, and you can no longer really challenge it with anything. And then eventually I will start creating threats of my own, rook d8 or hg queen f6 check, and then something. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, once that bishop is blocked with knight
Yeah.
on e4, white king is not in that much danger.
And Gukesh, I think, is also seeing knight g5, knight e4 is because I think allowing rook takes b2 is unbelievably scary.
Right.
Which is why he hasn't played gh yet.
Okay.
So he could play knight e5 right now. Just
Yeah,
to-
knight e5, but then after knight takes b2, you have to start giving up material.
Yeah.
So
He's
I'm
down
looking,
to 7.5 minutes.
So I'm looking once again at rook takes b2. This whole check, this sequence with knight e4. And go ahead, just kill me for a second, rook a2.
Yeah, I wasn't really able to find anything that wins on the spot I was looking. But
Because h takes g7 wasn't convincing me
No.
either.
no. I wonder... No, this can't be right. I don't want to switch. I'm
Without the
trying
engine,
to
it's not
spend
easy.
at least some time of every day thinking with my own head. And
Right.
It's refusing to cooperate, but...
It's a great plan.
yeah. I guess hg7?
Okay, I guess king g7.
Yeah, I want to give a check on f6 and claim that you now have no checks. The question is whether you should have thrown in rook a1, which I don't know. And now after king g8, I want to play rook g1 maybe and claim that you don't have checks and I will find checks. Once I take on g6, I will have some useful checks, hopefully. I don't know.
But would it be anything more than a draw?
I have
No idea
I have
either.
no idea.
Oh boy. Quite a mess here, but a 3-result mess between Gukesh, our world champion, and Prague. Knight a4.
We should stay with this game because he's getting in time trouble.
Yeah. But
Just to update
Yes,
the
the
audience,
update.
Alireza is still much better against MVL.
if you don't mind doing it on your board, Peter, as well, keep this
Yeah,
game on mine.
sure.
When I like this move that rook d1. He went a5, a6.
Yeah, he didn't include d3, d4. He just
But
went
he's
rook a,
ready
g1.
for it now.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
This is the position, and this is the plan I was advocating for. And in terms of doubling on the e-file, I'm not sure why we spent a tempo on rook a1, but it's not really a huge big deal anyway. We want rook e2, rook d1, and then we will find something,
Ways
something
to
will
improve.
creak, and black position will start collapsing. Machine says you have to play d4, I guess with the intention of meeting rook e2 with, it goes, but it doesn't like anything. It says knight e5 now exists, but it hates it anyway after bishop takes, rook takes, and queen f4, and you're still not landing a blow. It has to retreat again, and you're still going to be much worse in some kind of position like this with the queen coming to e4.
Right.
But maybe this is not as harsh as some of the options that Alireza had would have
earlier.
Been. Yeah, it's still very, very unpleasant though, and also potentially a very interesting time trouble because Alireza is down to 5.5. They only have 10 moves to make though. 5.5 against 13 for MVL here.
Less time, better position.
Much better position, yeah, much better position.
Thank you, Peter.
We do have Gukesh. He played 95.
Okay,
Whoa!
This is now likely to end in a draw. There are a lot of perpetuals there.
Knight e5. I thought that was one of the bad moves, though.
No,
This
this is...
a question mark.
Yeah, because GH was still giving an advantage, but this is the only other move which wasn't losing.
Got it.
And now knight b2 is strictly the only move, but
it looks very, very strong.
Yeah, unlikely to play anything else, frankly, because rook b2 knight takes g6 looks bad. Now white has to take on g6, fg6, and take on h6.
And be happy that you're making a perpet.
Yeah, and after knight d1, you have perpetuals everywhere. Yeah, I don't think white really runs any risks there. Queen e7.
Perpetuals everywhere.
Yeah.
I can't see one. Why is this?
No, here it will cost you.
I thought, okay, I'm not in perpetual, and I'm not. I'm just losing.
Yeah.
So instead of a perpetual, I've lost the game. Oh, okay, that's bad luck.
So this is basically white offering a draw in a way.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's all forced.
Knight b2, knight takes g6, h takes, f g6. Takes on f7, takes on d1, takes on g7, and this is the perpet?
Yeah, king g8, queen e6.
Yeah.
King h8.
King h8, queen e5.
Yeah.
And then we go to e7 once you get to h7.
That's cute.
And it's very likely to happen. Knight takes b2 has been played, yeah.
And that's...
a very exciting game, which now seems like it will fizzle because nobody really has any deviations. After knight g6, you have to recapture.
Yeah.
After gh6, you kind of have to take on d1. And if white doesn't go gh6, white is instantly worse. Allowing knight d3 check here is insanity, obviously. Like, you're not playing for a win if you allow knight d3 check. You're playing to lose.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're playing to lose.
Exactly.
So this entire line is very, very likely to appear on the board. I guess you can try knight d3 check here.
Okay.
But it's the same position. I will, once again, I will take on g7, and I will give the same perpetual
as before.
As before, yeah. Our structure now looks a bit more beautiful, but it doesn't change the fact that we are unable to avoid all the checks.
Exactly. And I know the time is
5 minutes for Gukesh.
Yeah, you don't get too nervous.
I'm guessing Pragg will be the happier of the two. Because I think he was in more danger, much more danger than
the queen e7 option. Was very nice.
The one shot he arguably missed, which was that very beautiful idea of playing c3 and rook f8, was just the one kind of slightly random shot which Gukesh could have not given him.
Right. As this game, we'll keep an eye on it. I just want to check in on the Wesley game. No, there was no
progress,
and there was no d6, d5, because we were thinking earlier that this was an opportunity to equalize.
No, he got the knight on e4, pawn on f5. That's definitely
real progress. My goodness.
And on the clock as well, Deac's down to a minute and a half.
I think from Daniel's point of view, he's looking at rook a7, virtually forcing the trade of the rooks. No,
if the rooks come off, it's kind of easily holdable. I think white can. I think allow black to give a check on a2, play bishop d2. So you play like h3, rook a7, you play, I don't know, rook g1.
And you allow the rook activity.
You can give this check, I will play either king of 3 or maybe even bishop d2 just to make sure. And I want to play g4, g5. and claim that what's happening on the other side of the board is more important. I don't know which one you like. Maybe king f3. I don't know if we have to care about rook h2. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. I don't know. It doesn't threaten anything, but it stops g4.
Knight f2.
Your knight f2 exists.
My rook might not come back.
Then we're definitely playing king f3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
In
by
the
the way,
meantime,
rook a7.
Alireza is now completely winning because MVL has done something. Whoa. Okay. Alireza choosing to be greedier than I expected. Yeah. That last move is not what I expected at all.
Well, he's down to 3 minutes in this kind of a messy position, but it's almost like White's playing with an extra piece because of the bishop on a8.
It feels like he's playing with
Until it
extra
comes-
two.
Yeah, extra two.
Extra two pieces. He's going after the a6 pawn.
Yeah, and
clearly.
he could have been allowed to take. Instead of that move rook a1, the engine was saying you can play rook e3, and if you take, importantly, you can throw in rook a1. Because I think maybe why he didn't do it is he thought, okay, maybe queen e2, but then knight c7, and black sort of stabilizes because we now have everything protected. We want to play a6 and then start the slow process of bringing the bishop towards good squares.
Right.
But if you throw in rook a1, suddenly black is completely tied up. If you play knight b8, now queen e2 is just absolute murder because e6 is hanging and you can only really protect it with your hands, like you don't have pieces for it. You can use your hands. And otherwise you have to give up on a7. So rook e3 was absolutely crushing. Like the engine goes bishop c6, queen e2, bishop d7, but then after rook e5, these plans now exist as well, among other things. And when this falls, the game ends. The game ends. After rook a1, I mean, it's understandable. He preserves the pawn on a6, but black can maybe play something like knight d7, bishop c6, and keep the game running for a bit.
But just to continue this thought, that now can I play rook e3 and get everything that you wanted without losing the a6 pawn?
It kind of stabilizes. It's bad, but it sort of stabilizes. And obviously, I mean, we know which side we pick here.
Yeah.
But how do we actually win something?
Can I go like bishop f1?
Yeah, exactly. This, or maybe we throw in b3 somewhere. Yeah. No, it's still going to be like the important bit here for Alireza will be to reach move 40.
Right.
I guess if you find a break earlier, then good. But normally you just shuffle. You reach move 40. You kind of sit down and then you find a way to break everything open.
Right.
Rook e5 played. It's very similar. He actually, he's gone for the plan of swinging it over to h4, which I think is quite strong.
So rook a1, bishop c6, rook e5. The moment that Peter proposed that, I must say, I was charmed.
Yeah, this is why I was playing knight d7 first.
Just to stop.
The line I was just showing, I played knight d7 to stop it.
Yeah.
And now it's not stopped. Alireza very understandably says, I would like one on h4, one on e1, and then please show me how
you're going to defend.
Survive.
Yeah. Looking very, very good here. Where would you like to take us, Nazi?
Well, we can watch the end of Gukesh Prague because they're heading towards that perpetual.
And this is the key moment where we're expecting knight takes d1. I've got two rooks. I've got two rooks and a knight for the queen, but it's actually a perpetual.
Same with knight d3. You can give a check.
Doesn't really change anything.
Check.
And honestly, on 6 minutes, do you want to calculate king c2, rook f2, king c3?
Sorry, when?
If knight d3 check here instead of knight d1. Because he hasn't played knight d1, so he's clearly choosing between those two moves. But on very low time, do you want to calculate king c2, rook f2, king c3, and you're out of checks?
No, I'm taking the rook.
Yeah, I think this is just such a practical decision. You pretty much always do this.
I don't know what planet you're on. I'm taking the give me your rook. I have one rook more than you do, two rooks more than you do. You better take your perpetual check while you have it. And that is the case, though. I must say, Peter was convincing me I had perpetual check, and I didn't see why do I
We
have
found a way to get out of perpetual check.
I did, by losing.
Well,
check. And
even there you have some drawing chances, I guess, king h7
even that
takes f2, but there's no call for black to suddenly switch back to fighting for a draw instead of just making it on the spot.
Yeah, and here it was that very nice king g8, queen e6 check as well. Very important to keep.
What a sharp game this was. And
it turned out. Wow.
Yeah, but they almost never play boring games, though.
Mm-hmm.
They do seem to bring it out of each other, and
Well,
they keep on.
Taking that pawn on d5 was so
I guess he disliked
challenging,
he disliked his position so much that he thought, I must absolutely change the course of the game immediately because I am in trouble.
Right.
Ended up sort of working out, but yeah, not without some swings.
Precisely.
And I want to hear Gukesh's thoughts after the game. I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he didn't manage to convert the advantage he had.
Right.
And wonder if he was conflicted during the game to play bishop h7.
Or queen e7,
Right.
or you play for the initiative instead of grabbing the material.
Because he certainly saw queen e7. There's no chance he didn't see it.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure he knew it was strong. He just couldn't really understand how strong.
Yeah.
Because he is.
But that's the point, Peter.
Not a
When,
machine.
when your evaluation is not an engine and you say, I have an advantage by being a head material, and I have an advantage by having the initiative and the dynamic, it's easier to fall back on the material.
Especially on low time, yeah. Especially on low time.
And we do see
looks
king
like
h6.
this is, Prague has
reconciled.
realized that king g8 doesn't really avoid the perpetual, so he's taking the fastest one,
Yeah.
so that they can claim as early as possible
As
without really needing to do much else, yeah.
Yes, starting the tournament with a very sharp game.
Well, this was a banger, despite all the mistakes. This was really a
They're looking around for the arbiter. Where's an arbiter when you need
Gukesh
one?
doing it properly,
Yeah,
writing down the move on the score sheet and
about to
pointing
play.
to the arbiter. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it will be allowed.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you, gentlemen. A good fight, I must say. I enjoyed watching that game. Just checking in on my pick for the victory, Fabi. When we left it, he was actually enjoying an advantage in a 4-rook ending, and he did play the move rook e1 that you had advocated, Nazi. And I'm just picking up.
Look at that setup on the b file for white. It looks so funny, but it's actually a very safe setup. It looks funny, but it gets the job done.
Okay, so how does it go? He's making a beeline as quickly as possible. So I'm assuming it starts with king takes.
But then rook a1. But then rook a1. And yes, it is a draw.
Yeah.
But it is a draw. But it is a draw that people failed to make many a time in the history of chess.
Okay. So after the move king f6, what are we advocating for?
You have to do it. You don't have anything stronger. You can't really avoid this endgame. You can postpone it for a bit, but eventually you'll have to go for this, I feel. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
By the way, Fabi has 50 seconds on the clock.
He was staying
He was
close.
not bored, so.
This move 42, so.
They've reached.
It's move 42. They haven't gotten the added time yet because
they haven't reached.
And flagged yet.
Somebody needs to quote unquote flag first. Yeah.
Okay, well, rook a1.
Yeah.
I noticed that Fabi just looking at the clock saying,
Making sure.
give me my 30 minutes here. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to lose on time.
What's your position on this, by the way, Yasser?
What's that?
It's a debate that I wouldn't say it's been raging in the chess community for years, but what's your opinion on whether added time needs to be added immediately or after you?
I like it immediately. I mean, I make my time control. I want to see my 30 minutes being added to my clock.
I'm actually in favor of what they're doing here because I feel like this is providing you with extra information that you should sort of either have because you trust your score sheet or not have because you failed to keep your score sheet.
Right.
But yeah, even among the very, very strong players, I think it's split, maybe not 50-50, but it's a split. Yeah, people don't really have a uniform opinion on this.
Interesting. How about you, Nazi? What's your...
I'd like to see immediately, so I don't have to double check on
Right.
the
Hey, man, I achieved. I did what I was supposed to. Give me my 30 minutes.
Should go to Alireza. I love
Please.
that rook h5, rook h4. What a beautiful idea that was, going after the g4 pawn.
Oops, I'm on the wrong game. Apologies. I'm going to go to Alireza. Yes. So when we left
he found
it...
that with 5 minutes on the clock, maybe even less.
We left it, rook e5, knight e7, rook h4, knight f6, rook h4. trying to...
Yeah, and that final move by MVL is such a clear indication that he has nothing that moves in this position. He's gone rook g5. If white goes rook e5, he will go rook g6. There's no choice. You cannot take on e5. If you take on e5, I think you lose immediately, I would assume, to some sort of knight e3 and everything falls.
Right.
See that bishop on c8? That's why I don't play the French defense.
Many a French player have cursed themselves. Why am I playing the French defense? I remember once, here we go, rook e5. John Fedorowicz, a big proponent of the dragon, you know, lost one too many times due to, you know, like sack, mate. You know, he drop kicked his Play the Dragon book down a flight of stairs. You know, never picked up the book again. And some French defense players probably are in the same boat. Did you ever have to give up a pet opening that you really love to play until somebody just killed it for the nailed in the coffin?
I gave up on a bunch of openings, but they were never really like my main things.
Mainstay.
And,
what did you hate giving up?
I was very saddened by the fact that I am just not a King's Indian player. There was a period when I was trying. It feels like it should be sort of close to my spiritual home. You know, you're only really changing your third move if you're a Grunfeld player. But it turned out that these structures just don't agree with me, and I didn't even have particularly poor results. I was doing sort of okay. I lost some games, but I won some games as well. I mean, you do introduce a lot of volatility, and this is sort of why you play the King's Indian. But I constantly had that feeling that I don't quite know what I'm doing. Like, even if the results aren't that horrible, I never felt comfortable. I never felt like I was in control of my actions necessarily. And at some point I just thought, okay, yeah, I should probably start listening to what my body is telling me here.
For me, the one I dislike, I saddened to give up. The Polygaevsky variation of the Knight of Sicilian.
You were playing the Polygaevsky?
The Polo. Oh my gosh. And my opponents just didn't know what to do.
Or,
keep in mind, these were my junior days and my amateur junior days.
As the author would call it, the variant.
The variant.
The variant. He would just describe it as, you know, the variant.
John Fedorowicz kind of rewired me in one of the variants, and I did take kindly to that, and I said, okay, I can't play this anymore.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. But that was a variation that was so much fun playing because it's just absolutely manic.
Yeah, in those days in particular, because you didn't have the machine,
engines.
The machine screaming at you that what you're doing is completely...
King F7 on the board.
Yeah, correct.
Well, he needed to defend E6 so he can play
A6. They're one move away from reaching the time
Yes.
And this is still kind of shockingly sturdy because you would expect this to, you know,
collapse.
You can just kind of blow in it and it falls down. You know?
I think only thing I see is bishop f1, bishop e2, like we talked about earlier.
b3 somewhere.
And b3. B3 I really like because if I open the b file while king's on f7, I'll be very happy with white.
Do you think that this move is a Okay, let me play a move.
Right.
Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on this one, and I'm also I'm welcoming bishop takes a6. So I can play rook a1.
So rook h8?
Can I?
If you take on g4, I'll take on h4 first.
And g4 isn't hanging yet.
No.
Right.
Rook h8. Okay.
You don't want to allow rook takes
No.
so you'll have to take.
I'll have to take, absolutely. Munch.
And then immediately b3.
Okay.
I don't think we're worried about h-file. Bishop on g2 is defending.
No, we're not worried about the king side at all.
So b3, maybe on a good day, I can swing my queen to a4.
Yeah, maybe bishop d7 and try to meet it somehow.
Take, queen b1.
Queen c8. I mean...
It's a grovel.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this, but I also don't seem to have lost yet.
Yeah, now the rook needs to drop to e2, b2 as soon as possible.
The rook on e5 is kind of stuck. If you play queen b7, I'm planning to take and play rook g8. And I don't see how that loses.
Just a second.
Maybe it does lose to
Maybe it does. Just a second. Wait a minute. You were planning to take and drop to G8. I do have Rook G5, but that's
B8,
not
yeah.
losing. That's not losing.
No, that was the one that I calculated. Yeah, I'm worried about knight takes c4, but I have a feeling I will eventually
What
put
about
the knight
knight-
on d5 and
I
survive.
want to
right?
sacrifice on d5, but you don't have
Yeah,
to.
dc4, rook a5, I guess rook b8, rook a7, knight d5. I might start playing for a win. Because I do have more pieces now.
Yeah.
Wow. The resilient defense. Very nicely
Yeah, it's
done.
surprisingly sturdy for a position that looks unbelievably ugly. He's
played
gone queen
queen
e2, which
E2.
is similar. You're still introducing the idea of b3.
Maybe he's, yes, maybe he's looking at the move b3 and
Honestly, it looks sturdy because we can see the eval bar saying it's not that bad for black, but at the board,
He created a threat of
would be
knight
terrified.
f5. Yeah, that was very clever. If bishop d7, then knight f5 maybe was winning on the spot, right?
and moves like rook h8,
Also.
knight d.
Yeah, also knight f5, yeah.
But computer,
And this is now move 40. So.
yeah, they made the time control.
Rook e8. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can I take that pawn?
Now b3 seems to be really good.
Yeah.
I can't take the pawn?
b3 is
G4?
very playable, yeah.
Just a second.
Oh, you want to take on d5?
Takes, takes,
King f8?
takes, king f8. So what have I gotten? I've gotten 2 pawns, but
There's
not
no mate.
much else.
No. This is...
Sorry, I'm just having a mind infarction, you know. Will over material, you know, like I will break through. Rook e8. Sorry, Peter, you were going to pick
No,
up.
I just wanted to say that
B3.
An indication of how strong this position is for white, your line was still playable for white. It just
Even.
threw away most of the advantage. Yeah, but
Okay.
it was still okay,
Right.
despite not having any follow-up. Like, there's no attack after you gave up a pawn. But yeah, b3 is the way to go. b3 is a way to go to introduce
Well, I
another
like
half of the board. To,
yeah,
to black.
Also I like this idea that the queen could potentially swing to a2 and a5, tickling the pawn and threatening maybe on a good day queen c7 check. So I like b3 very much. And did you say that they made the time control?
Yes.
That was move 40.
So we should probably expect a bit of a pause here.
Okay.
Let's check with the other two.
Yes.
Wesley, I guess, staying true to style. He did take the rooks off, removing any risk whatsoever. Like even rook a2 check was not allowed. But now without the rooks on the board, it's very difficult to imagine how you win this for white, I don't think.
Yes.
Your structure is better, your pieces are slightly more active, but the material is so reduced. And it will continue being reduced pretty much on every move. That
And the pawns are all connected. So
King
it's
e4, I
easier
think
to
I have
defend.
d6, d5 check, right?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I think I can free myself up immediately by playing d5, knight d6, and then taking on f5 and taking on d5. And
That's actually very clever.
Yeah, just instantly completely fine, right?
Yes. That's actually a very clever intermezzo.
They're still 4 moves away from time control.
Mm.
Both have 1 minute on the clock, but not difficult to make those moves.
No.
This is 30-second increment as opposed to 5 they were playing with in Warsaw.
In Warsaw, yeah. So that looks still very, very even. No
We know
inroads.
Fabi's playing that extra pawn rook end game.
Yeah, this will be a long one because Fabi is...
What's your practical experience in these, Nasi? Do you expect yourself to win each and every time?
Oh, no.
Oh, no?
No, I thought you were asking if I can save these, and my answer was yes.
Okay. Oh, no.
I lose the ones where it's the extra F pawn, like F and G against a G or something. And there's also side pawns.
Right.
No, those are
those
kind of
I've
bad,
lost. Yeah.
No, these very classical 4 against 3s with the outside passer.
And the rook in front
Yeah,
of the pawn.
the best is supposedly the knight pawn, right?
Yeah.
The most dangerous for the defender is the B and G. A is supposed to be completely safe, but I think the one time I had this, I had it on the stronger side, and I beat Vladimir Akapian kind of easily in an important club tournament. It was an European Club Cup in 2002, I want to say.
And how did you do it? You
by
were in
making moves. I had no idea what I was doing, but eventually. But we have an interview, so let's
go to Cristian with the world champion Gukesh.
Gukesh, similar to other players as well, you've had a pretty long break since your last classical game. How does it feel to be back over the board playing with the right assembly of pieces at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, it feels good to be back for some classical. And yeah, today's game was quite interesting, so it's a good recipe. I mean, good comeback to classical.
It forces you to spend some time to try to get into the game and calculate a lot as well. It was an absolutely crazy game. Yeah. It all started after c5. It fell for you. You did not expect this move, this approach from Prague, right?
Yeah, I was surprised by this c5, but it's not like I was completely unaware of the position. So I think I reacted in a interesting way. Queen e2. Yeah, I think he was out of book maybe after Queen c4. And
yes, it felt Bishop d6 was definitely something that he had planned before. How did you assess this position after a6, and did you know anything about it? Did you analyze it at home previously?
No, not really, but I mean, I knew it should be around even, but I was happy to just get a playable position, and it was already out of book, so I thought it's already good enough. And yeah, here I was thinking Bishop g4, knight e4, Queen f4, something like this, and black should be fine. Yeah, knight e4 or take on knight b6.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think after he allowed Queen h4, I think it was quite unpleasant for him. And the critical moment, I guess, was knight d2. Yeah, here he should go Bishop b7, but it was quite tempting to also go for knight d5. Yeah, here the other option I was thinking about was knight f3, and this goes into this endgame. Check first. In this endgame, I thought, okay, it's clearly better, but I thought it's holdable for black.
Definitely material limited, seems to be quite close to equal.
So yeah, I thought about this.
I think you made the right decision, especially from a practical perspective, but also objectively.
Yeah, I mean, my initial idea was to just go Bishop h7, but here, once we reached here, I spotted this idea, Queen e7, and I spent a long time here, which seems to be the best move, but I was just worried about g6. I did not see the follow-up. But
yeah, and it seems like only rook d6 is
the
best move.
This seems to be strong.
It almost feels like it's one of those failed positions. Like you don't see the blow, the deadly blow, but you feel like something has to happen in this game.
I was trying to make something work, but yeah, here I couldn't find. I just rook d8. Maybe also rook d8 here.
Suddenly it becomes equal.
Oh, Bishop e6.
Bishop e5.
Okay. That is quite nice.
Yeah.
But
I think what you went for was definitely very tempting, at least.
Yeah, it was quite tempting, but I think I underestimated his chances here. King c1 was good.
I want to ask you about this moment after g4, bishop g6. Did you consider knight to e5, and what were your calculations here? Because we've seen some absolutely crazy variations.
Yeah, knight e5. I thought knight a4, knight d7 doesn't work for him.
Yes, and this is the crazy variation. Rook e8 seems to be the only way. And now you only have one way to have somewhat of an advantage. c3, rook to d2 now. And he keeps building up those mating nets.
Oh, and the king runs.
And now he builds up with rook to b4, but you take, and then you get this absolutely insane line. And now apparently queen to d8. White is slightly better.
Yeah, okay. None of it was calculated.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I was just worried about this one. Yeah, I should have just gone here. So queen g3. Yeah, and b3 I missed. But yeah, this after g5, knight a4, I thought I've already spoiled it. g6, I know rook b2. Oh.
But perhaps he has something else outside of rook b2.
Yeah, I can go knight.
Maybe knight takes b2.
g5. I mean, this I calculated. Oh, I can go king g8. Okay, that's crazy.
Some crazy lines in this one. How would you assess your round one performance?
It was overall a good game. I think I was calculating well in general. Obviously, there was a couple of chances, but okay, it was not that easy. So.
Definitely an interesting start, dynamic start. Many more to go. We'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. A sensation was unfolding during that interview as Wesley So was just absolutely gifted an entire point. Peter, what happened? And we'll cue up the video.
Absolutely. So we were discussing how safe this position is without the rooks on, and it is very safe. I tried making it difficult for black by perhaps allowing this and then leaving yourself with a very passive knight on the 8. But even this position, the machine says, is completely fine somehow. Instead, Deac played knight g7, which is also completely fine. Wesley tried g5. And the thing about g5, if black does this, for instance, you actually have to be a little bit precise with white to make sure you have equality. You can definitely imagine starting to feel quite uncomfortable with the white pieces here,
right?
Because this is more of a target than a passer,
right?
And even knight gf5, the move that Deac chose after gf6, knight c8 is fine, but the normal move, of course, is just knight e6, king e6 to follow. Black has no risk.
No
this
risk
is completely fine. Instead of which, knight takes g3 was played. In a very typical setup where a knight next to a pawn next to a knight, where this is the one move that helps, but it's unavailable because the square is occupied, and this is just a full queen. And the game instantly ended. Deac resigning here, not a move too early.
Let's take a look on the video of that. Wesley was not at the board at this moment, and again, knight c6.
Deac has a minute. Well, I mean 40 seconds, but. For him, we've watched him play on 20 seconds for...
Wesley comes back and sees knight takes g3.
And he goes, whoa, what did you just do?
And Wesley didn't even reply immediately because I think he couldn't believe his eyes.
He's looking and just making sure f7 does queen a pawn, right?
Yeah, and Deac gets up.
Deac hasn't even realized that he's just... In his mind, he's expecting the knight to be captured, and then he's going to bring his knight back, and he's going to win that pawn on e7. And f7 is a cold shower. If you don't see it, you don't see it.
Yeah, you should, though.
But you should see it.
Yeah, I feel unkind saying this, but really, Deac is a very, very strong player. Like, I'm saying this precisely because of how much respect I have for him as a player. And
exactly.
He really, on 40 seconds, on 3 seconds, he should see it. On 40 seconds, there's very little excuse
and he
for
played
this.
a good game. He equalized and kept equality for 40 moves.
Right.
Almost 40 moves. And how do you recover after such blunder and forget about it and play the next game?
Not easy, not easy at all. A big result, but we have seen a few draws, and Wesley So in first position.
He's leading the event after that win.
It's incredible. And let me just check in on the game between Duda and Fabiano.
By the way, maybe we should check with Alireza. He did play b3.
Okay.
The key move for his advantage.
b3.
Yes.
Yes, when we left it,
he spent about 10 minutes after getting the 30 minutes and found the best move in the position, b3.
b3. Very nice. It just feels like one of those positions where MVL's defenses are going to be too stretched. Black is trying to protect e6. Black is trying to protect g4. We always have that potential of falling back to queen d1, bishop f1.
Now
queen
he also
a2.
has to worry about the b file.
And also either queen
a2,
a2 or capturing, and after the trade,
just queen b2.
Queen b3, queen b2, yes.
And you always have to watch for these tactics of, ooh, that's a blunder.
That just
Queen a2
improves White's.
But while we analyze, before we finish this, let's go to Cristian with the tournament leader, Wesley. So,
Wesley, you came here into the studio incredulous yourself that you won this game. We couldn't believe it either when we saw the final result. What just happened there?
Yeah, well, actually, I didn't play well today. Like, I mean, yeah. But he started using loads of time.
Typical. That's usually his style, right?
Yeah, I guess that's why he's the lowest seed in the tournament. I mean, he's a very good player, but I think this is the fourth time or third time. The fourth time probably that he played in the Romania Grand Chess Tour, and he's always in time trouble every single year. And actually, I totally forgot about it. But when he started using loads of time in our game, then I remembered that.
You have some flashbacks.
Yeah. I remember, I think in 2021, also in 22, he was in time trouble every single game. So then I just remembered, and then it gave me some hopes.
Yes.
But, yeah, when I played G5 on move 38, I mean, it's just a draw. Like, should just probably make a draw. G5, probably a slight mistake. But I just played it because he had half a minute on the clock. And I thought 2 moves before the time control, or 3 moves. Because he could take, then play knight h5. And I have to look for a draw somehow.
Somewhat be a bit careful, right?
Yeah.
King to e4.
Yeah, I
think king e4.
Yeah, e4 was. Yeah, e4 would have been a mistake. King e4. Then I just assumed that this should be a draw, but
not easy, right? I mean, king e6 and
yeah, king e6, e4.
Aren't you losing a pawn somehow?
Yeah, I guess king g3, and I guess there's no way for him to capture the e1.
But it somehow gets a little bit dangerous, right?
Yeah, so that's why I mean I should have just made the draw. I just played g5 just because I thought like I didn't calculate knight h5 in the beginning. Like, I mean, I was also getting low at the time, trying to look for winning chances. Because, yeah, knight e5 and knight h5, like, I kind of underestimated. Because if he goes knight e8, then I saw I have e5, then I get some chances.
I think you actually, before we went live together, I think you coined a new chess term. Can you tell us what this g5 move was? I think you came up with a new chess term.
It's not new. It's called just time attack.
I've never heard it before. Time attack.
Really?
So this is a time attack move.
Yeah, just a time attack. Yeah, I mean, he had less than a minute to, and see, he was also getting nervous.
Yes. Well, it definitely worked. The time attack worked.
Yeah. I mean, I remembered that Deac is a very good defensive player. Also, like in the recent European Championship, I don't think he lost a game, but he made many draws. So, yeah, actually, it was just a time attack. Like, here, if I'm able to trade the bishop for the knight, then I get chances, yeah. Because all his pawns are on the dark squares, and my bishop is really passive. So, I was trying to, but, I mean, I should just make a draw like e4 or something. I guess e4, g5, knight e8, just a draw.
Well,
like
this time it worked. I think you took your chances, and it paid off.
Yeah, you got to take risks sometimes, and I mean, he's had 1 minute for the last 15 moves, so yeah. I mean, and very surprisingly it worked. I guess he just assumed that he's better.
We don't
here.
see the board right now, unfortunately.
I guess black is better here, although I thought it's still a draw, but maybe not because knight b4 is a threat.
Yes.
But yeah, I was actually quite disappointed with my play because he played bishop b4 the first time, and then yeah, I game with Fabiano, but I played knight f6, and then he retreated with knight c3. So that's why I played c6 because he wants to play f5. I guess b4 is a stupid move, man. Like I thought about bishop g2, but I didn't want to allow c5, knight c6. So I guess b4, and then next thing I knew, I was slightly worse.
Yeah, it was an interesting middle game, definitely, but in the end it worked out well for you. Wesley, we have to go back
Sure.
to the other games because a lot of things are happening. But thank you very
Right.
much for joining us, and
Yeah.
we'll see you in the next few
Thank you,
months.
Cristian.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Sorry, your expense, Wesley. We just found what you're saying hilarious.
Yeah.
This was a stupid move. This is very rad.
Next thing,
we did have a shocking development, Peter.
Two in a row, actually, from both.
Right, Wesley's.
First off, what I thought was a very strange decision by MVL to open the A file like this. But I think it's just a tactical blunder, a very specific tactical blunder here, because the reason this is bad is if you don't include b takes e4, which has been played by the way, and this is very much returning the favor. The problem is if you play queen a2, and the difference is, of course, black will play bishop b5 in this position, but now after bishop c8, and this is why Alireza didn't play it and MVL allowed it. It's not queen takes a7. It's very specifically knight takes d5 here. And this is what they both missed.
Ooh.
The point being that after e takes d5, I take on a7, and king g8, bishop takes d5, everything starts collapsing. And if you play king f8, I simply have queen c5 check, and then I will take on e8, and I will take on c8.
What if I play bishop d7 instead of king f8? Just cover?
Bishop d7, bishop d5.
King f8?
You get mate.
Still queen c5.
You get mate, I guess. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but
that
this
rook
is
on h4 was waiting.
But this is very missable, and I'm assuming both of them missed it because Alireza very quickly played bc4, bc4, and after queen a2, of course, nobody will play bishop c8. People will play bishop b5, and in all the same lines, the rook is on e8 is protected, so none of these tactics will work. White is, of course, still better. You can do something like this. Sorry, king g8, bishop queen b7, queen b6, bishop d7, but we're back to this position, which, of course, white is much better in. But you still have to find a way in.
Right.
And from MVL's viewpoint, the reason he took on a6 is you no longer have to worry about the queen side. There is no queen side.
It's clean.
Yeah, it's clean. You no longer have that weakness on a7. You have to continually worry about losing. So, game continues.
Remarkable development. Thank you, Peter. We are going to be taking a break as the time control has been reached in this, the first round. Very eventful round. You're going to want to see the end of the round. We'll be back shortly.
Don't go anywhere, Stephen.
All right.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world.
Welcome back, everyone. We still have some games going on, but let's first check the results. We already have 3 results. 2 games ended in a draw. Levon and Nodirbek and Gukesh and Pragg drew their games, but we just had a huge surprise. Wesley defeated Deac in an endgame with a beautiful trick in the end.
Yeah, but it was a gift. It was a pawn breakthrough. Wesley so wins from maybe even a slightly worse position. But it's a day of blunders because we've seen Peter, a remarkable mistake by
Yeah, I could have saved the spiel I gave prior to going on break, because the game continues to surprise us. And just briefly, let's go over to the board. I finished my little dissertation on this topic by saying now MVL will, of course, play bishop b5.
Of course.
Which he hasn't. And he did transpose back to the position Alireza could have forced, but didn't. And then MVL just entered it on his own accord. And he has now been met with the move knight takes d5. He's already recaptured e d5. Now queen takes a7.
Check.
And the position just falls apart. The best line the engine offers is this one, where you are just completely and utterly dead. Things will continue falling on every move. Like your entire position is weaknesses. Like there's nothing in this position you would not describe as a weakness.
And you're a pawn down.
Yeah, and you're already a pawn down. So yeah, this is not going to go. He played bishop d7. He wants to lose in a beautiful fashion, I guess. Bishop d5. I guess he wants to do this, which loses to a bunch of stuff. But I guess the most beautiful. And just to show how dominant white is, you can invert it. You can actually invert it. There is no problem in doing it this way. And then if the king runs, we chase it down and give it a check on h5. So completely and and we're going to see all of this very quickly because MVL is now not wasting anybody's time. Also, notably, rook takes d5 wins on the spot if you want.
Also,
if you want to do it in a slightly less flashy manner, you can just go rook takes d5 and rook takes d7 next move. It also is.
That looks really good.
Plenty good enough. Yeah, but I think Alireza knows queen d7 is winning. I have a feeling he either calculated it already or he has enough time to double, triple check and go for the flashier one.
Yeah, he has more than 7 minutes. He will double check and finish in style, I believe.
Yeah, that is a nice finish. Queen takes d7 check. Give me the knight. Knight has to retreat, blocking the check.
Yeah, I think rook f5 is just more forcing. I think you go for this one, rook f5. Although you have to no, you don't have. Yeah, and rook g4. And then if queen goes somewhere, let's say queen h6, you simply take on f6 and you go rook f4 in the end. Yeah, so this is a very straightforward calculation. Actually, it doesn't really require too much finesse.
No. Very, very nice. And then the other point that you were making is, if you're not in a mood for flash, rook takes d5.
You have to make sure rook e1 check is nothing, but it is nothing. Yeah. Well, I think he's going queen d7. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going queen d7.
Played confidently.
Yeah, knight d7, and
do we
take? I think if you want style points, you begin by a move that is not a check, and that is a kind of a more obvious rook sacrifice, but they're otherwise entirely the same. Yeah, and this does the job faster in terms of, it doesn't give MVL things to think about. If you play rook takes g4, he might tank for 20 minutes. Whereas if you do this,
there's nothing to tank about.
Whereas if you do this, the game just ends
rook takes
here and
g4.
now.
And Maxime is just now
just
fully cognizant.
I guess you can play queen h8 and take with the king, but you are probably getting mated in more than one way. d4, d5. Yeah, he's gone queen h8. Yeah, this is what I thought he might do if he wanted to. And d5 knight takes, no, and knight f5. No, you don't play d5.
No, queen d6 check.
King f7.
Rook f4 check.
King g8.
Queen e6.
Yeah, you have queen e6, of course. Yeah. For some reason, the e6 square.
Oops.
The e6 square.
That's really a good move. I mean, that's a really good move. Actually, it's just forced mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
We're not even taking the queen.
No. We are giving mate there.
So rook takes
f6.
f6.
The lesson from this game is play a4 and h4.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's the great lesson that we want to walk away. Yeah, that we want to walk away.
I guess
from
MVL goes king f5. If he, but that loses to to so many things, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Rook h4 even.
It's not going for the
rook
mate.
h4.
And resigns because the queen gets picked up with checks on the next few moves.
Beautiful for Alireza.
Yeah, very nice game. It somewhat, you could say, maybe somewhat marred by not finding the combo at the first time of asking, but in general, Alireza just outplayed MVL today. Just was by far the better player on the day.
And that queen e2 and keeping the possibility, instead of committing your knight to d2, keeping the possibility of bishop f4, and it was a nice game.
Yeah, it was just a very nice kind of an approach. I guess he maybe expected this. I don't know. MVL hasn't really been doing this a lot, but he's been doing this a bit. And you don't play d3, and you don't play, in particular, this whole sequence with a4 and h4. Seems like something that Alireza, maybe not for this game, but he definitely looked at this at some point. And it seemed like a very nice concept. And for MVL, this whole idea of going queen d7, rook a8, and f5
never
was, it feels like you're kind of begging for equality instead of playing a full game. Like eventually, you accept you have to play d5, d4. At some point, you do it and you play a game where maybe you're slightly worse to begin with, but at least it's a double-edged position. So yeah, very nice victory for Alireza. So he joins Wesley in the lead, and we have one more game running.
Yes, and that, of course, is the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda on the white side. He's a pawn down in this positions, and we were talking about this rook ending, and you were saying you don't hold them when the g-pawns are missing. What were you saying?
No, I've lost games where it's like 2 versus 1 on this side, and there's other pawns on that side.
Yeah.
Even though it's a draw, it's still tricky to hold.
Those, I think, are actually much more unpleasant.
Yeah. Here it seems like it's kind of easy to play until the right moment when black king starts to head over to a pawn and you have to take the pawns.
It's interesting that he chose not to play g3, g4. He could have already, on the previous move, played g3, g4, which is something you generally want in these structures, just to create sort of immediate counterplay. Remind black that...
So if take rook h3...
We take on a4.
And then you're...
Yeah, I don't think I will ever lose this position. King f3, and I start giving checks from this side. There was nothing... I mean, king f2 is not a mistake. It's just that I would kind of want to define the position as early as possible. I guess maybe what he didn't like, rook a1 maybe in this, your analysis board, rook a1 here. And if we just go king e2, king f2, king g2 as we normally do, we might actually lose to f5, f4, f3. So he just thought, why should I allow this?
But in the current position, he can play g4 now, or he could just play king g2 and stand for a while.
Yes. And you were about to tell us that after king g2 standing age, and you were saying that in these positions where the king eventually makes, steps towards the pawn, right?
Right.
You usually end up having to take one of them, or maybe even more.
Usually one. They give us two better.
Well, here, this one you're not coming back.
Right.
Right.
I wanted to check what's happening in these endgames. It actually is quite concrete. I played rook a1 in the current position, as Fabi has already done.
Yeah.
g4 makes a draw, but it makes a draw in a very specific fashion. And I think it's kind of scary if you don't know. Because after a3, sort of the only way to make a draw, you play king g2 because you do need it on g2 so that a2 isn't a threat. But then after a2, you can start giving checks, but the king can run. But basically the point is you allow f5 and then you immediately meet it with h5. And f4 with the threat of f3 allows h6 very specifically. And, and if you go gh, we have rook a6 check, followed by rook a5 check. And once we get rid of this one, we don't really care about this one. So for instance, in this line, we can, gf is basically anything that is not gh is a draw. Even this is very much a draw. But we have an interview with Alireza, so let's go back to Bucharest.
Alireza, this match between yourself and MVL is starting to become a French classic. Tell us a bit about how you feel after this very important victory for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very messy game. I didn't play long-term classical, so I just wanted to get some game and keep things going.
Did you expect this approach with Sicilian with e6 from MVL? He doesn't generally go for this type of stuff.
Yeah, I was expecting some surprise because I have good result against him in Najdorf. So. But okay, I don't know what he could do. So yeah, it's a surprise, of course. And but I was very happy with what I got.
Yes, and you actually started with this d3 idea. Is this something that you've prepared alongside your seconds recently? It's more of a calm approach.
I think it's kind of trending a bit, just to get a game, because after e6, d4, there's many lines you have to know. So this is just to get the game. It's nothing special, of course.
Yes, yes, and it does seem like you did get a game with h4, e5.
Yeah.
Bit of a strange approach, right? With this knight h7, we had Levon here in the studio, and off screen, off camera, he was telling me that Maxime is playing it a bit in a weird fashion.
No, actually, computer these days shows this idea of knight h6, knight h7. So probably Maxime knew this. I don't think over the board you can play this.
It's a computer.
I think so.
Promoted.
I saw it somewhere, but I'm not sure. But yeah, it's. I think I had this in my preparation, but not in this position, but somewhere, maybe h6, knight h7. But it's a new way just to keep the knight close to your king, I guess.
Because usually you go via f8, right? Knight d7, maybe rook e8 and knight f8. It's a very intriguing way. And when did you feel like you're starting to get something, like you're starting to create some separation in this game?
I think I was very happy here, and I felt this is very tricky for him. I felt I'm much better here, but I think I overestimated my position. He has a lot of what they say, this space. He has a lot of space, so my pieces are a bit passive. But I felt like I'm still better around here, and
His king seems to be a bit weak, right?
Yeah, but
at this point.
if I'm not careful, my king also could get weak. So it's a bit tricky. I didn't know what's the plan here to continue, so I thought a5. This line took me a lot of time to analyze takes, knight f3, and I couldn't make it work somehow. Yeah, queen h7 here, but okay, computer laughing.
Queen g4 to exchange the queens.
Ah, I missed queen e5, okay. This is draw probably.
Yes.
Okay, this is draw, I saw this, but... Yes, so this took a lot of my time, because it's very concrete. If it doesn't work, things work for him, I'm just winning, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, I decided just to keep the game going still, and I was getting low on time, but here was maybe a crucial moment, some d4 maybe, I thought. But still not bad position for him.
Perhaps especially from a practical
Yes,
perspective.
I really liked my
had low time.
my maneuver to rook to h4 because it makes my king safe and attacks also. So this is very nice. I think after here it was really comfortable for me. I just improve my pieces and open up in the other side, and I have tactic here. So
yeah, it seems like you dominated this game, at least from a conceptual point of view, understood what to do in the position better than Maxime. Congratulations, and tell us a bit about this tournament. We've been talking a little bit. You haven't played a lot of classical chess. Not a lot of players have been playing a lot of classical chess within all the rapid, freestyle and whatnot. How are you feeling over the board right now? How are you feeling about your calculation?
I prepared a lot for this tournament.
You did?
Yes,
Okay.
and I'm very motivated to win this tournament. So, I really look forward to it, and we'll see.
Definitely seems that you have made very good use of your extra time. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Congratulations, Alireza. Very important victory, especially against MVL. Great rivalry budding there as we see 4 results.
And 2 decisive results. Alireza just defeated MVL. Wesley defeated Deac, and 2 other games. Very fighting game, especially between Gukesh and Pragg, but ended in a draw.
Exactly. With what the game remaining, it's not going to be a whitewash because actually Fabi, if anybody, is on the superior side. And you've been going, Peter, through these lines, and there's a lot of pitfalls for white.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how long you can stay passive before it becomes critical for you. And I guess simply going king g2, a3, and now king f2 actually gives black a very important tempo and you might lose. But king h2 appears to still be fine. And just to show the difference, if you play king f2, I can start running towards the queen side, and gh, rook takes h5 loses simply to a2, and as usual, you do have rook h1 in the end. This is a very, very standard maneuver that everybody has to know. But it's important still not to blunder it, which is why king f2 makes a difference and king h2 doesn't. And it appears that there is still no way to make any kind of immediate progress. I guess if we are to give up any pawn at all, we probably want to give up g6, which doesn't give white an immediate way to create a passer. And now if rook a6 check, we want to go in with king d5. And if you take on g6, I want to play rook f1, rook takes f3 also exists here, which is kind of important. I wonder if rook c1, rook c3 is also winning, which it might. No, rook c3 is a mistake, but oops, sorry. Rook c2 check followed by rook c3 wins because it stops g4. It's actually quite a beautiful little detail. We're forcing the king to h3 to be able to take, and the recapture, unfortunately for white, is illegal.
Illegal.
Yeah, and then we go king c4, king b3, and we win. So all of this is to say that you can still pass. You can still say this is holdable if I do nothing. But of course, the way you would like to make a draw here is to play g4.
It's the most forcing.
He's just played it. Yeah.
And he did play it. Yeah. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
Conversely, if you're in Fabi's position, how could you trick your opponent?
Those lines where you push the pawn all the way to include h2, hg, fg, you push the pawn to a2, and you try to get this pawn to f3. As we've established, white has counterplays against it. White basically meets f5 with h5, and then you pretty much never can preserve the pawn you would like to preserve.
Which is your f pawn.
Which is your f pawn, because none of the other ones win.
Right.
Apart from that, I don't quite see You can play a3, and once again we cannot take on h5, but we can play king g2 or even king g3, king f4 here seems quite comfortable.
But putting the king on f4 is a bit risky, right? Because then
It
you
is,
might
yeah.
not be able to move it.
Yeah, you no longer really have any counterplay, but you can sort of chill. And well, actually, it's not exactly true about no counterplay. I can give a check and play king f5 followed by f4, and I'm I'm making progress
step.
while you aren't, you know,
Yeah.
which is a bit ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, I think Jan-Krzysztof holds this. I think Jan-Krzysztof understands the assignment perfectly, and they both have plenty of time. He's on 20 minutes, Fabio on 15, but this is not a position which requires a lot of heavy calculation.
I was trying to take a page out of the Wesley So handbook and looked at G6, G5, however briefly, and said, that's a really awful move. Why?
Yeah, not with the king on f2.
No.
Yeah, because as we've established, you can drive it all the way to h3 and it still does nothing.
Exactly. It's G4 on the board. 2 victories for white, 2 draws, and this game looks to be heading for a draw. A time factor in this one?
Duda has plenty of time, 20 minutes on the clock. Fabi has 14. I guess if this was Blitz, maybe Black would still try to trick white, but now I think Duda's confident and he knows how to hold.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, you still try.
Of course.
Fabi will try to figure out what's the trickiest attempt he can go for, and he will continue pushing. But yeah, once G4 lands, I think.
So we start with A3 because more or less we're going to need A3. And what did you say you wanted to take?
G3, king f4 is actually the cleanest by a margin.
King G3 and king to f4.
But let's say white doesn't do this.
Okay.
Because it's a bit. Let's say I stand with king G2.
Yeah.
Takes,
king G2.
Right.
Takes, king G2.
Or takes.
Yeah.
Takes.
We can include takes. Yeah. King G2, A2.
Let's go.
And rook A8. Yeah.
So now if.
So now you're frozen.
Right. But I go rook A8.
Right. Okay.
And black king starts
marching.
Where are we going though?
And yeah, the important detail is you can play king E3, or king D3, let's say, rook A3 check.
King E2.
King E2, rook A8, king E3. But I can even allow rook D1. No, actually maybe I can't. Yeah, but I have a check. If I play rook A7 here, maybe I lost, right? To rook D1, rook A3 check, rook D3.
Needs to be calculated, but yeah.
I have a feeling I lost.
Yeah.
Because rook A2, rook D2, and then using the F pawn, I will drive the king back and win them one by one. But obviously, this requires white to
cooperate,
skip a move for no particular reason.
Exactly, to cooperate, if you will. Okay, so that is one way to lose it. Again, from the current position with G4, you were saying that takes. You just have to be you have to meet the move F5 with the move H5. So if here, this is where you pause.
Yeah.
Presumably because H5 takes.
G takes H. I don't want to calculate this because now the king goes over to H. Yeah. I think I take the time to make sure the H pawn doesn't queen, and then I play F5, F4, F3. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. All right. So we wait.
Yeah. We wait to make sure that we eliminate the F pawn. And now I go rook. I mean, H5 probably is a draw here after A2, but I can even play rook A8, I think.
So.
A2, rook A8.
Okay, F5 and
F5, I go H5. And it's actually kind of picturesque because after F4, the only move that doesn't lose is H6.
So you don't take on G6?
No.
Right, king F6.
Yeah, H6, F3 check, king F2 very specifically, rook H1, H7 very specifically.
I was going to say, this looks lost.
No, but it's not. Yeah, H7, rook H7, king takes F3, and we still hold.
Okay.
It's all getting a little bit specific, but it still holds. King F4, king G5. This is a very easily drawn position.
Right.
But yeah, this is what Fabi should try.
Right.
Something like this needs to be tried, yeah.
It's down to 10 minutes. Yeah, I think if you don't take on G4 and instead allow G takes H5, it's an easier draw.
Right, that's why I was trying h5 takes g4, because these variations where you captured and boldly marched your king to f4, I got nothing. That was too easy.
Yeah, and after trade, black still keeps the chance of f5, f4, f3.
Exactly. And what are we talking about, f5, f4, f3? Just to really demonstrate it to everybody. So we're in this situation where white's king can't move. The moment you play king g3 or king f3 or king h3, you get to play rook check and promote the pawn. So you think to yourself, oh, well, I'll just wait.
Leave the king there.
And this is where we're saying that, oops, the
Black
pawn.
one's going to take that important g2 square away from the king.
And this pawn is just marching up the board. So the moment you play king g3, I'm going to play rook check, promote my pawn, win your rook, and win the game. And if the rook was on the a3 square, same story. You still can't take that pawn. I'll give you a check. So that's why the f pawn is the dangerous pawn in the position. And whenever we have a situation like this, oops, excuse me, let's say I go here, the whole idea was to be able to meet this move with this move, and not to allow you a passed f pawn, but the h pawn isn't bothersome. Yeah.
Is this a known theoretical, not theoretical, but in game theory? There's a lot of books about rook endgames, right?
Yes.
Especially this 3 on one side and an extra pawn on the other side.
Exactly.
Is h5 something you remember from books? Like this idea that on f5 you go h5.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
I have no memory of that.
Yeah. I think that it was Vasily Smyslov and Levenfish's book. I remember then when that book got translated from the Russian into the English, it was like a celebration in American chess that we could finally understand these rook endings. Peter, were you raised on that?
It was part of the curriculum, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I personally probably wasn't, because I always enjoyed middle game books more, and like biographies and book and game collections. Technical endgames were never my strong point. I feel like I'm sort of competent-ish, but I wouldn't claim any particular.
Well, now that we're just waiting for the players to, for Fabi most especially, to decide how he's going to try to trick Duda. What were your favorite books? Chess books, specifically.
It's a kind of a weird one, because when I was very young, I was probably maybe 8. I think well, not by today's standards, but I mean, I started playing at maybe 6.5. And by the time I was 8, I was clearly obsessed with chess enough that my parents began looking for ways to somehow supplement it.
Right.
And my dad worked in a construction bureau. I'm now translating Soviet terms on the fly. They were creating, fine-tuning, improving medical equipment.
Okay.
And he had a bureau of like-minded people who were engineers, and some of them, as was often the case in Soviet times, played chess because population was very kind of chess literate.
Right.
And a friend of his in the bureau had a Russian translation of How to Beat Bobby Fischer.
Oh.
Which he loaned to us.
Oh.
And this became a problem because I read it to a condition where its spine fell off. And we couldn't return it. And that was a prized possession, which that person wanted back.
Right.
But we couldn't really, you know, in that condition you can't return it. You might as well just say, sorry, my kid destroyed it, so you can have anything else back, but not this.
Right.
And I kind of knew it by heart. I read it over and over again. It had this really beautiful font, which you don't see anymore. Like, I understand it's a kind of a weird thing to remember about the book, but these days, like, chess fonts are very uniform. You get the Staunton pieces, basically. Sure. And that book it smelled fantastic, and it had this really beautiful font, and it was just such a pleasure to hold. and I was a kind of a stupid kid who didn't know how to like properly treat things. So yeah, it just fell apart.
Okay.
Completely fell apart in my hand. So that was the first one.
Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
How to beat Bobby Fischer.
Zurich 53 was that was a very obvious
David
classic.
Bronstein,
And then I don't know if I say the words Black Series, will this
will not.
Nazi? No?
This will not make an impact.
This is at some point, and this was like, they were rare, they were not very easy to come by. It's a collection of biographies / best games collections of mostly Soviet chess players, but not exclusively, I
Black
think.
Series.
Yeah, because they had these really beautiful covers.
Okay.
Yeah, the book itself wasn't black, but the covers were always monochrome with a picture on the front and white font. So because of that stylistic choice by the editors and the publishers, it was called the Black Series, and there were maybe 15 books in the series all told. I'm not entirely sure. And those were fantastic because they were written by very good authors. Yuri Rozavayev was one of the people who wrote many of them, I think, and like the books on people like Rubinstein and Stein and many others that kind of formed the backbone of your reading material once you got to a certain level. They are not for beginners.
No.
But yeah, so this is maybe like the early outline, and 300 games of Alekhine as well.
Yes.
And that is, I recently had a conversation with a person, we were walking our dog in the park, and we met other people with a dog who know who I am randomly, and their kid is studying chess, and they were asking me for like hints as to how to help him progress. And I told them a story, and I kept on, while telling them the story, I kept on thinking this is probably not going to help them very much because it's sort of very contingent of on the kid being interested enough in doing this. But I remember I was probably 9, I guess, 8 or 9. We went for a summer vacation somewhere in the suburbs of Leningrad then. And my mom, who doesn't really know how the pieces move, she brought this 300 games by Alekhine with her.
Right.
And she would read out the moves to me, and I was supposed to guess what Alekhine played in every single position. She couldn't really explain to me why the move I'm making is not correct, because as I said, like she barely knew how the pieces move.
Right.
But she could wait until I find the correct move and tell me I'm correct.
Yeah, bravo.
And then we would get one move further, and she would read out the annotations to me, and we spent the whole summer doing this.
Wow.
It helped me. I'm not sure the same method will help many other people, but it definitely
went into a clinic.
Me. So yeah, and I told this story to this absolutely like innocent, unsuspecting woman in the park.
Horrified.
And all the while thinking, I should not be doing this. This is not healthy. It's like it's not for everyone, this method. But yeah, that's my early relationship with chess books.
I just got a message from Priya IR reminding me of a story of Rajan IR, her brother, who was a very, very talented junior. He became a 2600 rated U.S. chess master, and he was a young boy, let's say 12 years old. And he had gone up and down the Pacific coast with his mom driving him from tournament to tournament. He played a blindfold simultaneous, 10 boards.
Whoa, that's impressive.
But his mom was the one who inputted his move. So he's blindfolded and he says, on move, on board 8, I play X. She makes the move. Goes around and they comes to, and he says, on board 8, I play X. And she goes, oh, you can't play that. And he goes, yes, I can. No, you can't. So he goes, yes, I can. She goes, no, you can't. So he says, let me talk to my opponent. and his mom had inputted the wrong move. In the blindfold. And he got it. So be very careful when you're playing a blindfold Sybil that your mom is the one inputting the move.
Because this rook, although it's progressing quite quickly now, we can maybe switch back to.
Yes,
I was going to
we
tell,
do.
I was going to tell a story of my blindfold Simul, but we have
a treat.
We have moves,
F5's on the board, so the critical moment is now. Does Duda go H5?
Yes, I think that
You can also take on F5 and then go H5, right?
It's very similar. The point is, black can go A3, A2.
Okay.
And the way to make a draw, let's show this. GF, GF.
GF, GF.
H5, A2. We actually go H6. I was trying to figure out why it says zeros, because it looks like white is losing again.
So once again, we're threatening...
H6, rook H1.
H6. He has played H5, by the way.
Yeah.
Rook H1. Yep.
Yeah, we go, I think we go H7.
So once again, we cannot take this pawn because we get skewered by rook check. So we go H7.
Rook H7. Why don't you resign? I think is the reply, right? Rook H7, and we go rook A6 check, and then king G2. I think I figured it out.
And we still win that pawn.
Yeah, and importantly, we don't go king F3 or anything. We go king G2, rook G7 check, back to F3 or somewhere. Yeah.
And now we're threatening to capture the pawn, and there's no skewer.
Yeah, I think that's the reasoning.
Wow.
But
wow, okay.
He played the immediate H5.
Yeah, H5, and but after G takes H5, I think we're supposed to go for the same line, right? I don't think rook A6 check does very much for us.
Why not?
Machine says G5 is a draw now.
G5 is a draw.
Yeah, but that probably leads to you having to defend F and H against nothing.
I don't.
You probably don't want to do that.
I don't want to do this.
You probably would like not to have to do that for an additional hour and a half.
And this one is losing.
No. Hang on. It's not on A2. You don't want to test this. You probably lose, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't
G
get
takes H the only move. Well, G5 is apparently also a draw, but.
But what about this check too?
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, rook A6 check is still fine.
Okay. Good.
But after king E5, you now kind of have to go GH and go for a similar line.
Gotcha.
It's basically the same draw I showed, just with the moves inverted in order.
Right. King E5. I noticed that we got in a couple of good stories there. That Fabi used a considerable amount of his clock.
He went down to 4 minutes.
He went down to 4 minutes. He is getting 30 seconds for each move he's completed. Sorry, Nasi, you didn't jump in on this one. What was your favorite reading materials?
I love the series of My Best Games. And I've read Fischer's one, Karpov's one, and that's where I started playing Najdorf and Caro-Kann.
Yes.
Those two were my favorites. I reread them like 10 times.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like your favorite reading material.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because it's the players analyzing their own games.
Right.
And then I learned to do that on my own, for my own games.
Right.
I learned that that's how you learn from your own mistakes.
Right.
So that was the most helpful.
Did you ever get My Life in Games, Michael Tal?
No.
Michael Tal.
It's on a shelf somewhere, I'm pretty sure.
Right. But in 1960 World Championship match, I just thought that book was, for me, that's where the spine came up,
and later on, of course, the Kasparov's books on the matches against Karpov.
Yeah. Fabulous.
Those were unbelievably influential
exactly.
to my chess development. But that came much later because the matches began when I was 8 going on 9. And,
right.
Yeah. And the books were not written immediately, so I guess they started coming out in late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
By that point, I was already.
I remember reading those books, and analysis would go on for 17 pages.
That's off-putting. Yes. Yes.
Because a lot of chess books you can read without the chessboard.
Right.
Not Kasparov's.
No.
So you have to move the pieces on the board.
Not the Vareski either.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, those books were challenging to be sure.
And of course, immediately brings to mind the new in chess issues, which had Dr. Roberts' annotations, where like one game would go for like 1/3 of a magazine, and you'd enjoy it because it was like incredibly well written and very well analyzed.
Right.
sadly missed.
Sadly missed.
I played for the same club with him for a while, and occasionally we would like randomly find ourselves on the same train going to the Bundesliga weekend, and we would talk about Greek literature or anything really, because he was a fantastic conversationalist on pretty much any topic you could choose. Yeah, very sadly missed.
Yeah. Big moment here, and it seems like Jan Duda is a little bit unsure himself about rook a6 check, about g5, about takes. Now, the reason why this might cause him some issues, king f6.
No, but then h6, h7. Then we just
h6, h7. No, that's too fast.
Now we're in time. No, it absolutely needs to be a2, f4. The question is, do we lose if we play king g2 here? And I guess the answer probably is yes, because we lose some tempi, right?
Sorry, this is the current situation.
If you go gh,
yes.
I play a2, and if you don't play h6, if you play king g2 and you allow f4, I'm assuming we've lost now. Or at least it's becoming a lot closer, because we can do the same-ish. h6, f3, king f2.
Rook h1.
Rook h1, we go h7, rook h7, rook a6 check. And king takes f3. But we are probably short. We're probably one short. Okay, 6 check, king g5, you go king takes f3, but I go rook h2 and the king runs to b3. And you're not, like if you play king d3 here, it's a draw, but you don't play king d3, you play king e3. So I'm assuming you lose. King c4. Yeah, this has to be pretty trivially lost for me.
Yes. Once you've gotten your king to b2 and or a1, that's easy.
But in the current position, it is tempting to give the check first, rook a6, and then take on h5.
It makes it sort of more visible, because you'll get to the same position, but you already have a rook on a6, so it makes it easier to calculate.
You're right, the whole h6.
Duda still has plenty of time, 13 minutes on the clock. Ooh, g5.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Still a draw, but I'm feeling slightly apprehensive because, as I mentioned to my co-hosts, I made a poor life choice last night. And
just watching one last episode of your favorite series. That usually goes wrong.
So, if the results changes, I'm welcoming any new development. But if it just means that the draw will be achieved an hour and a half later, I would like to lodge a very strongly worded complaint. Yes,
to our producers.
I am not in favor of this.
Okay, g5. You're in Fabi's shoes. How do you try to trick your opponent?
Maybe h4 now?
h4 and?
King g2, right?
Yeah, just kind of like...
Now a2?
Okay. And should
G6?
I be...
G6, yeah.
G6?
No, the question is, how do we absolutely make sure that we get f and h and we preserve both of them immediately?
Yeah, exactly.
So we go...
Rook c1.
Rook c1.
Then rook c4. So then we want king f6 and...
g7, maybe?
So g7,
rook c8, rook a2.
And now I'm collecting the h pawn. Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, how safe is it, like rook g8 here? And this is where, as I said, my basic knowledge will, rook a7, king f6. Are we sure this isn't a draw?
King h3.
You can just take on h4.
I think so.
You're in time to take. Okay, then of course it's a very.
Fabi has played rook a2 check.
Okay. Again, he's trying desperately to trick his opponent.
Do we go up?
Yes, I definitely don't want to.
You don't want to play king f1?
Looks like there is no move here that loses.
Even king f1 doesn't.
King f1 is fine as well. Yeah.
King
I don't think
E1?
anybody does that, but it seems to be fine as well.
King e1. I'm looking for a losing move now that you've challenged me.
King e3.
King e1 probably also a draw, although that really does allow f and h.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, something you don't want. But I think everybody would play king f3 or king g3.
Yeah, any of those.
And just not get caught on the first rank. Any of those. Okay,
like
king g3.
Just to stop everything for now.
Maybe Fabi wants to play h4 check here. Does that work?
Munch?
No, yeah, and rook a1, and I wanted to pretend that
You've tricked me?
Well, it's probably still a draw, but I want to scare you with...
I can also come back in time, no? Oh no, then f4, f3.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it as confusing as possible, you know, and maybe white finds a way. Actually, king h5, king g6, the f pawn will run.
Yes.
So no, and rook a2 is very clever by 5. I don't think it would have occurred to me, but you give such a wide choice to your opponent.
Right.
At the very least, he will burn time.
Right.
And possibly, like, if there is a mistake to be made, maybe he'll make a mistake. King takes h4, rook a1. The draw is made. Well, once again, machine says any move, as per usual, is just entirely unbothered by any of these developments. G6 is a draw, king h3 is a draw, rook a6 check. This is particularly kind of scary for me. I thought this might be, and now both king g2. Yeah, like none of this is fast enough because g6, g7 is very quick. Just f3, and after rook h1 we have g7, so we're not even in any kind of trouble.
Right.
Cutting the black king along the 7th is just so important in every single position here that, yeah. King g3, I guess he goes rook a1 back. He hasn't spoiled anything. But what I was trying to say is that rook a2, you suddenly have like 5 moves, and you think maybe there is a mistake that's available somehow, and you spend 5 minutes looking for a trick,
right.
and at least that steals 5 minutes from your clock, which is not nothing for an eventual defense that you will have to mount once the dust settles.
And down to 3 minutes.
And don't forget,
he's repeated rook a1, king f2, yeah.
These players, you know, have been challenging one another. They've been playing hours under the duress of tournament
we saw Deac
pressure.
Lose in one move at the end, so it can happen.
Easily.
Especially when you assume it's already a draw, you've got it.
Yeah, you go into the relaxed mode and then, bang.
Yeah, coach always used to say, don't relax until you shake hands.
We used to say, don't relax until you sign the score sheets, and the arbiter signed the score sheets as well.
So I guess what you get here, in most cases, as far as I can see, is unfortunately for Fabi, he will get a position where he has king e6 and pawn f5 and the rook on the g file against the king that will be on h3 or h2, cut off along the g file.
So,
but we have side checks, something like h4, g6.
Yeah.
Let's say h3.
G7.
Yeah, maybe even like this, I guess. Yeah, g7, rook a2 check, rook g2. It doesn't really matter that much. Even that.
Okay, so
h3, g7, rook a2 check.
Rook a2 check.
King g3.
King g3.
Rook g2 check, king takes h3, let's say rook g4. And yes, you will win the g7 pawn for the a pawn. So you can't do that yet. No, you can't do that yet because.
Sorry.
That's
excuse me. Pawn isn't on a2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook g4.
Yep.
But white can simply take on a3 and start giving checks from the side. It's just completely drawn. It seems dangerous because your king is seemingly on the side of the board. I just have so many side checks that there's absolutely nothing
it's
to worry about.
It's a little scary, yeah, with king on the h file, but
maybe originally, yeah, you become worried for a second, but then you realize that
king can only hide on g5, but then
then we go king g3, king f3, so it's not really very difficult at all.
Right. Fabi down to 1 minute.
Yeah, he's gone a2.
a2. Now we expect either g6 or king g2.
Yeah, g6 works because rook h1, g7. We are not worried about rook h1 at all. Yeah, g6 played.
G6.
So when he chose g5, he calculated that very concrete line. Can black still get the extra f and h?
I can't find a clean way to keep both.
I don't think
so far.
I
just don't see it. Yeah.
Well, rook
g7,
here,
rook takes a2. Yeah.
We have to drop.
Yeah.
b8.
Take on a2.
We can even include king g3 here, actually. Machine goes king g3 in all of these positions.
Wow.
King g3, king h4 just goes after the h pawn.
Make sure I'm going to take one.
Yeah, says I would like to start picking them off one by one as soon as possible. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. That is nice.
We have rook b1.
Yeah, that's the one on the one. So g7.
So if you take rook a2, then you might lose the g and not win the h pawn, right? Because king f6.
Okay. So if I make a mistake and I take the pawn.
Yeah, it's
King
still a draw,
F6.
but
Still a draw though. Rook
Check.
A6, King G7.
Are
Although,
we-
yeah, now you feel like Rook B4, Rook G4
Yeah.
might come in, and you might have to defend the classical F and H.
Right. Because we can get to the H pawn.
Have you
quickly
ever
enough.
had to defend that? I've never had to defend that. Thank goodness. I don't want to shame
I don't-
myself
yeah,
by
I don't
losing a
remember.
drawn ending, you know, where I'm 2 pawns down.
I don't remember ever having to do that. yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure how that would go, actually.
Oh, this must be a draw. Oh, this must
Honestly,
be a draw.
I can absolutely imagine how that would go.
G7.
He's pushing the G pawn.
I've seen very strong players lose it with time control to the end. I think Levon once beat Kramnik in Vike.
Ooh, not King G3.
Yeah, Rook A2 is still fine.
But he will play King G3
Yeah,
next.
King F6, King G3, and then King F4 or H4. F4, I guess, is much more natural.
Wait, but I don't have Rook before. Never mind. I don't have it with a check. Yeah.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof knows now. Yeah, he is aiming for a very specific position now. What if we play Rook G8 here?
What?
In the current position.
In the current position, sorry.
After King G3?
Ah, okay, yeah, sorry. No, instead of King F6, I thought, what if Rook G8? But then
So
Rook
King
A6
G6.
check. Yeah, Rook A6 check just kind of wins the pawn immediately. Rook
Yeah.
A6, Rook H6.
Yeah.
So the problem from Black's point of view is the desirable move, Rook G8, is just simply met by Rook check, and then this Rook comes...
Swings over and picks one of the pawns off. Yeah.
Well, here I can even play Rook G6, but basically the point is I'm trading, and the one remaining pawn is a very easy draw. So that is why Fabi tries King F6, King G3, aspiring to go either King H4 or King F4.
Yeah,
Now
King F4, I think, is cleaner.
more
Cleaner, yeah.
certain, yeah?
Just to not have the king on the H file, stuck on H file for a
Yeah.
minute.
Right.
Although it's a draw as well. But
Yeah, this
If
looks...
we can win the F5 pawn,
Yeah,
then it really does remove every single...
Can
Doubt.
Fabi try King G5 here?
Certainly. In fact, that's
But
probably
then we put the rook
best
on
move.
A7 and we say,
Yeah, I'm not taking the
please
G
show
pawn.
me, please show me how you make any progress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just thinking about something like
Or that.
I'm threatening to win the game.
You want to come over, right?
Yes, sneakily playing for a win here with Mike.
Yes, exactly. I mean, don't underestimate
Yeah,
my,
Wesley
my dirty
talked about
tricks.
a time attack, and this is a sneak attack, which
Yeah.
is not a new term, but is not often used in chess.
I'm with
context.
Cristian on this one. I haven't used time attack.
I've never heard
I
of
understood what it implied. You had a time attack, that a panic. You had no
Because when
time,
I've
so you
tried to
panic.
do that, it usually backfires. And then I'm the one who has to defend.
The time attack.
I think it used to just be called playing on time, no?
Right. But okay, that's. I mean, let me call my patent attorney and.
Yeah. Okay.
King.
Now the game really
King
is
F4.
over. King F4, Rook F8, King G5, and we just go in and start collecting.
Yes. King F4. Well,
I mean, good game for Fabi. He was never in trouble, not even once. He was slightly better most of the game and got the end game with an extra pawn.
he came out of the opening very, very comfortable. The A3 in that time on off never really paid any dividends at all, did it?
Yeah, not the way Jan-Krzysztof played it. I think maybe you could slightly fine-tune the move orders very early on to not allow Black such comfortable equality. I think maybe he wasn't as ready for what Fabi was doing as he maybe should have been. But yeah.
Did you go
Rook
king,
check?
King G5
No,
here?
then King G6, Rook F6, and I mean it's still a draw, but why allow it?
Exactly.
No, King G5 and
It's just the most.
I guess Fabi goes H4, and after H4, I would still play something like Rook H2, Rook takes H4, and,
Right.
and then the Rook all the way back to F1. We have time.
Exactly.
I'm not even allowing King F6 in this game anymore.
So you won't be launching a complaint.
No. Thank you, Jan.
Vociferous.
Yeah.
He managed to
H4.
win one of those pawns.
I mean, rook a7 check, to be honest, and then take
I'm
on 7.
thinking.
Oh yeah, I don't have rook f7.
Yeah, we had this. Yeah, rook f7, king takes h4 is an immediate draw as well. So, yeah, okay. Yeah.
He's just taking f4.
Fabi, yeah. F4 is a move of a man who is very ready to empty the board.
Exactly.
Empty the board. King g3 or rook a7 check, what do you think?
Excellent.
Or rook f2, I guess. Yeah,
Excellent.
Yeah. All excellent choices.
King
G8.
Strong move.
Very solid. We finally castled again.
Yes.
Yeah, he castled twice.
For the second time in the game.
A very nice first round. 2 victories out of the 5 games played. All the games had content, and Wesley very fortunate, but Alireza winning a very nice game.
Yeah, that one is just a very good game, despite a slight tremor at the end there, where he could have won in exactly the same fashion, but without allowing any defenses. But yeah, he has every reason, I believe, to be extremely happy with his performance today. And yeah, Wesley just getting a gift, which is a GCT tradition.
The gift of GCT.
And we almost had 3 decisive results in Gukesh's game. It could have gone either way.
That was another wonderful fight with 3 results possible at various times, it seemed. But definitely Gukesh had the better chances of winning that one.
Yeah, they're still discussing the end game. We will probably have interviews. Oh, actually no interviews.
Well, in that case, without interviews,
we'll probably see standings shortly.
Right.
After.
That makes sense.
Two players tied.
We have 2 co-leaders now. Yeah. Honestly, coming into this round, I was expecting 5 draws. What about you?
No, I didn't think.
I thought we'd have
think
a
that. I had, I guess, the correct expectations of the all-Indian clash, because I've seen them play each other before. They keep on producing games like this.
Right.
They are not often decisive, or not always decisive, but they are never boring. And yeah, so in a way, my guess was wrong. I thought if there was a decisive game today, it was most likely to be on that board. But yeah. A very good round, very nice start to the tournament. Alireza playing a bit of a modern masterpiece. Really enjoyed that game, and well, yeah. Well, perhaps pairings for round two would be something to discuss if we have that.
Yeah.
And then we will say goodbye to our loyal audience and hope to see you tomorrow.
I was going to say, and Wesley won with a time attack.
Yes.
MVL versus Wesley tomorrow. Bogdan, Levon, Fabi, Pragg.
I also forgot that if Levon didn't miss that rook b1 idea and played king e2 first, he could have pressed 2 for a while.
There was something there in it for him. Fabi versus Pragg tomorrow. That will be very, very interesting.
And Gukesh is playing.
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek.
Yeah.
So it's Duda who's getting 2 whites in a row. He's playing one of the tournament leaders, Alireza, tomorrow.
And Pragg starts with 2 blacks in a row. Black against Gukesh and black against Fabi. Not the easiest assignment in the world. But if you go through it alive, you then breathe out and have the
As we prepare to wrap up our broadcast, we first toss it to Bucharest for final thoughts from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, I have to say, guys, and I don't know how you saw it from St. Louis, but we thought it was very engaging and everybody was ready to fight. Of course, Wesley did not expect that gift from Bogdan-Daniel Deac, but that was a time attack, as he just mentioned. And of course, Fabiano with the black pieces must be happy because he put a lot of pressure out of the opening. He didn't settle. He could have settled for a draw very easily out of the opening, just simplify everything and make a draw, but he continued to try to press for a victory, and that's definitely going to infuse him with a lot of confidence going forward. Anastasiya, what did you see from today's games?
First of all, I think it was a very exciting day for the start of the classical tournament. We had decisive games, we had very interesting games, sharp lines, we had blunders, we had also sacrifices. Everything you can only imagine. So I think it's a really good start. We even had Cristian, entertaining us during the breaks. So everything you could only dream about, we had today. And I'm looking forward also to proceed with the same, pattern.
Absolutely. And we do have some big games tomorrow. I see Fabiano Caruana versus Praggnanandhaa. That's a big one. Nodirbek versus Gukesh. That's a big one as well. Nodirbek must be happy because he was under a lot of pressure from Levon. Maybe not a lot of pressure, but an annoying type of pressure, right? And fortunately for him, Levon played that move knight to c6, allowed him to escape a bit early in today's round. But guys, a lot of fun here in Bucharest. And we'll be here to call all the action and give you all the updates in tomorrow's round as well.
Looking forward to it. Peter, standings and final thoughts from you?
Absolutely. As for the standings, well, you know what the standings are. Two people are in front, as you can see there. Alireza won today, and also Wesley won that game, which was decided in one moment of madness by Bogdan-Daniel. Two people on no points yet.
Mistake there on the graph. It's Wesley who won and Fabiano who drew.
I got slightly confused by that. Yeah.
But it was nicely done.
The score is correct. The results maybe not as much. Excellent day today, I thought. There was one somewhat dry game out of 5, and even that one had as we mentioned, had Levon played King E2 at the crucial moment there. Could have gone slightly awry for Nodirbek. So very, very enjoyable day to talk about, and predictions. Nobody has any of the winners.
I was Gukesh. He had Caruana.
I had Fabi. I don't know what's up with the graphics. So somebody's sabotaging me.
Did nobody?
I was going to say the same.
I thought somebody took Alireza, but the graphics says no. And I mean, if the computer says no, the computer says no.
I think it was 3 people jumped
on
Fabi's range.
Big Fabi fans over here.
On that note,
it was a wonderful day. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Nas. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us again for tomorrow, day 2 of the Grand Chess Tour.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.